Chapter 10 of The Two Brothers by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Catherine Prescott Wormley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. At the time when Madame Bridau returned to Issoudun to save, as Maître Desroches expressed it, an inheritance that was seriously threatened, Jean-Jacques Rouget had reached, by degrees, a condition that was semi-vegetative. In the first place, after Max's installment, Flore put the table on an episcopal footing. Rouget, thrown in the way of good living, ate more and still more, enticed by the Védie's excellent dishes. He grew no fatter, however, in spite of this abundant and luxurious nourishment. From day to day he weakened like a worn-out man, fatigued perhaps with the effort of digestion, and his eyes had dark circles around them. Still, when his friends and neighbors met him in his walks and questioned him about his health, he always answered that he was never better in his life. As he had always been thought extremely deficient in mind, people did not notice the constant lowering of his faculties. His love for Flore was the one thing that kept him alive. In fact, he existed only for her, and his weakness in her presence was unbounded. He obeyed the creature's mere look, and watched her movements as a dog watches every gesture of his master. In short, as Madame Auchan remarked, at 57 years of age he seemed older than Monsieur Auchan, an octogenarian. Everyone will suppose, and with reason, that Max's apartment was worthy of so charming a fellow. In fact, in the course of 6 years, our captain had by degrees perfected the comfort of his abode, and adorned every detail of it as much for his own pleasure as for Flore's. But it was, after all, only the comfort and luxury of Issoudun. Colored tiles, rather elegant wallpapers, mahogany furniture, mirrors in gilt frames, muslin curtains with red borders, a bed with a canopy, and draperies arranged as the provincial upholsterers arrange them for a rich bride, which in the eyes of Issoudun seemed the height of luxury, but are so common in vulgar fashion plates that even the petty shopkeepers in Paris have discarded them at their weddings. One very unusual thing appeared, which caused much talk in Issoudun, namely a rush matting on the stairs, no doubt to muffle the sound of feet. In fact, though Max was in the habit of coming in at daybreak, he never woke anyone, and Rouget was far from suspecting that his guest was an accomplice in the nocturnal performances of the nights of idleness. About 8 o'clock the next morning, Flore, wearing a dressing-gown of some pretty cotton stuff with narrow pink stripes, a lace cap on her head, and her feet in furred slippers, softly opened the door of Max's chamber. Seeing that he slept, she remained standing beside the bed. "He came in so late," she said to herself. "It was 3:30. He must have a good constitution to stand such amusements. Isn't he strong, the dear love? I wonder what they did last night." "Oh, there you are, my little Flore," said Max, waking like a soldier trained by the necessities of war to have his wits and his self-possession about him the instant that he waked, however suddenly it might happen. "You are sleepy. I'll go away." "No, stay. There's something serious going on." "Were you up to some mischief last night?" Bah! It concerns you and me and that old fool. You never told me he had a family. Well, his family are coming here, no doubt to turn us out, neck and crop." "I'll shake him well," said Flore. "Mademoiselle Brazier," said Max gravely, "things are too serious for giddiness. Send me my coffee. I'll take it in bed, where I'll think over what we had better do. Come back at 9 o'clock, and we'll talk about it. Meanwhile, behave as if you had heard nothing." Frightened at the news, Flore left Max and went to make his coffee. But a quarter of an hour later, Baruch burst into Max's bedroom, crying out to the Grand Master, "Fario is hunting for his barrow." In 5 minutes Max was dressed and in the street, and though he sauntered along with apparent indifference, he soon reached the foot of the tower embankment, where he found quite a collection of people. "What is it?" asked Max, making his way through the crowd and reaching the Spaniard. Fario was a withered little man, as ugly as though he were a blue-blooded grandee. His fiery eyes, placed very close to his nose and piercing as a gimlet, would have won him the name of a sorcerer in Naples. He seemed gentle because he was calm, quiet, and slow in his movements, and for this reason people commonly called him the good man Fario. But his skin, the color of gingerbread, and his softness of manner only hid from stupid eyes and disclosed to observing ones the half-Moorish nature of a peasant of Granada, which nothing had as yet roused from its phlegmatic indolence. "Are you sure," Max said to him, after listening to his grievance, "that you brought your cart to this place? For, thank God, there are no thieves in Issoudun." "I left it just there." "If the horse was harnessed to it, hasn't he drawn it somewhere?" "Here's the horse," said Fario, pointing to the animal, which stood harnessed 30 feet away. Max went gravely up to the place where the horse stood, because from there the bottom of the tower at the top of the embankment could be seen, the crowd being at the foot of the mound. Everybody followed Max, and that was what the scoundrel wanted. "Has anybody thoughtlessly put a cart in his pocket?" cried Francois. "Turn out your pockets, all of you," said Baruch. Shouts of laughter resounded on all sides. Fario swore. Oaths, with a Spaniard, denote the highest pitch of anger. "Was your cart light?" asked Max. "Light?" cried Fario. "If those who laugh at me had it on their feet, their corns would never hurt them again." "Well, it must be devilishly light," answered Max, "for look there," pointing to the foot of the tower. "It has flown up the embankment." At these words all eyes were lifted to the spot, and for a moment there was a perfect uproar in the marketplace. Each man pointed at the barrow bewitched, and all their tongues wagged. "The devil makes common cause with the innkeepers," said Godet to the astonished Spaniard. "He means to teach you not to leave your cart about in the streets, but to put it in the tavern stables." At this speech the crowd hooted, for Fario was thought to be a miser. "Come, my good fellow," said Max, "don't lose heart. We'll go up to the tower and see how your barrow got there. Thunder and cannon, we'll lend you a hand. Come along, Baruch." "As for you," he whispered to Francois, "get the people to stand back, and make sure there is nobody at the foot of the embankment when you see us at the top." Fario, Max, Baruch, and 3 other knights climbed to the foot of the tower. During the rather perilous ascent, Max and Fario noticed that no damage to the embankment, nor even trace of the passage of the barrow, could be seen. Fario began to imagine witchcraft, and lost his head. When they reached the top and examined into the matter, it really seemed a thing impossible that the cart had got there. "How shall I ever get it down?" said the Spaniard, whose little eyes began for the first time to show fear, while his swarthy yellow face, which seemed as if it could never change color, whitened. "How?" said Max. "Why, that's not difficult. and taking advantage of the Spaniard's stupefaction, he raised the barrow by the shafts with his robust arms and prepared to fling it down, calling in thundering tones as it left his grasp, "Look out there below!" No accident happened, for the crowd, persuaded by Francois and eaten up with curiosity, had retired to a distance from which they could see more clearly what went on at the top of the embankment. The cart was dashed to an infinite number of pieces in a very picturesque manner. "There, you have got it down," said Baruch. "Ah, brigands! Ah, scoundrels!" cried Fario. "Perhaps it was you who brought it up here." Max, Baruch, and their three comrades began to laugh at the Spaniard's rage. "I wanted to do you a service," said Max coolly, "and in handling the damned thing I came very near flinging myself after it. And this is how you thank me, is it? What country do you come from?" "I come from a country where they never forgive," replied Fario, trembling with rage. "My cart will be the cab in which you shall drive to the devil. Unless," he said, suddenly becoming as meek as a lamb, "you will give me a new one." "We will talk about that," said Max, beginning to descend. When they reached the bottom and met the first hilarious group, Max took Fario by the button of his jacket and said to him, "Yes, my good Fario, I'll give you a magnificent cart if you will give me 250 francs, but I won't warrant it to go, like this one, up a tower." At this last jest, Fario became as cool as though he were making a bargain. "Damn it," he said, "give me the wherewithal to replace my barrow, and it will be the best use you ever made of old Rouget's money." Max turned livid. He raised his formidable fist to strike Fario, but Baruch, who knew that the blow would descend on others besides the Spaniard, plucked the latter away like a feather, and whispered to Max, "Don't commit such a folly." The Grand Master, thus called to order, began to laugh, and said to Fario, "If I by accident broke your barrow, and you in return try to slander me, we are quits." "Not yet," muttered Fario, "but I am glad to know what my barrow was worth." "Ah, Max, you've found your match," said a spectator of the scene who did not belong to the order of idleness. "Adieu, Monsieur Gillet. I haven't thanked you yet for lending me a hand," cried the Spaniard, as he kicked the sides of his horse and disappeared amid loud hurrahs. "We will keep the tires of the wheels for you," shouted a wheelwright who had come to inspect the damage done to the cart. One of the shafts was sticking upright in the ground, as straight as a tree. Max stood by, pale and thoughtful, and deeply annoyed by Fario's speech. For 5 days after this, nothing was talked of in Issoudun but the tale of the Spaniard's barrow. It was even fated to travel abroad, as Godet remarked, for it went the round of Berry, where the speeches of Fario and Max were repeated, and at the end of a week the affair, greatly to the Spaniard's satisfaction, was still the talk of the three departments and the subject of endless gossip. In consequence of the vindictive Spaniard's terrible speech, Max and the Rabouilleuse became the object of certain comments which were merely whispered in Issoudun, though they were spoken aloud in Bourges, Vaton, Vierzon, and Châteauroux. Maxence Gillet knew enough of that region of the country to guess how envenomed such comments would become. "We can't stop their tongues," he said at last. I did a foolish thing." "Max," said Francois, taking his arm, "they are coming tonight." "They? Who?" "The Brideaus. My grandmother has just had a letter from her goddaughter." "Listen, my boy," said Max in a low voice. "I have been thinking deeply of this matter. Neither Flore nor I ought to seem opposed to the Bridots. If those heirs are to be got rid of, it is for you Auchans to drive them out of Issoudun. Find out what sort of people they are. Tomorrow, at Mère Cognette's, after I've taken their measure, we can decide what is to be done, and how we can set your grandfather against them." "The Spaniard found the flaw in Max's armor," said Baruch to his cousin Francois, as they turned into Monsieur Auchan's house and watched their comrade entering his own door. While Max was thus employed, Flore, in spite of her friend's advice, was unable to restrain her wrath, and without knowing whether she would help or hinder Max's plans, she burst forth upon the poor bachelor. When Jean-Jacques incurred the anger of his mistress, the little attentions and vulgar fondlings which were all his joy were suddenly suppressed. Flore sent her master, as the children say, into disgrace. No more tender glances, no more of the caressing little words in various tones with which she decked her conversation. "My kitten, my old darling, my Bibi, my rat," etc. You, cold and sharp and ironically respectful, cut like the blade of a knife through the heart of the miserable old bachelor. The "you" was a declaration of war. Instead of helping the poor man with his toilet, handing him what he wanted, forestalling his wishes, looking at him with the sort of admiration which all women know how to express, and which in some cases the coarser it is the better it pleases, saying, for instance, "You look as fresh as a rose," or "What health you have! How handsome you are, my old Jean!" In short, instead of entertaining him with the lively chatter and broad jokes in which he delighted, Flore left him to dress alone. If he called her, she answered from the foot of the staircase. "I can't do everything at once. How can I look after your breakfast and wait upon you up there? Are not you big enough to dress your own self?" "Oh dear, what have I done to displease her?" the old man asked himself that morning, as he got one of these rebuffs after calling for his shaving water. "Vedi, take up the hot water," cried Flore. "Vedi," exclaimed the poor man, stupefied with fear of the anger that was crushing him. "Vedi, what is the matter with Madame this morning?" Flore Brassier required her master and Vedi and Kowski and Max to call her Madame. "She seems to have heard something about you which isn't to your credit," answered Vedi, assuming an air of deep concern. "You are doing wrong, monsieur. I'm only a poor servant woman, and you may say I have no right to poke my nose into your affairs. But I do say you may search through all the women in the world, like that king in Holy Scripture, and you won't find the equal of Madame. You ought to kiss the ground she steps on. Goodness, if you make her unhappy, you'll only spoil your own life. There she is, poor thing, with her eyes full of tears." Vedi left the poor man utterly cast down. He dropped into an armchair and gazed into vacancy like the melancholy imbecile that he was, and forgot to shave. These alternations of tenderness and severity worked upon this feeble creature, whose only life was through his amorous fibre, the same morbid effect which great changes from tropical heat to arctic cold produce upon the human body. It was a moral pleurisy, which wore him out like a physical disease. Flore alone could thus affect him, for to her, and to her alone, he was as good as he was foolish. "Well, haven't you shaved yet?" she said, appearing at his door. Her sudden presence made the old man start violently, and from being pale and cast down, he grew red for an instant, without, however, daring to complain of her treatment. "Your breakfast is waiting," she added. "You can come down as you are, in dressing-gown and slippers, for you'll breakfast alone, I can tell you." Without waiting for an answer, she disappeared. To make him breakfast alone was the punishment he dreaded most. He loved to talk to her as he ate his meals. When he got to the foot of the staircase, he was taken with a fit of coughing, for emotion excited his catarrh. "Cough away," said Flore in the kitchen, without caring whether he heard her or not. "Confound the old wretch! He is able enough to get over it without bothering others. If he coughs up his soul, it will only be after—" Such were the amenities the Rabouilleuse addressed to Rouget when she was angry. The poor man sat down in deep distress at a corner of the table in the middle of the room, and looked at his old furniture and the old pictures with a disconsolate air. "You might at least have put on a cravat," said Flore. "Do you think it is pleasant for people to see such a neck as yours, which is redder and more wrinkled than a turkey's?" "But what have I done?" he asked, lifting his big light green eyes, full of tears, to his tormentor, and trying to face her hard countenance. "What have you done?" she exclaimed. "As if you didn't know! Oh, what a hypocrite! Your sister Agathe, who is as much your sister as I am sister of the Tower of Issoudun, if one's to believe your father, and who has no claim at all upon you, is coming here from Paris with her son, a miserable twopenny painter, to see you." "My sister and my nephews coming to Issoudun?" he said, bewildered. "Oh, yes, play the surprised, do. Try to make me believe you didn't send for them. Sowing your lies with white bread, indeed. Don't fash yourself. We won't trouble your Parisians. Before they set their feet in this house, we shall have shaken the dust of it off ours. Max and I will be gone, never to return. As for your will, I'll tear it in quarters under your nose and to your very beard, do you hear? Leave your property to your family, if you don't think we are your family, and then see if you'll be loved for yourself by a lot of people who have not seen you for 30 years, who in fact have never seen you. Is it that sort of sister who can take my place? A pinchbeck saint?" "If that's all, my little Flore," said the old man, "I won't receive my sister or my nephews. I swear to you this is the first word I have heard of their coming. It's all got up by that Madame Auchamp, a sanctimonious old—" Max, who had overheard old Rouget's words, entered suddenly, and said in a masterful tone, "What's all this?" "My good Max," said the old man, glad to get the protection of the soldier, who, by agreement with Flore, always took his side in a dispute, "I swear by all that is most sacred that I now hear this news for the first time. I have never written to my sister. My father made me promise not to leave her any of my property, to leave it to the church sooner than to her. Well, I won't receive my sister Agathe to this house, or her sons." "Your father was wrong, my dear Jean-Jacques, and Madame Brazier is still more wrong," answered Max. "Your father no doubt had his reasons, but he is dead, and his hatred should die with him. Your sister is your sister, and your nephews are your nephews. You owe it to yourself to welcome them, and you owe it to us as well. What would people say in Issoudun? Thunder, I've got enough upon my shoulders as it is, without hearing people say that we shut you up, and don't allow you a will of your own, or that we influence you against your relations and are trying to get hold of your property. The devil take me if I don't pull up stakes and be off, if that sort of calumny is to be flung at me. The other is bad enough. Let's eat our breakfast." Flore, who was now as mild as a weasel, helped Védie to set the table. Old Rouget, full of admiration for Max, took him by both hands and led him into the recess of a window, saying in a low voice, "Ah, Max, if I had a son, I couldn't love him better than I love you. Flore is right. You two are my real family. You are a man of honor, Max, and what you have just said is true. You ought to receive and entertain your sister and her son, but not change the arrangements you have made about your property," said Max. "In that way you will do what is right in the eyes of the world, and yet keep your promise to your father." "Well, my dear loves," cried Flore gaily, "the salmi is getting cold. Come, my old rat, here's a wing for you," she said, smiling on Jean-Jacques. At the words, the long-drawn face of the poor creature lost its cadaverous tints. The smile of a teriyaki flickered upon his pendant lips, but he was seized with another fit of coughing, for the joy of being taken back to favour excited as violent an emotion as the punishment itself. Flore rose, pulled a little cashmere shawl from her own shoulders, and tied it round the old man's throat, exclaiming, "How silly to put yourself in such a way about nothing! There, you old goose, that will do you good. It has been next my heart." "What a good creature!" said Rouget to Max, while Flore went to fetch a black velvet cap to cover the nearly bald head of the old bachelor. "As good as she is beautiful," answered Max, "but she is quick-tempered, like all people who carry their hearts in their hands." The baldness of this sketch may displease some, who will think the flashes of Flore's character belong to the sort of realism which a painter ought to leave in shadow. Well, this scene, played again and again with shocking variations, is, in its coarse way and its horrible veracity, the type of such scenes played by women on whatever rung of the social ladder they are perched, when any interest, no matter what, draws them from their own line of obedience and induces them to grasp at power. In their eyes, as in those of politicians, all means to an end are justifiable. Between Flore Brassier and a duchess, between a duchess and the richest bourgeoise, between a bourgeoise and the most luxuriously kept mistress, there are no differences except those of the education they have received and the surroundings in which they live. The pouting of a fine lady is the same thing as the violence of a Rabouilleuse. At all levels, bitter sayings, ironical jests, cold contempt, hypocritical complaints, false quarrels win as much success as the low outbursts of this Madame Évrard of Issoudun. Max began to relate with much humour the tale of Fario and his barrow, which made the old man laugh. Védie and Kowski, who came to listen, exploded in the kitchen, and as to Flore, she laughed convulsively. After breakfast, while Jean-Jacques read the newspapers, for they subscribed to the Constitutionnel and the Pandore, Max carried Flore to his own quarters. "Are you quite sure he has not made any other will since the one in which he left the property to you?" "He hasn't anything to write with," she answered. "He might have dictated it to some notary," said Max. "We must look out for that. Therefore, it is well to be cordial to the Bridauxs, and at the same time endeavour to turn those mortgages into money. The notaries will be only too glad to make the transfers. It is grist to their mill. The funds are going up. We shall conquer Spain and deliver Ferdinand VII and the Cortes, and then they will be above par. You and I could make a good thing out of it by putting the old fellow's 750,000 francs into the funds at 89. Only you must try to get it done in your name. It will be so much secured anyhow." "A capital idea," said Flore. "And as there will be an income of 50,000 francs from 890,000, we must make him borrow 140,000 francs for 2 years, to be paid back in 2 installments. In 2 years we shall get 100,000 francs in Paris, and 90,000 here, and risk nothing." "If it were not for you, my handsome Max, what would become of me now?" she said. "Oh, tomorrow night at Mère Cognette's, after I have seen the Parisians, I shall find a way to make the Auchan's themselves get rid of them." "Ah, what a head you've got, my angel. You are a love of a man." The Place Saint-Jean is at the centre of a long street called at the upper end the Rue Grande Narette, and at the lower the Rue Petite Narette. The word Narette is used in Berry to express the same lay of the land as the Genoese word salita indicates, that is to say, a steep street. The Grande Narette rises rapidly from the Place Saint-Jean to the Porte Villate. The house of old Monsieur Auchan is exactly opposite that of Jean-Jacques Rouget. From the windows of the room where Madame Auchan usually sat, it was easy to see what went on at the Rouget household, and vice versa when the curtains were drawn back or the doors were left open. The Auchan house was like the Rouget house, and the two were doubtless built by the same architect. Monsieur Auchan, formerly tax collector at Celles in Berry, born, however, at Issoudun, had returned to his native place and married the sister of the sub-delegate, the gay Lousteau, exchanging his office at Celles for another of the same kind at Issoudun. Having retired before 1787, he escaped the dangers of the Revolution, to whose principles, however, he firmly adhered, like all other honest men who howl with the winners. Monsieur Auchan came honestly by the reputation of miser, but it would be mere repetition to sketch him here. A single specimen of the avarice which made him famous will suffice to make you see Monsieur Auchan as he was. At the wedding of his daughter, now dead, who married a Borniche, it was necessary to give a dinner to the Borniche family. The bridegroom, who was heir to a large fortune, had suffered great mortification from having mismanaged his property, and still more because his father and mother refused to help him out. The old people, who were living at the time of the marriage, were delighted to see Monsieur Auchan step in as guardian, for the purpose, of course, of making his daughter's dowry secure. On the day of the dinner, which was given to celebrate the signing of the marriage contract, the chief relations of the two families were assembled in the salon, the Auchans on one side, the Borniches on the other, all in their best clothes. While the contract was being solemnly read aloud by young Ayon, the notary, the cook came into the room and asked Monsieur Auchan for some twine to truss up the turkey, an essential feature of the repast. The old man dove into the pocket of his surtout, pulled out an end of a string which had evidently already served to tie up a parcel, and gave it to her, but before she could leave the room he called out, "Grete, mind you give it back to me." Grete is the abbreviation used in Berry for Marguerite. From year to year, old Auchan grew more petty in his meanness and more penurious, and at this time he was 85 years old. He belonged to the class of men who stop short in the street in the middle of a lively dialogue and stoop to pick up a pin, remarking as they stick it in the sleeve of their coat, "There's the wife's stipend." He complained bitterly of the poor quality of the cloth manufactured nowadays, and called attention to the fact that his coat had lasted only 10 years. Tall, gaunt, thin, and sallow, saying little, reading little, and doing nothing to fatigue himself, as observant of forms as an Oriental, he enforced in his own house a discipline of strict abstemiousness, weighing and measuring out the food and drink of the family, which indeed was rather numerous, and consisted of his wife, née Lousteau, his grandson Borniche, with a sister Adolphine, the heirs of old Borniche, and lastly his other grandson, François Auchan. Auchan's eldest son was taken by the draft of 1813, which drew in the sons of well-to-do families who had escaped the regular conscription and were now formed into a corps styled the Guards of Honor. This heir presumptive, who was killed at Hanau, had married early in life a rich woman, intending thereby to escape all conscriptions. But after he was enrolled, he wasted his substance under a presentiment of his end. His wife, who followed the army at a distance, died at Strasbourg in 1814, leaving debts which her father-in-law Auchan refused to pay, answering the creditors with an axiom of ancient law: "Women are minors." The house, though large, was scantily furnished. On the second floor, however, there were 2 rooms suitable for Madame Bridau and Joseph. Old Auchan now repented that he had kept them furnished with 2 beds, each bed accompanied by an old armchair of natural wood covered with needlework, and a walnut table on which figured a water pitcher of the wide-mouthed kind, called gueulard, standing in a basin with a blue border. The old man kept his winter store of apples and pears, medlars and quinces on heaps of straw in these rooms, where the rats and mice ran riot, so that they exhaled a mingled odor of fruit and vermin. Madame Auchan now directed that everything should be cleaned. The wallpaper, which had peeled off in places, was fastened up again with wafers, and she decorated the windows with little curtains which she pieced together from old hoards of her own. Her husband having refused to let her buy a strip of drugget, she laid down her own bedside carpet for her little Agathe. Poor little thing, as she called the mother, who was now over 47 years old. Madame Auchan borrowed 2 night tables from a neighbor, and boldly hired 2 chests of drawers with brass handles from a dealer in second-hand furniture who lived next to Mère Cognette. She herself had preserved 2 pairs of candlesticks, carved in choice woods by her own father, who had the turning mania. From 1770 to 1780, it was the fashion among rich people to learn a trade, and Monsieur Lousteau, the father, was a turner, just as Louis XVI was a locksmith. These candlesticks were ornamented with circlets made of the roots of rose, peach, and apricot trees. Madame Auchan actually risked the use of her precious relics. These preparations and this sacrifice increased old Auchan's anxiety. Up to this time he had not believed in the arrival of the Bridots. The morning of the day that was celebrated by the trick on Fario, Madame Auchan said to her husband after breakfast, "I hope, Auchan, that you will receive my goddaughter, Madame Bridau, properly." Then, after making sure that her grandchildren were out of hearing, she added, "I am mistress of my own property. Don't oblige me to make up to Agathe in my will for any incivility on your part." "Do you think, madame," answered Auchan in a mild voice, "that at my age I don't know the forms of decent civility?" "You know very well what I mean, you crafty old thing. Be friendly to our guests, and remember that I love Agathe." "And you love Maxence Gilet also, who is getting the property away from your dear Agathe. Ah, you've warmed a viper in your bosom there. But, after all, the Rouget money is bound to go to a Lousteau." After making this allusion to the supposed parentage of both Max and Agathe, Auchan turned to leave the room. But old Madame Auchan, a woman still erect and spare, wearing a round cap with ribbon knots and her hair powdered, a taffet petticoat of changeable colours like a pigeon's breast, tight sleeves, and her feet in high-heeled slippers, deposited her snuff-box on a little table, and said, "Really, Monsieur Auchan, how can a man of your sense repeat absurdities, which unhappily cost my poor friend her peace of mind, and Agathe the property which she ought to have had from her father? Max Gilet is not the son of my brother, whom I often advised to save the money he paid for him. You know as well as I do that Madame Rouget was virtue itself. And the daughter takes after her, for she strikes me as uncommonly stupid. After losing all her fortune, she brings her sons up so well that here is one in prison, and likely to be brought up on a criminal indictment before the Court of Peers for a conspiracy worthy of Berton. As for the other, he is worse off. He's a painter. If your protégés are to stay here till they have extricated that fool of a Rouget from the claws of Gilet and the Rabouilleuse, we shall eat a good deal more than half a measure of salt with them." "That's enough, Monsieur Auchan. You had better wish that they may not have two strings to their bow." Monsieur Auchan took his hat and his cane with an ivory knob, and went away petrified by that terrible speech, for he had no idea that his wife could show such resolution. Madame Auchan took her prayer book to read the service, for her advanced age prevented her from going daily to church. It was only with difficulty that she got there on Sundays and holidays. Since receiving her goddaughter's letter, she had added a petition to her usual prayers, supplicating God to open the eyes of Jean-Jacques Rouget, and to bless Agathe and prosper the expedition into which she herself had drawn her. Concealing the fact from her grandchildren, whom she accused of being parpaillots, she had asked the curate to say a mass for Agathe's success during a neuvaine which was being held by her granddaughter, Adolphine Borniche, who thus made her prayers in church by proxy. Adolphine, then 18, who for the last 7 years had sewed at the side of her grandmother in that cold household of monotonous and methodical customs, had undertaken her neuvaine all the more willingly because she hoped to inspire some feeling in Joseph Bridau, in whom she took the deepest interest because of the monstrosities which her grandfather attributed, in her hearing, to the young Parisian. All the old people and sensible people of the town, and the fathers of families, approved of Madame Auchan's conduct in receiving her goddaughter, and their good wishes for the latter's success were in proportion to the secret contempt with which the conduct of Maxence Gilet had long inspired them. Thus the news of the arrival of Rouget's sister and nephew raised two parties in Issoudun, that of the higher and older bourgeoisie, who contented themselves with offering good wishes and in watching events without assisting them, and that of the Knights of Idleness and the partisans of Max, who, unfortunately, were capable of committing many high-handed outrages against the Parisians. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Two Brothers by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Catherine Prescott Wormley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Agathe and Joseph arrived at the coach office of the Messagerie Royale in the Place Misère at 3 o'clock. Though tired with the journey, Madame Bridau felt her youth revive at sight of her native land, where at every step she came upon memories and impressions of her girlish days. In the then condition of public opinion in Issoudun, the arrival of the Parisians was known all over the town in 10 minutes. Madame Auchan came out upon her doorstep to welcome her godchild and kissed her as though she were really a daughter. After 72 years of a barren and monotonous existence, exhibiting in their retrospect the graves of her 3 children, all unhappy in their lives and all dead, she had come to feel a sort of fictitious motherhood for the young girl whom she had, as she expressed it, carried in her pouch for 16 years. Through the gloom of provincial life, the old woman had cherished this early friendship, this girlish memory, as closely as if Agathe had remained near her, and she had also taken the deepest interest in Bridau. Agathe was led in triumph to the salon where Monsieur Auchan was stationed, chilling as a tepid oven. "Here is Monsieur Auchan. How does he seem to you?" asked his wife. "Precisely the same as when I last saw him," said the Parisian woman. "Ah, it is easy to see you come from Paris. You are so complimentary," remarked the old man. The presentations took place. First, young Baruch Borniche, a tall youth of 22, then François Auchan, 24, and lastly little Adolphine, who blushed and did not know what to do with her arms. She was anxious not to seem to be looking at Joseph Bridau, who in his turn was narrowly observed, though from different points of view, by the 2 young men and by old Auchan. The miser was saying to himself, "He is just out of the hospital. He will be as hungry as a convalescent." The young men were saying, "What a head! What a brigand! We shall have our hands full." "This is my son, the painter, my good Joseph," said Agathe at last, presenting the artist. There was an effort in the accent that she put upon the word good, which revealed the mother's heart, whose thoughts were really in the prison of the Luxembourg. "He looks ill," said Madame Auchan. "He is not at all like you." "No, madame," said Joseph, with the brusque candour of an artist. "I am like my father, and very ugly at that." Madame Auchan pressed Agathe's hand, which she was holding, and glanced at her as much as to say, "Ah, my child, I understand now why you prefer your good-for-nothing Philippe." "I never saw your father, my dear boy," she said aloud. "It is enough to make me love you that you are your mother's son. Besides, you have talent, so the late Madame Descoings used to write to me. She was the only one of late years who told me much about you." "Talent!" exclaimed the artist. "Not as yet, but with time and patience I may win fame and fortune." "By painting?" said Monsieur Auchan ironically. "Come, Adolphine," said Madame Auchan. "Go and see about dinner." "Mother," said Joseph, "I will attend to the trunks which they are bringing in." "Auchan," said the grandmother to François, "show the rooms to Monsieur Bridau." As the dinner was to be served at 4 o'clock, and it was now only 3:30, Baruch rushed into the town to tell the news of the Bridau arrival, describe Agat's dress, and more particularly to picture Joseph, whose haggard, unhealthy, and determined face was not unlike the ideal of a brigand. That evening Joseph was the topic of conversation in all the households of Issoudun. "That sister of Rouget must have seen a monkey before her son was born," said one. "He is the image of a baboon." "He has the face of a brigand and the eyes of a basilisk." "All artists are like that." "They are as wicked as the red ass and as spiteful as monkeys." "It is part of their business." "I have just seen Monsieur Beaussier, and he says he would not like to meet him in a dark wood. He saw him in the diligence." "He has got hollows over the eyes like a horse, and he laughs like a maniac." "The fellow looks as though he were capable of anything. Perhaps it's his fault that his brother, a fine handsome man, they tell me, has gone to the bad. Poor Madame Bridau doesn't seem as if she were very happy with him." "Suppose we take advantage of his being here and have our portraits painted." The result of all these observations, scattered through the town, was naturally to excite curiosity. All those who had the right to visit the Auchamps resolved to call that very night and examine the Parisians. The arrival of these two persons in the stagnant town was like the falling of a beam into a community of frogs. After stowing his mother's things and his own into the 2 attic chambers, which he examined as he did so, Joseph took note of the silent house, where the walls, the staircase, the woodwork were devoid of decoration and humid with frost, and where there was literally nothing beyond the merest necessaries. He felt the brusque transition from his poetic Paris to the dumb and arid province, and when coming downstairs he chanced to see Monsieur Auchamp cutting slices of bread for each person, he understood, for the first time in his life, Molière's Harpagon. "We should have done better to go to an inn," he said to himself. The aspect of the dinner confirmed his apprehensions. After a soup whose watery clearness showed that quantity was more considered than quality, the bouillie was served, ceremoniously garnished with parsley, the vegetables in a dish by themselves being counted into the items of the repast. The bouillie held the place of honor in the middle of the table, accompanied with 3 other dishes: hard-boiled eggs on sorrel opposite to the vegetables, then a salad dressed with nut oil to face little cups of custard, whose flavouring of burnt oats did service as vanilla, which it resembles much as coffee made of chicory resembles mocha. Butter and radishes in 2 plates were at each end of the table. Pickled gherkins and horseradish completed the spread, which won Madame Auchamp's approbation. The good old woman gave a contented little nod when she saw that her husband had done things properly, for the first day at least. The old man answered with a glance and a shrug of his shoulders, which it was easy to translate into, "See the extravagances you force me to commit." As soon as Monsieur Auchamp had, as it were, slivered the bouillie into slices about as thick as the sole of a dancing shoe, that dish was replaced by another containing 3 pigeons. The wine was of the country, vintage 1811. On a hint from her grandmother, Adolphine had decorated each end of the table with a bunch of flowers. "At Rome, as the Romans do," thought the artist, looking at the table and beginning to eat like a man who had breakfasted at Vierzon at 6 o'clock in the morning on an execrable cup of coffee. When Joseph had eaten up all his bread and asked for more, Monsieur Auchamp rose, slowly searched in the pocket of his surtout for a key, unlocked a cupboard behind him, broke off a section of a 12-pound loaf, carefully cut a round of it, then divided the round in two, laid the pieces on a plate, and passed the plate across the table to the young painter, with the silence and coolness of an old soldier who says to himself on the eve of battle, "Well, I can meet death." Joseph took the half-slice and fully understood that he was not to ask for any more. No member of the family was the least surprised at this extraordinary performance. The conversation went on. Agathe learned that the house in which she was born, her father's house before he inherited that of the old Descoings, had been bought by the Borniches. She expressed a wish to see it once more. "No doubt," said her godmother, "the Borniches will be here this evening. We shall have half the town, who want to examine you," she added, turning to Joseph, "and they will all invite you to their houses." Griet, who, in spite of her 60 years, was the only servant of the house, brought in for dessert the famous ripe cheese of Touraine and Berry, made of goat's milk, whose mouldy discolorations so distinctly reproduce the pattern of the vine leaves on which it is served, that Touraine ought to have invented the art of engraving. On either side of these little cheeses, Griet, with a company air, placed nuts and some time-honoured biscuits. "Well, Griet, the fruit?" said Madame Auchamp. "But, madame, there is none rotten," answered Griet. Joseph went off into roars of laughter, as though he were among his comrades in the atelier, for he suddenly perceived that the parsimony of eating only the fruits which were beginning to rot had degenerated into a settled habit. "Bah! We can eat them all the same," he exclaimed, with the heedless gaiety of a man who will have his say. "Monsieur Auchamp, pray get some," said the old lady. Monsieur Auchamp, much incensed at the artist's speech, fetched some peaches, pears, and St. Catherine plums. "Adolphine, go and gather some grapes," said Madame Auchamp to her granddaughter. Joseph looked at the two young men as much as to say, "Is it to such high living as this that you owe your healthy faces?" Baruch understood the keen glance and smiled, for he and his cousin Auchamp were behaving with much discretion. The home life was of less importance to youths who supped 3 times the week at Mère Cognat's. Moreover, just before dinner, Baruch had received notice that the Grand Master convoked the whole order at midnight for a magnificent supper, in the course of which a great enterprise would be arranged. The feast of welcome given by old Auchamp to his guests explains how necessary were the nocturnal repasts at the Cognats to 2 young fellows blessed with good appetites, who, we may add, never missed any of them. "We will take the liqueur in the salon," said Madame Auchamp, rising and motioning to Joseph to give her his arm. As they went out before the others, she whispered to the painter, My poor boy, this dinner won't give you an indigestion, but I had hard work to get it for you. It is always Lent here. You will get enough just to keep life in you, and no more, so you must bear it patiently." The kind-heartedness of the old woman, who thus drew her own predicament, pleased the artist. "I have lived 50 years with that man, without ever hearing 6 gold pieces chink in my purse," she went on. "Oh, if I did not hope that you might save your property, I would never have brought you and your mother into my prison." "But how can you survive it?" cried Joseph naively, with the gaiety which a French artist never loses. "Ah, you may well ask," she said. "I pray." Joseph quivered as he heard the words, which raised the old woman so much in his estimation that he stepped back a little way to look into her face. It was radiant with so tender a serenity that he said to her, "Let me paint your portrait." "No, no," she answered. "I am too weary of life to wish to remain here on canvas." Gaily uttering the sad words, she opened a closet and brought out a flask containing ratafia, a domestic manufacture of her own, the receipt for which she obtained from the far-famed nuns, to whom is also due the celebrated cake of Issoudun, one of the great creations of French confectionery, which no chef, cook, pastry cook, or confectioner has ever been able to reproduce. Monsieur de Rivière, ambassador at Constantinople, ordered enormous quantities every year for the seraglio. Adolphine held a lacquer tray on which were a number of little old glasses with engraved sides and gilt edges, and as her grandmother filled each of them, she carried it to the company. "It seems as though my father's turn were coming round," exclaimed Agathe, to whom this immutable provincial custom recalled the scenes of her youth. "Auchan will go to his club presently to read the papers, and we shall have a little time to ourselves," said the old lady in a low voice. In fact, 10 minutes later, the three women and Joseph were alone in the salon, where the floor was never waxed, only swept, and the worsted work designs in oaken frames with grooved mouldings, and all the other plain and rather dismal furniture, seemed to Madame Bridau to be in exactly the same state as when she had left Issoudun. Monarchy, revolution, empire, and restoration, which respected little, had certainly respected this room, where their glories and their disasters had left not the slightest trace. "Ah, my godmother, in comparison with your life, mine has been cruelly tried," exclaimed Madame Bridau, surprised to find even a canary which she had known when alive, stuffed and standing on the mantel-shelf between the old clock, the old brass brackets, and the silver candlesticks. "My child," said the old lady, "trials are in the heart. The greater and more necessary the resignation, the harder the struggle with our own selves. But don't speak of me. Let us talk of your affairs. You are directly in front of the enemy," she added, pointing to the windows of the Rouget house. "They are sitting down to dinner," said Adolphine. The young girl, destined for a cloister, was constantly looking out of the window, in hopes of getting some light upon the enormities imputed to Maxence Gilet, the Rabouilleuse, and Jean-Jacques, of which a few words reached her ears whenever she was sent out of the room that others might talk about them. The old lady now told her granddaughter to leave her alone with Madame Bridau and Joseph until the arrival of visitors. "For," she said, turning to the Parisians, "I know my Issoudun by heart. We shall have 10 or 12 batches of inquisitive folk here tonight." In fact, Madame Auchan had hardly related the events and the details concerning the astounding influence obtained by Maxence Gilet and the Rabouilleuse over Jean-Jacques Rouget, without, of course, following the synthetical method with which they have been presented here, adding the many comments, descriptions, and hypotheses with which the good and evil tongues of the town embroidered them, before Adolphine announced the approach of the Borniche, Beaussier, Lousteau-Prangin, Fichet, Godet-Hérault families, in all 14 persons looming in the distance. "You now see, my dear child," said the old lady, concluding her tale, "that it will not be an easy matter to get this property out of the jaws of the wolf. It seems to me so difficult, with a scoundrel such as you represent him, and a daring woman like that crab girl, as to be actually impossible," remarked Joseph. "We should have to stay a year in Issoudun to counteract their influence and overthrow their dominion over my uncle. Money isn't worth such a struggle, not to speak of the meannesses to which we should have to condescend. My mother has only 2 weeks' leave of absence. Her place is a permanent one, and she must not risk it. As for me, in the month of October I have an important work, which Schinner has just obtained for me from a peer of France. So you see, madame, my future fortune is in my brushes." This speech was received by Madame Auchan with much amazement. Though relatively superior to the town she lived in, the old lady did not believe in painting. She glanced at her goddaughter and again pressed her hand. "This Maxence is the second volume of Philippe," whispered Joseph in his mother's ear, "only cleverer and better behaved. Well, madame," he said aloud, "we won't trouble Monsieur Auchan by staying very long." "Ah, you are young, you know nothing of the world," said the old lady. "A couple of weeks, if you are judicious, may produce great results. Listen to my advice, and act accordingly." "Oh, willingly," said Joseph. "I know I have a perfectly amazing incapacity for domestic statesmanship. For example, I am sure I don't know what Desroches himself would tell us to do if my uncle declines to see us." Mesdames Borniche, Godet-Hérault, Beaussier, Lousteau, Prangin, and Fichet, decorated with their husbands, here entered the room. When the 14 persons were seated and the usual compliments were over, Madame Auchan presented her goddaughter Agathe and Joseph. Joseph sat in his armchair all the evening, engaged in slyly studying the 60 faces which, from 5 o'clock until 9:30, posed for him gratis, as he afterwards told his mother. Such behavior before the aristocracy of Issoudun did not tend to change the opinion of the little town concerning him. Everyone went home ruffled by his sarcastic glances, uneasy under his smiles, and even frightened at his face, which seemed sinister to a class of people unable to recognize the singularities of genius. After 10 o'clock, when the household was in bed, Madame Auchan kept her goddaughter in her chamber until midnight. Secure from interruption, the two women told each other the sorrows of their lives and exchanged their sufferings. As Agathe listened to the last echoes of a soul that had missed its destiny, and felt the sufferings of a heart essentially generous and charitable, whose charity and generosity could never be exercised, she realized the immensity of the desert in which the powers of this noble, unrecognized soul had been wasted, and knew that she herself, with the little joys and interests of her city life relieving the bitter trials sent from God, was not the most unhappy of the two. "You who are so pious," she said, "explain to me my shortcomings. Tell me what it is that God is punishing in me." "He is preparing us, my child," answered the old woman, "for the striking of the last hour." At midnight, the Knights of Idleness were collecting, one by one, like shadows, under the trees of the Boulevard Baron, and speaking together in whispers. "What are we going to do?" was the first question of each as he arrived. "I think," said François, "that Max means merely to give us a supper." "No, matters are very serious for him, and for the Rabouilleuse. No doubt he has concocted some scheme against the Parisians." "It would be a good joke to drive them away." My grandfather, said Baruch, is terribly alarmed at having 2 extra mouths to feed, and he'd seize on any pretext. Well, comrades, cried Max softly, now appearing on the scene, why are you stargazing? The planets don't distill Kirschwasser. Come, let us go to Mere Cognetz. To Mere Cognetz, to Mere Cognetz, they all cried. The cry, uttered as with one voice, produced a clamor which rang through the town like the hurrah of troops rushing to an assault. Total silence followed. The next day, more than one inhabitant must have said to his neighbor, "Did you hear those frightful cries last night, about 1 o'clock? I thought there was surely a fire somewhere." A supper worthy of La Cognette brightened the faces of the 22 guests, for the whole order was present. At 2 in the morning, as they were beginning to siroter, a word in the vocabulary of the knights which admirably expresses the act of sipping and tasting the wine in small quantities, Max rose to speak. "My dear fellows, the honor of your Grand Master was grossly attacked this morning after our memorable joke with Farrio's cart. Attacked by a vile peddler, and what is more, a Spaniard. Oh, Cabrera! And I have resolved to make the scoundrel feel the weight of my vengeance, always, of course, within the limits we have laid down for our fun. After reflecting about it all day, I have found a trick which is worth putting into execution, a famous trick that will drive him crazy. While avenging the insult offered to the order in my person, we shall be feeding the sacred animals of the Egyptians, little beasts which are, after all, the creatures of God, and which man unjustly persecutes. Thus we see that good is the child of evil, and evil is the offspring of good. Such is the paramount law of the universe. I now order you all, on pain of displeasing your very humble Grand Master, to procure clandestinely, each one of you, 20 rats, male or female as heaven pleases. Collect your contingent within 3 days. If you can get more, the surplus will be welcome. Keep the interesting rodents without food, for it is essential that the delightful little beasts be ravenous with hunger. Please observe that I will accept both house mice and field mice as rats. If we multiply 22 by 20, we shall have 400. 400 accomplices let loose in the old church of the Capuchins, where Fario has stored all his grain, will consume a not insignificant quantity. But be lively about it. There's no time to lose. Fario is to deliver most of the grain to his customers in a week or so, and I am determined that that Spaniard shall find a terrible deficit. Gentlemen, I have not the merit of this invention," continued Max, observing the signs of general admiration. "Render to Caesar that which is Caesar's, and to God that which is God's. My scheme is only a reproduction of Samson's foxes, as related in the Bible. But Samson was an incendiary, and therefore no philanthropist, while we, like the Brahmins, are the protectors of a persecuted race. Mademoiselle Flore Brazier has already set all her mouse-traps, and Kowski, my right arm, is hunting field mice. I have spoken." "I know," said Godet, "where to find an animal that's worth 40 rats, himself alone." "What's that?" "A squirrel." "I offer a little monkey," said one of the younger members. "He'll make himself drunk on wheat." "Bad, very bad," exclaimed Max. "It would show who put the beasts there." "But we might each catch a pigeon some night," said young Beaussier, "taking them from different farms. If we put them through a hole in the roof, they'll attract thousands of others." "So then, for the next week, Farrio's storehouse is the order of the night," cried Max, smiling at Beausier. Recollect, people get up early in Saint-Paterne. Mind, too, that none of you go there without turning the soles of your list shoes backward. Knight Beausier, the inventor of pigeons, is made director. As for me, I shall take care to leave my imprint on the sacks of wheat. Gentlemen, you are, all of you, appointed to the commissariat of the army of rats. If you find a watchman sleeping in the church, you must manage to make him drunk, and do it cleverly, so as to get him far away from the scene of the rodents' orgy. You don't say anything about the Parisians? Questioned Godet. Oh, exclaimed Max, I want time to study them. Meantime, I offer my best shotgun, the one the Emperor gave me, a treasure from the manufactory at Versailles, to whoever finds a way to play the Bridots a trick which shall get them into difficulties with Madame and Monsieur Auchan, so that those worthy old people shall send them off, or they shall be forced to go of their own accord, without, understand me, injuring the venerable ancestors of my two friends here present, Baruch and Francois. All right, I'll think of it, said Godet, who coveted the gun. If the inventor of the trick doesn't care for the gun, he shall have my horse, added Max. After this night, 20 brains were tortured to lay a plot against Agathe and her son on the basis of Max's program. But the devil alone, or chance, could really help them to success, for the conditions given made the thing well nigh impossible. The next morning, Agathe and Joseph came downstairs just before the second breakfast, which took place at 10 o'clock. In Monsieur Auchan's household, the name of first breakfast was given to a cup of milk and slice of bread and butter which was taken in bed or when rising. While waiting for Madame Auchan, who, notwithstanding her age, went minutely through the ceremonies with which the duchesses of Louis XV's time performed their toilette, Joseph noticed Jean-Jacques Rouget planted squarely on his feet at the door of his house across the street. He naturally pointed him out to his mother, who was unable to recognize her brother, so little did he look like what he was when she left him. "That is your brother," said Adolphine, who entered, giving an arm to her grandmother. "What an idiot he looks like!" exclaimed Joseph. Agathe clasped her hands and raised her eyes to heaven. "What a state they have driven him to! Good God, can that be a man only 57 years old?" She looked attentively at her brother, and saw Flore Brazier standing directly behind him, with her hair dressed, a pair of snowy shoulders and a dazzling bosom showing through a gauze neckerchief, which was trimmed with lace. She was wearing a dress with a tight-fitting waist, made of grenadine, a silk material then much in fashion, with leg-of-mutton sleeves, so-called, fastened at the wrists by handsome bracelets. A gold chain rippled over the Crabbe girl's bosom as she leaned forward to give Jean-Jacques his black silk cap, lest he should take cold. The scene was evidently studied. "Hey!" cried Joseph. "There's a fine woman, and a rare one. She is made, as they say, to paint. What flesh tints! Oh, the lovely tones! What surface! What curves! Ah, those shoulders! She's a magnificent caryatid. What a model she would have been for one of Titian's Venuses." Adolphine and Madame Auchan thought he was talking Greek, but Agathe signed to them behind his back, as if to say that she was accustomed to such jargon. "So you think a creature who is depriving you of your property handsome?" said Madame Auchan. "That doesn't prevent her from being a splendid model, just plump enough not to spoil the hips and the general contour." "My son, you were not in your studio," said Agathe. "Adolphine is here." "Ah, true, I did wrong. But you must remember that ever since leaving Paris I have seen nothing but ugly women." "My dear godmother," said Agathe hastily, "how shall I be able to meet my brother if that creature is always with him?" "Bah!" said Joseph, "I'll go and see him myself. I don't think him such an idiot now I find he has the sense to rejoice his eyes with a Titian's Venus." "If he were not an idiot," said Monsieur Auchan, who had come in, "he would have married long ago and had children, and then you would have had no chance at the property. It is an ill wind that blows no good." "Your son's idea is very good," said Madame Auchan. "He ought to pay the first visit. He can make his uncle understand that if you call there, he must be alone." "That will affront Mademoiselle Brazier," said old Auchan. "No, no, madame, swallow the pill. If you can't get the whole property, secure a small legacy." The Auchans were not clever enough to match Max. In the middle of breakfast, Kowski brought over a letter from Monsieur Rouget, addressed to his sister, Madame Bridau. Madame Auchan made her husband read it aloud, as follows: "My dear sister, I learn from strangers of your arrival in Issoudun. I can guess the reason which made you prefer the house of Monsieur and Madame Auchan to mine. But if you will come to see me, you shall be received as you ought to be. I should certainly pay you the first visit if my health did not compel me just now to keep the house, for which I offer my affectionate regrets. I shall be delighted to see my nephew, whom I invite to dine with me tomorrow. Young men are less sensitive than women about the company. It will give me pleasure if Messieurs Baruch Borniche and Francois Auchan will accompany him. Your affectionate brother, J. Rouget. Say that we are at breakfast, but that Madame Bridau will send an answer presently, and the invitations are all accepted," said Monsieur Auchan to the servant. The old man laid a finger on his lips to require silence from everybody. When the street door was shut, Monsieur Auchan, little suspecting the intimacy between his grandsons and Max, threw one of his slyest looks at his wife and Agathe, remarking, "He is just as capable of writing that note as I am of giving away 25 louis. It is the soldier who is corresponding with us." "What does that portend?" asked Madame Auchan. "Well, never mind. We will answer him. As for you, monsieur," she added, turning to Joseph, "you must dine there. But if—" The old lady was stopped short by a look from her husband. Knowing how warm a friendship she felt for Agathe, old Auchan was in dread lest she should leave some legacy to her goddaughter, in case the latter lost the Rouget property. Though 15 years older than his wife, the miser hoped to inherit her fortune, and to become eventually the sole master of their whole property. That hope was a fixed idea with him. Madame Auchan knew that the best means of obtaining a few concessions from her husband was to threaten him with her will. Monsieur Auchan now took sides with his guests. An enormous fortune was at stake. With a sense of social justice, he wished it to go to the natural heirs instead of being pillaged by unworthy outsiders. Moreover, the sooner the matter was decided, the sooner he should get rid of his guests. Now that the struggle between the interlopers and the heirs, hitherto existing only in his wife's mind, had become an actual fact, Monsieur Auchan's keen intelligence, lulled to sleep by the monotony of provincial life, was fully roused. Madame Auchan had been agreeably surprised that morning to perceive, from a few affectionate words which the old man had said to her about Agathe, that so able and subtle an auxiliary was on the Bridau side. Towards midday, the brains of Monsieur and Madame Auchan, of Agathe and Joseph, the latter much amazed at the scrupulous care of the old people in the choice of words, were delivered of the following answer, concocted solely for the benefit of Max and Flore. My dear brother, if I have stayed away from Issoudun and kept up no intercourse with anyone, not even with you, the fault lies not merely with the strange and false ideas my father conceived about me, but with the joys and sorrows of my life in Paris. For if God made me a happy wife, he has also deeply afflicted me as a mother. You are aware that my son, your nephew Philippe, lies under accusation of a capital offense in consequence of his devotion to the Emperor. Therefore, you can hardly be surprised if a widow compelled to take a humble situation in a lottery office for a living should come to seek consolation from those among whom she was born. The profession adopted by the son who accompanies me is one that requires great talent, many sacrifices, and prolonged studies before any results can be obtained. Glory, for an artist, precedes fortune. Is not that to say that Joseph, though he may bring honor to the family, will still be poor? Your sister, my dear Jean-Jacques, would have borne in silence the penalties of paternal injustice, but you will pardon a mother for reminding you that you have 2 nephews, one of whom carried the Emperor's orders at the Battle of Montereau and served in the Guard at Waterloo, and is now in prison for his devotion to Napoleon. The other, from his 13th year, has been impelled by natural gifts to enter a difficult, though glorious, career. I thank you for your letter, my dear brother, with heartfelt warmth, for my own sake, and also for Joseph's, who will certainly accept your invitation. Illness excuses everything, my dear Jean-Jacques, and I shall therefore go to see you in your own house. A sister is always at home with a brother, no matter what may be the life he has adopted. I embrace you tenderly. Agathe Rouget. There's the matter started. Now, when you see him, said Monsieur Auchan to Agathe, you must speak plainly to him about his nephews. The letter was carried over by Gritte, who returned 10 minutes later to render an account to her masters of all that she had seen and heard, according to a settled provincial custom. Since yesterday, madame has had the whole house cleaned up, which she left. Whom do you mean by madame? Asked Auchan. That's what they call the Rabouilleuse over there, answered Gritte. She left the salon and all Monsieur Rouget's part of the house in a pitiable state, but since yesterday the rooms have been made to look like what they were before Monsieur Maxence went to live there. You can see your face on the floors. La Védie told me that Kowski went off on horseback at 5 o'clock this morning and came back at 9, bringing provisions. It is going to be a grand dinner, a dinner fit for the Archbishop of Bourges. There's a fine bustle in the kitchen, and they are as busy as bees. The old man says, I want to do honor to my nephew, and he pokes his nose into everything. It appears the Rougets are highly flattered by the letter. Madame came and told me so. Oh, she had on such a dress! I never saw anything so handsome in my life. 2 diamonds in her ears, 2 diamonds that cost, Védy told me, 3,000 francs apiece, and such lace, rings on her fingers and bracelets. You'd think she was a shrine, and a silk dress as fine as an altar cloth. So then she said to me, Monsieur is delighted to find his sister so amiable, and I hope she will permit us to pay her all the attention she deserves. We shall count on her good opinion after the welcome we mean to give her son. Monsieur is very impatient to see his nephew. Madame had little black satin slippers, and her stockings, they were marvels. Flowers in silk and open work, just like lace, and you could see her rosy little feet through them. Oh, she's in high feather, and she had a lovely little apron in front of her, which, Védy says, cost more than 2 years of our wages put together. Well done, we shall have to dress up, said the artist, laughing. What do you think of all this, Monsieur Auchamp? Said the old lady when Griet had departed. Madame Auchamp made Agathe observe her husband, who was sitting with his head in his hands, his elbows on the arms of his chair, plunged in thought. You have to do with a maître bonnet, said the old man at last. With your ideas, young man, he added, looking at Joseph, you haven't force enough to struggle with a practiced scoundrel like Maxence Gillet. No matter what I say to you, you will commit some folly. But at any rate, tell me everything you see and hear and do tonight. Go, and God be with you. Try to get alone with your uncle. If, in spite of all your genius, you can't manage it, that in itself will throw some light upon their scheme. But if you do get a moment alone with him, out of earshot, damn it, you must pull the wool from his eyes as to the situation those two have put him in, and plead your mother's cause. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Two Brothers by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Catherine Prescott Wormley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. At 4 o'clock, Joseph crossed the open space which separated the Rouget house from the Auchamp house, a sort of avenue of weekly lindens, 200 feet long and of the same width as the Rue Grande Narette. When the nephew arrived, Kowski, in polished boots, black cloth trousers, white waistcoat, and black coat, announced him. The table was set in the large hall, and Joseph, who easily distinguished his uncle, went up to him, kissed him, and bowed to Flore and Max. "We have not seen each other since I came into the world, my dear uncle," said the painter gaily, "but better late than never." "You are very welcome, my friend," said the old man, looking at his nephew in a dull way. "Madame," Joseph said to Flore with an artist's vivacity, "this morning I was envying my uncle the pleasure he enjoys in being able to admire you every day." "Isn't she beautiful?" said the old man, whose dim eyes began to shine. "Beautiful enough to be the model of a great painter." "Nephew," said Rouget, whose elbow Flore was nudging, "this is Monsieur Maxence Gillet, a man who served the Emperor, like your brother, in the Imperial Guard." Joseph rose and bowed. "Your brother was in the Dragoons, I believe," said Maxence. "I was only a dust trotter." "On foot or on horseback," said Flore, "you both of you risked your skins." Joseph took note of Max quite as much as Max took note of Joseph. Max, who got his clothes from Paris, was dressed as the young dandies of that day dressed themselves. A pair of light blue cloth trousers, made with very full plaits, covered his feet so that only the toes and the spurs of his boots were seen. His waist was pinched in by a white waistcoat with chased gold buttons, which was laced behind to serve as a belt. The waistcoat, buttoned to the throat, showed off his broad chest, and a black satin stock obliged him to hold his head high in soldierly fashion. A handsome gold chain hung from a waistcoat pocket, in which the outline of a flat watch was barely seen. He was twisting a watch key of the kind called a criquet, which Bourguet had lately invented. "The fellow is fine-looking," thought Joseph, admiring with a painter's eye the eager face, the air of strength, and the intellectual grey eyes which Max had inherited from his father the noble. "My uncle must be a fearful bore, and that handsome girl takes her compensations. It is a triangular household, I see that." At this instant Baruch and François entered. "Have you been to see the tower of Issoudun?" Flore asked Joseph. "No? Then if you would like to take a little walk before dinner, which will not be served for an hour, we will show you the great curiosity of the town." "Gladly," said the artist, quite incapable of seeing the slightest impropriety in so doing. While Flore went to put on her bonnet, gloves, and cashmere shawl, Joseph suddenly jumped up, as if an enchanter had touched him with his wand, to look at the pictures. "Ah, you have pictures indeed, uncle," he said, examining the one that had caught his eye. "Yes," answered the old man. "They came to us from the Descoings, who bought them during the Revolution, when the convents and churches in Berry were dismantled." Joseph was not listening. He was lost in admiration of the pictures. "Magnificent!" he cried. "Oh, what painting! That fellow didn't spoil his canvas. Dear, dear, better and better, as it is at Nicolet's." "There are 7 or 8 very large ones up in the garret, which were kept on account of the frames," said Gillet. "Let me see them," cried the artist, and Max took him upstairs. Joseph came down wildly enthusiastic. Max whispered a word to the Rabouilleuse, who took the old man into the embrasure of a window, where Joseph heard her say, in a low voice, but still so that he could hear the words, "Your nephew is a painter. You don't care for those pictures. Be kind and give them to him." "It seems," said Jean-Jacques, leaning on Flore's arm to reach the place where Joseph was standing in ecstasy before an Albano, "it seems that you are a painter." "Only a rapin," said Joseph. "What may that be?" asked Flore. "A beginner," replied Joseph. "Well," continued Jean-Jacques, "if these pictures can be of any use to you in your business, I give them to you, but without the frames. Oh, the frames are gilt, and besides they are very funny. I will put—" "Well done, uncle," cried Joseph, enchanted. "I'll make you copies of the same dimensions which you can put into the frames." "But that will take your time, and you will want canvas and colors," said Flore. "You will have to spend money. Come, Père Rouget, offer your nephew 100 francs for each copy. Here are 27 pictures, and I think there are 11 very big ones in the garret which ought to cost double. Call the whole 4,000 francs. Oh, yes," she went on, turning to Joseph, "your uncle can well afford to pay you 4,000 francs for making the copies, since he keeps the frames. But, bless me, you'll want frames, and they say frames cost more than pictures. There's more gold on them. Answer, monsieur," she continued, shaking the old man's arm. Eh, it isn't dear. Your nephew will take 4,000 francs for new pictures in the place of the old ones. It is, she whispered in his ear, a very good way to give him 4,000 francs. He doesn't look to me very flush. Well, nephew, I will pay you 4,000 francs for the copies. No, no, said the honest Joseph. 4,000 francs and the pictures? That's too much. The pictures, don't you see, are valuable. Accept, simpleton, said Flore. He is your uncle, you know. Very good, I accept, said Joseph, bewildered by the luck that had befallen him, for he had recognized a Perugino. The result was that the artist beamed with satisfaction as he went out of the house with the Rabouilleuse on his arm, all of which helped Maxence's plans immensely. Neither Flore, nor Rouget, nor Max, nor indeed anyone in Issoudun knew the value of the pictures, and the crafty Max thought he had bought Flore's triumph for a song as she paraded triumphantly before the eyes of the astonished town, leaning on the arm of her master's nephew and evidently on the best of terms with him. People flocked to their doors to see the crab girl's triumph over the family. This astounding event made the sensation on which Max counted, so that when they all returned at 5 o'clock, nothing was talked of in every household but the cordial understanding between Max and Flore and the nephew of old Rouget. The incident of the pictures and the 4,000 francs circulated already. The dinner, at which Lousteau, one of the court judges, and the mayor of Issoudun were present, was splendid. It was one of those provincial dinners lasting 5 hours. The most exquisite wines enlivened the conversation. By 9 o'clock, at dessert, the painter, seated opposite to his uncle and between Flore and Max, had fraternized with the soldier and thought him the best fellow on earth. Joseph returned home at 11 o'clock, somewhat tipsy. As to old Rouget, Kowski had carried him to his bed dead drunk. He had eaten as though he were an actor from foreign parts, and had soaked up the wine like the sands of the desert. "Well," said Max, when he was alone with Flore, "isn't this better than making faces at them? The Bridots are well received. They get small presents, and are smothered with attentions, and the end of it is they will sing our praises, they will go away satisfied, and leave us in peace. Tomorrow morning you and I and Kowski will take down all those pictures and send them over to the painter, so that he shall see them when he wakes up. We will put the frames in the garret and cover the walls with one of those varnished papers which represent scenes from Telemachus, such as I have seen at Monsieur Mouilleron's." "Oh, that will be much prettier," said Flore. On the morrow, Joseph did not wake up till midday. From his bed he saw the pictures, which had been brought in while he was asleep, leaning one against another on the opposite wall. While he examined them anew, recognizing each masterpiece, studying the manner of each painter, and searching for the signature, his mother had gone to see and thank her brother, urged thereto by old Auchan, who, having heard of the follies the painter had committed the night before, almost despaired of the Bridau cause. "Your adversaries have the cunning of foxes," he said to Agathe. "In all my days I never saw a man carry things with such a high hand as that soldier. They say war educates young men. Joseph has let himself be fooled. They have shut his mouth with wine, and those miserable pictures, and 4,000 francs. Your artist hasn't cost Maxence much." The long-headed old man instructed Madame Bridau carefully as to the line of conduct she ought to pursue, advising her to enter into Maxence's ideas and cajole Flore so as to set up a sort of intimacy with her, and thus obtain a few moments' interview with Jean-Jacques alone. Madame Bridau was very warmly received by her brother, to whom Flore had taught his lesson. The old man was in bed, quite ill from the excesses of the night before. As Agathe, under the circumstances, could scarcely begin at once to speak of family matters, Max thought it proper and magnanimous to leave the brother and sister alone together. The calculation was a good one. Poor Agathe found her brother so ill that she would not deprive him of Madame Brazier's care. "Besides," she said to the old bachelor, "I wish to know a person to whom I am grateful for the happiness of my brother." These words gave evident pleasure to the old man, who rang for Madame Flore. Flore, as we may well believe, was not far off. The female antagonists bowed to each other. The Rabouilleuse showed the most servile attentions and the utmost tenderness to her master, fancied his head was too low, beat up the pillows, and took care of him like a bride of yesterday. The poor creature received it with a rush of feeling. "We owe you much gratitude, mademoiselle," said Agathe, "for the proofs of attachment you have so long given to my brother, and for the way in which you watch over his happiness." "That is true, my dear Agathe," said the old man. "She has taught me what happiness is. She is a woman of excellent qualities." "And therefore, my dear brother, you ought to have recompensed mademoiselle by making her your wife. Yes, I am too sincere in my religion not to wish to see you obey the precepts of the Church. You would each be more tranquil in mind if you were not at variance with morality and the laws. I have come here, dear brother, to ask for help in my affliction, but do not suppose that we wish to make any remonstrance as to the manner in which you may dispose of your property." "Madame," said Flore, "we know how unjust your father was to you. Monsieur here can tell you," she went on, looking fixedly at her victim, "that the only quarrels we have ever had were about you. I have always told him that he owes you part of the fortune he received from his father, and your father, my benefactor, for he was my benefactor," she added in a tearful voice, "I shall ever remember him. But your brother, madame, has listened to reason." "Yes," said the old man, "when I make my will, you shall not be forgotten." "Don't talk of these things, my dear brother. You do not yet know my nature." After such a beginning, it is easy to imagine how the visit went on. Rouget invited his sister to dinner on the next day but one. We may here mention that during these 3 days the Knights of Idleness captured an immense quantity of rats and mice, which were kept half famished until they were let loose in the green one fine night, to the number of 436, of which some were breeding mothers. Not content with providing Faриau's storehouse with these boarders, the knights made holes in the roof of the old church and put in a dozen pigeons taken from as many different farms. These 4-footed and feathered creatures held high revels, all the more securely because the watchman was enticed away by a fellow who kept him drunk from morning till night, so that he took no care of his master's property. Madame Bridau believed, contrary to the opinion of old Auchamp, that her brother had as yet made no will. She intended asking him what were his intentions respecting Mademoiselle Brazier as soon as she could take a walk with him alone. a hope which Flore and Maxence were always holding out to her, and, of course, always disappointing. Meanwhile, the knights were searching for a way to put the Parisians to flight, and finding none that were not impracticable follies. At the end of a week, half the time the Parisians were to stay in Issoudun, the Bridauxs were no farther advanced in their object than when they came. "Your lawyer does not understand the provinces," said old Auchamp to Madame Bridau. "What you have come to do can't be done in 2 weeks, nor in 2 years. You ought never to leave your brother, but live here and try to give him some ideas of religion. You cannot countermine the fortifications of Flore and Maxence without getting a priest to sap them. That is my advice, and it is high time to set about it." "You certainly have very singular ideas about the clergy," said Madame Auchamp to her husband. "Ah," exclaimed the old man, "that's just like you pious women." "God would never bless an enterprise undertaken in a sacrilegious spirit," said Madame Bridau. "Use religion for such a purpose? Why, we should be more criminal than Flore." This conversation took place at breakfast, Francois and Baruch listening with all their ears. "Sacrilege!" exclaimed old Auchamp. "If some good abbé, keen as I have known many of them to be, knew what a dilemma you are in, he would not think it sacrilege to bring your brother's lost soul back to God, and call him to repentance for his sins, by forcing him to send away the woman who causes the scandal, with a proper provision, of course, and showing him how to set his conscience at rest by giving a few thousand francs a year to the seminary of the archbishop, and leaving his property to the rightful heirs." The passive obedience which the old miser had always exacted from his children, and now from his grandchildren, who were under his guardianship, and for whom he was amassing a small fortune, doing for them, he said, just as he would for himself, prevented Baruch and Francois from showing signs of surprise or disapproval, but they exchanged significant glances expressing how dangerous and fatal such a scheme would be to Max's interest. "The fact is, madame," said Baruch, "that if you want to secure your brother's property, the only sure and true way will be to stay in Issoudun for the necessary length of time." "Mother," said Joseph hastily, "you had better write to Desroches about all this. As for me, I ask nothing more than what my uncle has already given me." After fully recognizing the great value of his 39 pictures, Joseph had carefully unnailed the canvases and fastened paper over them, gumming it at the edges with ordinary glue. He then laid them one above another in an enormous wooden box, which he sent to Desroches by the carrier's wagon, proposing to write him a letter about it by post. The precious freight had been sent off the night before. "You are satisfied with a pretty poor bargain," said Monsieur Auchamp. "I can easily get 150,000 francs for those pictures," replied Joseph. "Painter's nonsense!" exclaimed old Auchamp, giving Joseph a peculiar look. "Mother," said Joseph, "I am going to write to Desroches and explain to him the state of things here. If he advises you to remain, you had better do so. As for your situation, we can always find you another like it." "My dear Joseph," said Madame Auchamp, following him as he left the table, I don't know anything about your uncle's pictures, but they ought to be good, judging by the places from which they came. If they are worth only 40,000 francs, 1,000 francs apiece, tell no one. Though my grandsons are discreet and well-behaved, they might, without intending harm, speak of this windfall. It would be known all over Issoudun, and it is very important that our adversaries should not suspect it. You behave like a child. In fact, before evening, many persons in Issoudun, including Max, were informed of this estimate, which had the immediate effect of causing a search for all the old paintings which no one had ever cared for, and the appearance of many execrable daubs. Max repented having driven the old man into giving away the pictures, and the rage he felt against the heirs, after hearing from Baruch old Auchan's ecclesiastical scheme, was increased by what he termed his own stupidity. The influence of religion upon such a feeble creature as Rouget was the one thing to fear. The news brought by his two comrades decided Maxence Gillet to turn all Rouget's investments into money, and to borrow upon his landed property so as to buy into the funds as soon as possible. But he considered it even more important to get rid of the Parisians at once. The genius of the Mascarilles and Scapins put together would hardly have solved the latter problem easily. Flore, acting by Max's advice, pretended that Monsieur was too feeble to take walks, and that he ought, at his age, to have a carriage. This pretext grew out of the necessity of not exciting inquiry when they went to Bourges, Vierzon, Châteauroux, Vatan, and all the other places where the project of withdrawing investments obliged Max and Flore to betake themselves with Rouget. At the close of the week, all Issoudun was amazed to learn that the old man had gone to Bourges to buy a carriage, a step which the Knights of Idleness regarded as favorable to the Rabouilleuse. Flore and Max selected a hideous berlingot with cracked leather curtains and windows without glass, aged 22 years and 9 campaigns, sold on the decease of a colonel, the friend of Grand Marshal Bertrand, who, during the absence of that faithful companion of the Emperor, was left in charge of the affairs of Berry. This berlingot, painted bright green, was somewhat like a calèche, though shafts had taken the place of a pole so that it could be driven with one horse. It belonged to a class of carriages brought into vogue by diminished fortunes, which at that time bore the candid name of demi-fortune. At its first introduction it was called a seringue. The cloth lining of this demi-fortune, sold under the name of calèche, was moth-eaten. Its gimps looked like the chevrons of an old invalide. Its rusty joints squeaked, but it only cost 450 francs, and Max bought a good stout mare, trained to harness, from an officer of a regiment then stationed at Bourges. He had the carriage repainted a dark brown, and bought a tolerable harness at a bargain. The whole town of Issoudun was shaken to its centre in expectation of Père Rouget's equipage, and on the occasion of its first appearance, every household was on its doorstep, and curious faces were at all the windows. The second time the old bachelor went out, he drove to Bourges, where, to escape the trouble of attending personally to the business, or, if you prefer it, being ordered to do so by Flore, he went before a notary and signed a power of attorney in favor of Maxence Gillet, enabling him to make all the transfers enumerated in the document. Flore reserved to herself the business of making Monsieur sell out the investments in Issoudun and its immediate neighborhood. The principal notary in Bourges was requested by Rouget to get him a loan of 140,000 francs on his landed estate. Nothing was known at Issoudun of these proceedings, which were secretly and cleverly carried out. Maxence, who was a good rider, went with his own horse to Bourges and back between 5 in the morning and 5 in the afternoon. Flore never left the old bachelor. Rouget consented without objection to the action Flore dictated to him, but he insisted that the investment in the funds, producing 50,000 francs a year, should stand in Flore's name as holding a life interest only, and in his as owner of the principal. The tenacity the old man displayed in the domestic disputes which this idea created caused Max a good deal of anxiety. He thought he could see the result of reflections inspired by the sight of the natural airs. Amid all these movements, which Max concealed from the knowledge of everyone, he forgot the Spaniard and his granary. Fario came back to Issoudun to deliver his corn after various trips and business maneuvers undertaken to raise the price of cereals. The morning after his arrival, he noticed that the roof of the church of the Capuchins was black with pigeons. He cursed himself for having neglected to examine its condition, and hurried over to look into his storehouse, where he found half his grain devoured. Thousands of mice marks and rat marks scattered about showed a second cause of ruin. The church was a Noah's Ark. But anger turned the Spaniard white as a bit of cambric when, trying to estimate the extent of the destruction and his consequent losses, he noticed that the grain at the bottom of the heap, near the floor, was sprouting from the effects of water which Max had managed to introduce by means of tin tubes into the very center of the pile of wheat. The pigeons and the rats could be explained by animal instinct, but the hand of man was plainly visible in this last sign of malignity. Fario sat down on the steps of a chapel altar, holding his head between his hands. After half an hour of Spanish reflections, he spied the squirrel, which Godet could not refrain from giving him as a guest, playing with its tail upon a crossbeam, on the middle of which rested one of the uprights that supported the roof. The Spaniard rose and turned to his watchman with a face that was as calm and cold as an Arab's. He made no complaint, but went home, hired laborers to gather into sacks what remained of the sound grain, and to spread in the sun all that was moist, so as to save as much as possible. Then, after estimating that his losses amounted to about 3/5, he attended to filling his orders. But his previous manipulations of the market had raised the price of cereals, and he lost on the 3/5 he was obliged to buy to fill his orders, so that his losses amounted really to more than half. The Spaniard, who had no enemies, at once attributed this revenge to Gillet. He was convinced that Maxence and some others were the authors of all the nocturnal mischief, and had in all probability carried his cart up the embankment of the tower, and now intended to amuse themselves by ruining him. It was a matter to him of over 3,000 francs, very nearly the whole capital he had scraped together since the peace. Driven by the desire for vengeance, the man now displayed the cunning and stealthy persistence of a detective to whom a large reward is offered. hiding at night in different parts of Issoudun, he soon acquired proof of the proceedings of the Knights of Idleness. He saw them all, counted them, watched their rendezvous, and knew of their suppers at Mère Cognette's. After that he lay in wait to witness one of their deeds, and thus became well informed as to their nocturnal habits. In spite of Max's journeys and preoccupations, he had no intention of neglecting his nightly employments. First, because he did not wish his comrades to suspect the secret of his operations with Père Rouget's property, and secondly, to keep the nights well in hand. They were therefore convened for the preparation of a prank which might deserve to be talked of for years to come. Poisoned meat was to be thrown on a given night to every watchdog in the town and in the environs. Fario overheard them congratulating each other as they came out from a supper at the Cognettes on the probable success of the performance, and laughing over the general mourning that would follow this novel massacre of the innocents. Reveling, moreover, in the apprehensions it would excite as to the sinister object of depriving all the households of their guardian watchdogs. "It will make people forget Fario's cart," said Godet. Fario did not need that speech to confirm his suspicions. Besides, his mind was already made up. After 3 weeks' stay in Issoudun, Agathe was convinced, and so was Madame Auchamp, of the truth of the old miser's observation that it would take years to destroy the influence which Max and the Rabouilleuse had acquired over her brother. She had made no progress in Jean-Jacques' confidence, and she was never left alone with him. On the other hand, Mademoiselle Brazier triumphed openly over the heirs by taking Agathe to drive in the calèche, sitting beside her on the back seat, while Monsieur Rouget and his nephew occupied the front. Mother and son impatiently awaited an answer to the confidential letter they had written to Desroches. The day before the night on which the dogs were to be poisoned, Joseph, who was nearly bored to death in Issoudun, received 2 letters. The first from the great painter Chénard, whose age allowed him a closer intimacy than Joseph could have with Gros, their master, and the second from Desroches. Here is the first, postmarked Beaumont-sur-Oise. My dear Joseph, I have just finished the principal panel paintings at the Château de Presles for the Comte de Sérisy. I have left all the mouldings and the decorative painting, and I have recommended you so strongly to the Count, and also to Guido, the architect, that you have nothing to do but pick up your brushes and come at once. Prices are arranged to please you. I am off to Italy with my wife, so you can have Mistigris to help you along. The young scamp has talent, and I put him at your disposal. He is twittering like a sparrow at the very idea of amusing himself at the Château de Presles. Adieu, my dear Joseph. If I am still absent, and should send nothing to next year's Salon, you must take my place. Yes, dear Jojo, I know your picture is a masterpiece, but a masterpiece which will rouse a hue and cry about romanticism. You are doomed to lead the life of a devil in holy water. Adieu, thy friend Chénard. Here follows the letter of Desroches. My dear Joseph, your Monsieur Auchamp strikes me as an old man full of common sense, and you give me a high idea of his methods. He is perfectly right. My advice, since you ask it, is that your mother should remain at Issoudun with Madame Auchamp, paying a small board, say 400 francs a year, to reimburse her hosts for what she eats. Madame Bridau ought, in my opinion, to follow Monsieur Auchan's advice in everything, for your excellent mother will have many scruples in dealing with persons who have no scruple at all, and whose behavior to her is a master stroke of policy. That Maxence, you are right enough, is dangerous. He is another Philippe, but of a different caliber. The scoundrel makes his vices serve his fortunes, and gets his amusement gratis, whereas your brother's follies are never useful to him. All that you say alarms me, but I could do no good by going to Issoudun. Monsieur Auchan, acting behind your mother, will be more useful to you than I. As for you, you had better come back here. You are good for nothing in a matter which requires continual attention, careful observation, servile civilities, discretion in speech, and a dissimulation of manner and gesture which is wholly against the grain of artists. If they have told you no will has been made, you may be quite sure they have possessed one for a long time. But wills can be revoked, and as long as your fool of an uncle lives, he is no doubt susceptible of being worked upon by remorse and religion. Your inheritance will be the result of a combat between the Church and the Rabouilleuse. There will inevitably come a time when that woman will lose her grip on the old man, and religion will be all-powerful. So long as your uncle makes no gift of the property during his lifetime, and does not change the nature of his estate, all may come right whenever religion gets the upper hand. For this reason, you must beg Monsieur Auchan to keep an eye, as well as he can, on the condition of your uncle's property. It is necessary to know if the real estate is mortgaged, and if so, where and in whose name the proceeds are invested. It is so easy to terrify an old man with fears about his life, in case you find him despoiling his own property for the sake of those interlopers, that almost any heir with a little adroitness could stop the spoliation at its outset. But how should your mother, with her ignorance of the world, her disinterestedness, and her religious ideas, know how to manage such an affair? However, I am not able to throw any light on the matter. All that you have done so far has probably given the alarm, and your adversaries may already have secured themselves. "That is what I call an opinion in good shape," exclaimed Monsieur Auchan, proud of being himself appreciated by a Parisian lawyer. "Oh, Desroches is a famous fellow," answered Joseph. "It would be well to read that letter to the two women," said the old man. "There it is," said Joseph, giving it to him. "As to me, I want to be off tomorrow, and I am now going to say good-bye to my uncle." "Ah," said Monsieur Auchan, "I see that Monsieur Desroches tells you in a postscript to burn the letter." "You can burn it after showing it to my mother," said the painter. Joseph dressed, crossed the little square, and called on his uncle, who was just finishing breakfast. Max and Flore were at table. "Don't disturb yourself, my dear uncle. I have only come to say good-bye." "You are going?" said Max, exchanging glances with Flore. "Yes, I have some work to do at the chateau of Monsieur de Serizy, and I am all the more glad of it because his arm is long enough to do a service to my poor brother in the Chamber of Peers." "Well, well, go and work," said old Rouget with a silly air. Joseph thought him extraordinarily changed within a few days. "Men must work. I am sorry you are going." "Oh, my mother will be here some time longer," remarked Joseph. Max made a movement with his lips which the Rabouilleuse observed, and which signified, "They are going to try the plan Baruch warned me of." "I am very glad I came," said Joseph, "for I have had the pleasure of making your acquaintance, and you have enriched my studio." "Yes," said Flore, "instead of enlightening your uncle on the value of his pictures, which is now estimated at over 100,000 francs, you have packed them off in a hurry to Paris. Poor dear man, he is no better than a baby. We have just been told of a little treasure at Bourges. What did they call it? A Poussin, which was in the choir of the cathedral before the Revolution, and is now worth, all by itself, 30,000 francs. "That was not right of you, my nephew," said Jean-Jacques, at a sign from Max, which Joseph could not see. "Come now, frankly," said the soldier, laughing. "On your honor, what should you say those pictures were worth? You've made an easy haul out of your uncle, and right enough too. Uncles are made to be pillaged. Nature deprived me of uncles, but damn it, if I'd had any, I should have shown them no mercy." "Did you know, monsieur," said Flore to Rouget, "what your pictures were worth? How much did you say, Monsieur Joseph?" "Well," answered the painter, who had grown as red as a beetroot, "the pictures are certainly worth something." "They say you estimated them to Monsieur Auchan at 150,000 francs," said Flore. "Is that true?" "Yes," said the painter, with childlike honesty. "And did you intend," said Flore to the old man, "to give 150,000 francs to your nephew?" "Never, never," cried Jean-Jacques, on whom Flore had fixed her eye. "There is one way to settle all this," said the painter, "and that is to return them to you, uncle." "No, no, keep them," said the old man. "I shall send them back to you," said Joseph, wounded by the offensive silence of Max and Flore. "There is something in my brushes which will make my fortune without owing anything to anyone, even an uncle. My respects to you, mademoiselle. Good day, monsieur." And Joseph crossed the square in a state of irritation which artists can imagine. The entire Auchan family were in the salon. When they saw Joseph gesticulating and talking to himself, they asked him what was the matter. The painter, who was as open as the day, related, before Baruch and Francois, the scene that had just taken place, and which 2 hours later, thanks to the two young men, was the talk of the whole town, embroidered with various circumstances that were more or less ridiculous. Some persons insisted that the painter was maltreated by Max, others that he had misbehaved to Flore, and that Max had turned him out of doors. "What a child your son is," said Auchan to Madame Bridau. "The booby is the dupe of a scene which they have been keeping back for the last day of his visit. Max and the Rabouilleuse have known the value of those pictures for the last 2 weeks. Ever since he had the folly to tell it before my grandsons, who never rested till they had blurted it out to all the world. Your artist had better have taken himself off without taking leave." "My son has done right to return the pictures if they are really so valuable," said Agathe. "If they are worth, as he says, 200,000 francs," said old Auchan, "it was folly to put himself in the way of being obliged to return them. You might have had that, at least, out of the property, whereas, as things are going now, you won't get anything. And this scene with Joseph is almost a reason why your brother should refuse to see you again." End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Two Brothers by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Catherine Prescott Wormley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Between midnight and 1 o'clock, the Knights of Idleness began their gratuitous distribution of comestibles to the dogs of the town. This memorable expedition was not over till 3 in the morning, the hour at which these reprobates went to sup at Cognette's. At 4:30, in the early dawn, they crept home. Just as Max turned the corner of the Rue Lavenier into the Grande Rue, Fario, who stood ambushed in a recess, struck a knife at his heart, drew out the blade, and escaped by the moat towards Villatte, wiping the blade of his knife on his handkerchief. The Spaniard washed the handkerchief in the Rivière Forcée, and returned quietly to his lodgings at Saint-Paterne, where he got in by a window he had left open, and went to bed. Later he was awakened by his new watchman, who found him fast asleep. As he fell, Max uttered a fearful cry which no one could mistake. Lousteau Plangin, son of a judge, a distant relation of the family of the subdelegate, and young Godet, who lived at the lower end of the Grande Rue, ran at full speed up the street, calling to each other, "They're killing Max! Help! Help!" But not a dog barked, and all the town, accustomed to the false alarms of these nightly prowlers, stayed quietly in their beds. When his two comrades reached him, Max had fainted. It was necessary to rouse Monsieur Godet, the surgeon. Max had recognized Fario, but when he came to his senses with several persons about him, and felt that his wound was not mortal, it suddenly occurred to him to make capital out of the attack, and he said in a faint voice, "I think I recognized that cursed painter." Thereupon Lousteau Plangin ran off to his father, the judge. Max was carried home by Cognette, young Godet, and 2 other persons. Mère Cognette and Monsieur Godet walked beside the stretcher. Those who carried the wounded man naturally looked across at Monsieur Auchan's door while waiting for Kowski to let them in, and saw Monsieur Auchan's servant sweeping the stairs. At the old miser's, as everywhere else in the provinces, the household was early astir. The few words uttered by Max had roused the suspicions of Monsieur Godet, and he called to the woman. "Greet, is Monsieur Joseph Bridau in bed?" "Bless me," she said, "he went out at 4:30. I don't know what ailed him. He walked up and down his room all night." This simple answer drew forth such exclamations of horror that the woman came over, curious to know what they were carrying to old Rouget's house. "A precious fellow he is, that painter of yours," they said to her. And the procession entered the house, leaving Griet open-mouthed with amazement at the sight of Max in his bloody shirt, stretched half-fainting on a mattress. Artists will readily guess what ailed Joseph and kept him restless all night. He imagined the tale the bourgeoisie of Issoudun would tell of him. They would say he had fleeced his uncle, that he was everything but what he had tried to be, a loyal fellow and an honest artist. He would have given his great picture to have flown like a swallow to Paris and thrown his uncle's paintings at Max's nose. To be the one robbed, and to be thought the robber. What irony! So, at the earliest dawn, he had started for the popular avenue which led to Tivoli, to give free course to his agitation. While the innocent fellow was vowing, by way of consolation, never to return to Issoudun, Max was preparing a horrible outrage for his sensitive spirit. When Monsieur Godet had probed the wound and discovered that the knife, turned aside by a little pocket-book, had happily spared Max's life, though making a serious wound, He did as all doctors, and particularly country surgeons, do. He paved the way for his own credit by not answering for the patient's life, and then, after dressing the soldier's wound and stating the verdict of science to the Rabouilleuse, Jean-Jacques Rouget, Kowski, and the Védy, he left the house. The Rabouilleuse came in tears to her dear Max, while Kowski and the Védy told the assembled crowd that the captain was in a fair way to die. The news brought nearly 200 persons in groups about the Place Saint-Jean and the two Narettes. "I shan't be a month in bed, and I know who struck the blow," whispered Max to Flore. "But we'll profit by it to get rid of the Parisians. I have said I thought I recognized the painter, so pretend that I am expected to die, and try to have Joseph Bridau arrested. Let him taste a prison for a couple of days, and I know well enough the mother will be off in a jiffy for Paris when she gets him out. And then we needn't fear the priests they talk of setting on the old fool." When Flore Brazier came downstairs, she found the assembled crowd quite prepared to take the impression she meant to give them. She went out with tears in her eyes and related, sobbing, how the painter, who had just the face for that sort of thing, had been angry with Max the night before about some pictures he had wormed out of Père Rouget. "That brigand, for you've only got to look at him to see what he is, thinks that if Max were dead, his uncle would leave him his fortune. As if," she cried, "a brother were not more to him than a nephew. Max is Dr. Rouget's son. The old one told me so before he died." "Ah, he meant to do the deed just before he left Issoudun. He chose his time, for he was going away today," said one of the Knights of Idleness. "Max hasn't an enemy in Issoudun," said another. "Besides, Max recognized the painter," said the Rabouilleuse. "Where's that cursed Parisian? Let us find him!" they all cried. "Find him?" was the answer. "Why, he left Monsieur Auchan's at daybreak." A Knight of Idleness ran off at once to Monsieur Mouilleron. The crowd increased, and the tumult became threatening. Excited groups filled up the whole of the Grande Narette. Others stationed themselves before the church of Saint-Jean. An assemblage gathered at the Porte Villate, which is at the farther end of the Petite Narette. Monsieur Lousteau-Prangin and Monsieur Mouilleron, the commissary of police, the lieutenant of gendarmes, and two of his men, had some difficulty in reaching the Place Saint-Jean through two hedges of people, whose cries and exclamations could and did prejudice them against the Parisian, who was, it is needless to say, unjustly accused, although, it is true, circumstances told against him. After a conference between Max and the magistrates, Monsieur Mouilleron sent the commissary of police and a sergeant with one gendarme to examine what, in the language of the Ministry of the Interior, is called the theatre of the crime. Then Messieurs Mouilleron and Lousteau-Prangin, accompanied by the lieutenant of gendarmes, crossed over to the Auchan house, which was now guarded by two gendarmes in the garden and two at the front door. The crowd was still increasing. The whole town was surging in the Grande Rue. Griette had rushed, terrified, to her master, crying out, "Monsieur, we shall be pillaged. The town is in revolt. Monsieur Maxence Gillet has been assassinated. He is dying. And they say it is Monsieur Joseph who has done it." Monsieur Auchan dressed quickly and came downstairs, but seeing the angry populace, he hastily retreated within the house and bolted the door. On questioning Grete, he learned that his guest had left the house at daybreak, after walking the floor all night in great agitation, and had not yet come in. Much alarmed, he went to find Madame Auchamp, who was already awakened by the noise, and to whom he told the frightful news which, true or false, was causing almost a riot in Issoudun. "He is innocent, of course," said Madame Auchamp. "Before his innocence can be proved, the crowd may get in here and pillage us," said Monsieur Auchamp, livid with fear, for he had gold in his cellar. "Where is Agathe?" "Sound asleep." "Ah, so much the better," said Madame Auchamp. "I wish she may sleep on till the matter is cleared up. Such a shock might kill the poor child." But Agathe woke up and came down half-dressed, for the evasive answers of Grete, whom she questioned, had disturbed both her head and heart. She found Madame Auchamp looking very pale, with her eyes full of tears, at one of the windows of the salon beside her husband. "Courage, my child. God sends us our afflictions," said the old lady. "Joseph is accused." "Of what?" "Of a bad action which he could never have committed," answered Madame Auchamp. Hearing the words and seeing the lieutenant of gendarmes, who at this moment entered the room accompanied by the two gentlemen, Agathe fainted away. "There now," said Monsieur Auchamp to his wife and Grete, "carry off Madame Bridau. Women are only in the way at these times. Take her to her room and stay there, both of you. Sit down, gentlemen," continued the old man. "The mistake to which we owe your visit will soon, I hope, be cleared up." "Even if it should be a mistake," said Monsieur Mouilleron, "the excitement of the crowd is so great and their minds are so exasperated that I fear for the safety of the accused. I should like to get him arrested, and that might satisfy these people." "Who would ever have believed that Monsieur Maxence Gilet had inspired so much affection in this town?" asked Lousteau Prangin. "One of my men says there's a crowd of 1,200 more just coming in from the Faubourg de Rome," said the lieutenant of gendarmes, "and they are threatening death to the assassin." "Where is your guest?" said Monsieur Mouilleron to Monsieur Auchamp. "He has gone to walk in the country, I believe." "Call Grete," said the judge gravely. "I was in hopes he had not left the house. You are aware that the crime was committed not far from here, at daybreak." While Monsieur Auchamp went to find Grete, the three functionaries looked at each other significantly. "I never liked that painter's face," said the lieutenant to Monsieur Mouilleron. "My good woman," said the judge to Grete when she appeared, "they say you saw Monsieur Joseph Bridau leave the house this morning?" "Yes, monsieur," she answered, trembling like a leaf. "At what hour?" "Just as I was getting up. He walked about his room all night, and was dressed when I came downstairs." "Was it daylight?" "Barely." "Did he seem excited?" "Yes, he was all of a twitter." "Send one of your men for my clerk," said Lousteau Prangin to the lieutenant, "and tell him to bring warrants with him." "Good God, don't be in such a hurry," cried Monsieur Auchamp. "The young man's agitation may have been caused by something besides the premeditation of this crime. He meant to return to Paris today, to attend to a matter in which Gilet and Mademoiselle Brazier had doubted his honor." "Yes, the affair of the pictures," said Monsieur Mouilleron. "Those pictures caused a very hot quarrel between them yesterday, and it is a word and a blow with artists, they tell me." "Who is there in Issoudun who had any object in killing Gilet?" said Lousteau. No one, neither a jealous husband nor anybody else, for the fellow has never harmed a soul." "But what was Monsieur Gillet doing in the streets at 4 in the morning?" remarked Monsieur Auchan. "Now, Monsieur Auchan, you must allow us to manage this affair in our own way," answered Moriarty. "You don't know all. Gillet recognized your painter." At this instant a clamour was heard from the other end of the town, growing louder and louder, like the roll of thunder, as it followed the course of the Grande Narette. "Here he is! Here he is! He's arrested!" These words rose distinctly on the ear above the hoarse roar of the populace. Poor Joseph, returning quietly past the mill at Landrol, intending to get home in time for breakfast, was spied by the various groups of people as soon as he reached the Place Misère. Happily for him, a couple of gendarmes arrived on a run in time to snatch him from the inhabitants of the Faubourg de Rome, who had already pinioned him by the arms and were threatening him with death. Give way, cried the gendarmes, calling to some of their comrades to help them, and putting themselves one before and the other behind Bridau. You see, monsieur, said the one who held the painter, it concerns our skin as well as yours at this moment. Innocent or guilty, we must protect you against the tumult raised by the murder of Captain Gillet, and the crowd is not satisfied with suspecting you. They declare, hard as iron, that you are the murderer. Monsieur Gillet is adored by all the people who, look at them, want to take justice into their own hands. Didn't we see them in 1830 dusting the jackets of the tax-gatherers, whose life isn't a bed of roses anyway? Joseph Bridau grew pale as death and collected all his strength to walk onward. After all, he said, I am innocent. Go on. Poor artist, he was forced to bear his cross. Amid the hooting and insults and threats from the mob, he made the dreadful transit from the Place Misère to the Place Saint-Jean. The gendarmes were obliged to draw their sabres on the furious mob, which pelted them with stones. One of the officers was wounded, and Joseph received several of the missiles on his legs and shoulders and hat. Here we are, said one of the gendarmes as they entered Monsieur Auchan's hall, and not without difficulty, Lieutenant. We must now manage to disperse the crowd, and I see but one way, gentlemen, said the lieutenant to the magistrates. We must take Monsieur Bridau to the Palais, accompanied by all of you. I and my gendarmes will make a circle round you. One can't answer for anything in presence of a furious crowd of 6,000. You are right, said Monsieur Auchan, who was trembling all the while for his gold. If that's your only way to protect innocence in Issoudun, said Joseph, I congratulate you. I came near being stoned. Do you wish your friend's house to be taken by assault and pillaged? Asked the lieutenant. Could we beat back with our sabres a crowd of people who are pushed from behind by an angry populace that knows nothing of the forms of justice? That will do, gentlemen. Let us go. We can come to explanations later, said Joseph, who had recovered his self-possession. Give way, friends, said the lieutenant to the crowd. He is arrested, and we are taking him to the Palais. Respect the law, friends, said Monsieur Mouilleron. Wouldn't you prefer to see him guillotined? Said one of the gendarmes to an angry group. Yes, they shall guillotine him, shouted one madman. They are going to guillotine him, cried the women. By the time they reached the end of the Grande Narette, the crowd were shouting, They are taking him to the guillotine. They found the knife upon him. That's what Parisians are. He carries crime on his face. Though all Joseph's blood had flown to his head, he walked the distance from the Place Saint-Jean to the Palais with remarkable calmness and self-possession. Nevertheless, he was very glad to find himself in the private office of Monsieur Lousteau-Prangin. "I need hardly tell you, gentlemen, that I am innocent," said Joseph, addressing Monsieur Mouilleron, Monsieur Lousteau-Prangin, and the clerk. "I can only beg you to assist me in proving my innocence. I know nothing of this affair." When the judge had stated all the suspicious facts which were against him, ending with Max's declaration, Joseph was astounded. "But," said he, "it was past 5 o'clock when I left the house. I went up the Grand Rue, and at 5:30 I was standing looking up at the façade of the parish church of Saint-Cyr. I talked there with the sexton, who came to ring the Angelus, and asked him for information about the building, which seems to me fantastic and incomplete. Then I passed through the vegetable market, where some women had already assembled. From there, crossing the Place Misère, I went as far as the mill of Landrol by the Pont aux Ânes, where I watched the ducks for 5 or 6 minutes, and the miller's men must have noticed me. I saw the women going to wash. They're probably still there. They made a little fun of me and declared that I was not handsome. I told them that it was not all gold that glittered. From there I followed the long avenue to Tivoli, where I talked with the gardener. Pray have these facts verified, and do not even arrest me, for I give you my word of honor that I will stay quietly in this office till you are convinced of my innocence." These sensible words, said without the least hesitation, and with the ease of a man who is perfectly sure of his facts, made some impression on the magistrates. "Yes, we must find all these persons and summon them," said Monsieur Mouilleron, "but it is more than the affair of a day. Make up your mind, therefore, in your own interests, to be imprisoned in the Palais." "Provided I can write to my mother, so as to reassure her, poor woman. Oh, you can read the letter," he added. This request was too just not to be granted, and Joseph wrote the following letter. "Do not be uneasy, dear mother. The mistake of which I am a victim can easily be rectified. I have already given them the means of doing so. Tomorrow, or perhaps this evening, I shall be at liberty. I kiss you, and beg you to say to Monsieur and Madame Auchan how grieved I am at this affair, in which, however, I have had no hand. It is the result of some chance which, as yet, I do not understand." When the note reached Madame Bridau, she was suffering from a nervous attack, and the potions which Monsieur Godet was trying to make her swallow were powerless to soothe her. The reading of the letter acted like balm. After a few quiverings, Agathe subsided into the depression which always follows such attacks. Later, when Monsieur Godet returned to his patient, he found her regretting that she had ever quitted Paris. "Well," said Madame Auchan to Monsieur Godet, "how is Monsieur Gillet?" "His wound, though serious, is not mortal," replied the doctor. "With a month's nursing he will be all right. I left him writing to Monsieur Mouilleron to request him to set your son at liberty, madame," he added, turning to Agathe. "Oh, Max is a fine fellow. I told him what a state you were in, and he then remembered a circumstance which goes to prove that the assassin was not your son. The man wore list shoes, whereas it is certain that Monsieur Joseph left the house in his boots." "Ah, God forgive him the harm he has done me." The fact was, a man had left a note for Max after dark, written in typed letters, which ran as follows: "Captain Gillet ought not to let an innocent man suffer. He who struck the blow promises not to strike again if Monsieur Gillet will have Monsieur Joseph Bridau set at liberty, without naming the man who did it. After reading this letter and burning it, Max wrote to Monsieur Mouilleron stating the circumstance of the list shoes, as reported by Monsieur Godet, begging him to set Joseph at liberty, and to come and see him that he might explain the matter more at length. By the time this letter was received, Monsieur Lousteau-Prangin had verified, by the testimony of the bell-ringer, the market-women and washerwomen, and the miller's men, the truth of Joseph's explanation. Max's letter made his innocence only the more certain, and Monsieur Mouilleron himself escorted him back to the Auchans. Joseph was greeted with such overflowing tenderness by his mother that the poor misunderstood son gave thanks to ill luck, like the husband to the thief in La Fontaine's fable, for a mishap which brought him such proofs of affection. "Oh," said Monsieur Mouilleron with a self-satisfied air, "I knew at once by the way you looked at the angry crowd that you were innocent. But whatever I may have thought, anyone who knows Issoudun must also know that the only way to protect you was to make the arrest, as we did. Ah, you carried your head high." "I was thinking of something else," said the artist simply. "An officer in the army told me that he was once stopped in Dalmatia under similar circumstances by an excited populace in the early morning as he was returning from a walk. This recollection came into my mind, and I looked at all those heads with the idea of painting a revolt of the year 1793. Besides, I kept saying to myself, 'Blackguard that I am, I have only got my deserts for coming here to look after an inheritance instead of painting in my studio.' If you will allow me to offer you a piece of advice," said the Procureur du Roi, "you will take a carriage tonight, which the postmaster will lend you, and return to Paris by the diligence from Bourges." "That is my advice also," said Monsieur Auchan, who was burning with a desire for the departure of his guests. "My most earnest wish is to get away from Issoudun, though I leave my only friend here," said Agathe, kissing Madame Auchan's hand. "When shall I see you again?" "Ah, my dear, never until we meet above. We have suffered enough here below," she added in a low voice, "for God to take pity upon us." Shortly after, while Monsieur Mouilleron had gone across the way to talk with Max, Griet greatly astonished Monsieur and Madame Auchan, Agathe, Joseph, and Adolphine by announcing the visit of Monsieur Rouget. Jean-Jacques came to bid his sister good-bye, and to offer her his calèche for the drive to Bourges. "Ah, your pictures have been a great evil to us," said Agathe. "Keep them, my sister," said the old man, who did not even now believe in their value. "Neighbor," remarked Monsieur Auchan, "our best friends, our surest defenders, are our own relations, above all when they are such as your sister Agathe and your nephew Joseph." "Perhaps so," said old Rouget in his dull way. "We ought all to think of ending our days in a Christian manner," said Madame Auchan. "Ah, Jean-Jacques," said Agathe, "what a day this has been." "Will you accept my carriage?" asked Rouget. "No, brother," answered Madame Bridau. "I thank you, and wish you health and comfort." Rouget let his sister and nephew kiss him, and then he went away without manifesting any feeling himself. Baruch, at a hint from his grandfather, had been to see the postmaster. At 11 o'clock that night, the two Parisians, ensconced in a wicker cabriolet drawn by one horse and ridden by a postilion, quitted Issoudun. Adolphine and Madame Auchamp parted from them with tears in their eyes. They alone regretted Joseph and Agathe. "They are gone," said Francois Auchamp, going with the Rabouilleuse into Max's bedroom. "Well done, the trick succeeded," answered Max, who was now tired and feverish. "But what did you say to old Mouilleron?" asked Francois. "I told him that I had given my assassin some cause to waylay me, that he was a dangerous man, and likely, if I followed up the affair, to kill me like a dog before he could be captured. Consequently, I begged Mouilleron and Plangin to make the most active search ostensibly, but really to let the assassin go in peace, unless they wished to see me a dead man." "I do hope, Max," said Flore, "that you will be quiet at night for some time to come." "At any rate, we are delivered from the Parisians," cried Max. "The fellow who stabbed me had no idea what a service he was doing us." The next day, the departure of the Parisians was celebrated as a victory of the provinces over Paris by everyone in Issoudun, except the more sober and staid inhabitants who shared the opinions of Monsieur and Madame Auchamp. A few of Max's friends spoke very harshly of the Bridauxs. "Do those Parisians fancy we are all idiots?" cried one, "and think they have only got to hold their hats and catch legacies?" "They came to fleece, but they have got shorn themselves," said another. "The nephew is not to the uncle's taste." "And if you please, they actually consulted a lawyer in Paris." "Ah, had they really a plan?" "Why, of course, a plan to get possession of old Rouget. But the Parisians were not clever enough. That lawyer can't crow over us Berrichons." "How abominable!" "That's Paris for you." "The Rabouilleuse knew they came to attack her, and she defended herself." "She did gloriously right." To the townspeople at large, the Bridauxs were Parisians and foreigners. They preferred Max and Flore. We can imagine the satisfaction with which, after this campaign, Joseph and Agathe re-entered their little lodging in the Rue Mazarin. On the journey, the artist recovered his spirits, which had, not unnaturally, been put to flight by his arrest and 24 hours' confinement. But he could not cheer up his mother. The court of peers was about to begin the trial of the military conspirators, and that was sufficient to keep Agathe from recovering her peace of mind. Philippe's conduct, in spite of the clever defender whom Desroches recommended to him, roused suspicions that were unfavorable to his character. In view of this, Joseph, as soon as he had put Desroches in possession of all that was going on at Issoudun, started with Mistigris for the chateau of the Comte de Sérisy to escape hearing about the trial of the conspirators, which lasted for 20 days. It is useless to record facts that may be found in contemporaneous histories. Whether it were that he played a part previously agreed upon, or that he was really an informer, Philippe was condemned to 5 years' surveillance by the police department, and ordered to leave Paris the same day for Autun, the town which the Director General of Police selected as the place of his exile for 5 years. This punishment resembled the detention of prisoners on parole who have a town for a prison. Learning that the Comte de Sérisy, one of the peers appointed by the Chamber on the court-martial, was employing Joseph to decorate his chateau at Pralle, Desroches begged the minister to grant him an audience, and found Monsieur de Sérisy most amiably disposed toward Joseph, with whom he had happened to make personal acquaintance. Desroches explained the financial condition of the two brothers, recalling the services of the father and the neglect shown to them under the Restoration. "Such injustice, monseigneur," said the lawyer, "is a lasting cause of irritation and discontent. You knew the father. Give the sons a chance, at least, of making a fortune." And he drew a succinct picture of the situation of the family affairs at Issoudun, begging the all-powerful vice-president of the Council of State to take steps to induce the Director General of Police to change Philippe's place of residence from Autun to Issoudun. He also spoke of Philippe's extreme poverty, and asked a dole of 60 francs a month, which the Minister of War ought, he said, for mere shame's sake, to grant to a former lieutenant colonel. "I will obtain all you ask of me, for I think it just," replied the Count. 3 days later, Desroches, furnished with the necessary authority, fetched Philippe from the prison of the Court of Peers, and took him to his own house, Rue de Béthisy. Once there, the young barrister read the miserable vagabond one of those unanswerable lectures in which lawyers rate things at their actual value, using plain terms to qualify the conduct and to analyze and reduce to their simplest meaning the sentiments and ideas of clients toward whom they feel enough interest to speak plainly. After humbling the Emperor's staff officer by reproaching him with his reckless dissipations, his mother's misfortunes, and the death of Madame Descoings, he went on to tell him the state of things at Issoudun, explaining it according to his lights, and probing both the scheme and the character of Maxence Gilet and the Rabouilleuse to their depths. Philippe, who was gifted with a keen comprehension in such directions, listened with much more interest to this part of Desroches' lecture than to what had gone before. "Under these circumstances," continued the lawyer, "you can repair the injury you have done to your estimable family, so far at least as it is repairable, for you cannot restore life to the poor mother you have all but killed. But you alone can—" "What can I do?" asked Philippe. "I have obtained a change of residence for you, from Autun to Issoudun." Philippe's sunken face, which had grown almost sinister in expression and was furrowed with sufferings and privation, instantly lighted up with a flash of joy. "And, as I was saying, you alone can recover the inheritance of old Rouget's property, half of which may by this time be in the jaws of the wolf named Gilet," replied Desroches. "You now know all the particulars, and it is for you to act accordingly. I suggest no plan. I have no ideas at all as to that. Besides, everything will depend on local circumstances. You have to deal with a strong force. That fellow is very astute. The way he attempted to get back the pictures your uncle had given to Joseph, the audacity with which he laid a crime on your poor brother's shoulders, all go to prove that the adversary is capable of everything. Therefore, be prudent, and try to behave properly, out of policy if you can't do so out of decency. Without telling Joseph, whose artist's pride would be up in arms, I have sent the pictures to Monsieur Auchan, telling him to give them up to no one but you. By the way, Maxence Gillet is a brave man." "So much the better," said Philippe. "I count on his courage for success. A coward would leave Issoudun." "Well, think of your mother, who has been so devoted to you, and of your brother, whom you made your milch cow." "Ah, did he tell you that nonsense?" cried Philippe. "Am I not the friend of the family, and don't I know much more about you than they do?" asked Desroches. "What do you know?" said Philippe. "That you betrayed your comrades." "I?" exclaimed Philippe. "I, a staff officer of the Emperor? Absurd! Why, we fooled the Chamber of Peers, the lawyers, the government, and the whole of the damned concern. The king's people were completely hoodwinked." "That's all very well if it was so," answered the lawyer. "But don't you see, the Bourbons can't be overthrown. All Europe is backing them, and you ought to try to make your peace with the War Department. You could do that readily enough if you were rich. To get rich, you and your brother, you must lay hold of your uncle. If you will take the trouble to manage an affair which needs great cleverness, patience, and caution, you have enough work before you to occupy your 5 years." "No, no," cried Philippe. "I must take the bull by the horns at once. This Maxence may alter the investment of the property, and put it in that woman's name, and then all would be lost." "Monsieur Auchan is a good adviser, and sees clearly. Consult him. You have your orders from the police. I have taken your place in the Orléans diligence for 7:30 this evening. I suppose your trunk is ready, so now come and dine." "I own nothing but what I have got on my back," said Philippe, opening his horrible blue overcoat. "But I only need 3 things, which you must tell Giroudeau, the uncle of Finot, to send me: my sabre, my sword, and my pistols." "You need more than that," said the lawyer, shuddering as he looked at his client. "You will receive a quarterly stipend, which will clothe you decently." "Bless me, are you here, Godeschal?" cried Philippe, recognizing in Desroches' head clerk, as they passed out, the brother of Mariette. "Yes, I have been with Monsieur Desroches for the last 2 months." "And he will stay with me, I hope, till he gets a business of his own," said Desroches. "How is Mariette?" asked Philippe, moved at his recollections. "She is getting ready for the opening of the new theatre." "It would cost her little trouble to get my sentence remitted," said Philippe. "However, as she chooses." After a meagre dinner given by Desroches, who boarded his head clerk, the 2 lawyers put the political convict in the diligence and wished him good luck. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Two Brothers by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Catherine Prescott Wormley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. On the 2nd of November, All Souls' Day, Philippe Bridau appeared before the commissary of police at Issoudun to have the date of his arrival recorded on his papers, and by that functionary's advice he went to lodge in the Rue Lavenier. The news of the arrival of an officer banished on account of the late military conspiracy spread rapidly through the town, and caused all the more excitement when it was known that this officer was a brother of the painter who had been falsely accused. Maxence Gillet, by this time entirely recovered from his wound, had completed the difficult operation of turning all Père Rouget's mortgages into money, and putting the proceeds in one sum on the Grand Livre. The loan of 140,000 francs obtained by the old man on his landed property had caused a great sensation, for everything is known in the provinces. Monsieur Auchamp, in the Bridau interest, was much put about by this disaster, and questioned old Monsieur Héon, the notary at Bourges, as to the object of it. "The heirs of old Rouget, if old Rouget changes his mind, ought to make me a votive offering," cried Monsieur Héon. "If it had not been for me, the old fellow would have allowed the 50,000 francs income to stand in the name of Maxence Gillet. I told Mademoiselle Brazier that she ought to look to the will only, and not run the risk of a suit for spoliation, seeing what numerous proofs these transfers in every direction would give against them. To gain time, I advised Maxence and his mistress to keep quiet, and let this sudden change in the usual business habits of the old man be forgotten. Protect the Bridots, for they have nothing," said Monsieur Auchamp, who, in addition to all other reasons, could not forgive Gillet the terrors he had endured when fearing the pillage of his house. Maxence Gillet and Flore Brazier, now secure against all attack, were very merry over the arrival of another of old Rouget's nephews. They knew they were able, at the first sign of danger, to make the old man sign a power of attorney, under which the money in the funds could be transferred either to Max or Flore. If the will leaving Flore the principal should be revoked, an income of 50,000 francs was a very tolerable crumb of comfort, more particularly after squeezing from the real estate that mortgage of 140,000. The day after his arrival, Philippe called upon his uncle about 10 o'clock in the morning, anxious to present himself in his dilapidated clothing. When the convalescent of the Hôpital du Midi, the prisoner of the Luxembourg, entered the room, Flore Brazier felt a shiver pass over her at the repulsive sight. Gillet himself was conscious of that particular disturbance both of mind and body by which nature sometimes warns us of a latent enmity or a coming danger. If there was something indescribably sinister in Philippe's countenance due to his recent misfortunes, the effect was heightened by his clothes. His forlorn blue greatcoat was buttoned in military fashion to the throat, for painful reasons, and yet it showed much that it pretended to conceal. The bottom edges of the trousers, ragged like those of an almshouse beggar, were the sign of abject poverty. The boots left wet splashes on the floor as the mud oozed from fissures in the soles. The grey hat which the colonel held in his hand was horribly greasy round the rim. The Malacca cane, from which the polish had long disappeared, must have stood in all the corners of all the cafes in Paris, and poked its worn-out end into many a corruption. Above the velvet collar, rubbed and worn till the frame showed through it, rose a head like that which Frédéric Lemaitre makes up for the last act in The Life of a Gambler, where the exhaustion of a man still in the prime of life is betrayed by the metallic brassy skin, discoloured as if with verdigris. Such tints are seen on the faces of debauched gamblers who spend their nights in play. The eyes are sunken in a dusky circle, the lids are reddened rather than red, the brow is menacing from the wreck and ruin it reveals. Philippe's cheeks, which were sunken and wrinkled, showed signs of the illness from which he had scarcely recovered. His head was bald except for a fringe of hair at the back which ended at the ears. The pure blue of his brilliant eyes had acquired the cold tones of polished steel. "Good morning, uncle," he said in a hoarse voice. "I am your nephew, Philippe Bridau, a specimen of how the Bourbons treat a lieutenant colonel, an old soldier of the old army, one who carried the Emperor's orders at the Battle of Montereau. If my coat were to open, I should be put to shame in presence of mademoiselle. Well, it is the rule of the game. We hoped to begin it again. We tried it, and we failed. I am to reside in your city by order of the police with a full pay of 60 francs a month. So the inhabitants needn't fear that I shall raise the price of provisions. I see you are in good and lovely company." "Ah, you are my nephew," said Jean-Jacques. "Invite Monsieur le Colonel to breakfast with us," said Flore. "No, I thank you, madame," answered Philippe. "I have breakfasted. Besides, I would cut off my hand sooner than ask a bit of bread or a farthing from my uncle after the treatment my mother and brother received in this town. It did not seem proper, however, that I should settle here in Issoudun without paying my respects to him from time to time. You can do what you like," he added, offering the old man his hand, into which Rouget put his own, which Philippe shook. "Whatever you like. I shall have nothing to say against it, provided the honor of the Bridots is untouched." Gillet could look at the lieutenant colonel as much as he pleased, for Philippe pointedly avoided casting his eyes in his direction. Max, though the blood boiled in his veins, was too well aware of the importance of behaving with political prudence, which occasionally resembles cowardice, to take fire like a young man. He remained, therefore, perfectly calm and cold. "It wouldn't be right, monsieur," said Flore, "to live on 60 francs a month under the nose of an uncle who has 40,000 francs a year, and who has already behaved so kindly to Captain Gillet, his natural relation, here present." "Yes, Philippe," cried the old man, "you must see that." On Flore's presentation, Philippe made a half-timid bow to Max. "Uncle, I have some pictures to return to you. They are now at Monsieur Auchan's. Will you be kind enough to come over some day and identify them?" Saying these last words in a curt tone, Lieutenant Colonel Philippe Bridau departed. The tone of his visit made, if possible, a deeper impression on Flore's mind and also on that of Max than the shock they had felt at the first sight of that horrible campaigner. As soon as Philippe had slammed the door with the violence of a disinherited heir, Max and Flore hid behind the window curtains to watch him as he crossed the road to the Auchan's. "What a vagabond!" exclaimed Flore, questioning Max with a glance of her eye. "Yes, unfortunately there were men like him in the armies of the Emperor. I sent 7 to the shades at Cabrera," answered Gillet. "I do hope, Max, that you won't pick a quarrel with that fellow," said Mademoiselle Brazier. "He smelt so of tobacco," complained the old man. "He was smelling after your money-bags," said Flore, in a peremptory tone. "My advice is that you don't let him into the house again." "I'd prefer not to," replied Rouget. "Monsieur," said Gritte, entering the room where the Auchan family were all assembled after breakfast, "here is the Monsieur Bridau you were talking about." Philippe made his entrance politely, in the midst of a dead silence caused by general curiosity. Madame Auchan shuddered from head to foot as she beheld the author of all Agat's woes and the murderer of good old Madame Descoings. Adolphine also felt a shock of fear. Baruch and Francois looked at each other in surprise. Old Auchan kept his self-possession and offered a seat to the son of Madame Bridau. "I have come, monsieur," said Philippe, "to introduce myself to you. I am forced to consider how I can manage to live here for 5 years on 60 francs a month." "It can be done," said the octogenarian. Philippe talked about things in general with perfect propriety. He mentioned the journalist Lousteau, nephew of the old lady, as a rara avis, and won her good graces from the moment she heard him say that the name of Lousteau would become celebrated. He did not hesitate to admit his faults of conduct. To a friendly admonition which Madame Auchan addressed to him in a low voice, he replied that he had reflected deeply while in prison, and could promise that in future he would live another life. On a hint from Philippe, Monsieur Auchan went out with him when he took his leave. When the miser and the soldier reached the Boulevard Baron, a place where no one could overhear them, the colonel turned to the old man. "Monsieur," he said, "if you will be guided by me, we will never speak together of matters and things, or people either, unless we are walking in the open country, or in places where we cannot be heard. Maître Desroches has fully explained to me the influence of the gossip of a little town. Therefore I don't wish you to be suspected of advising me, though Desroches has told me to ask for your advice, and I beg you not to be chary of giving it. We have a powerful enemy in our front, and it won't do to neglect any precaution which may help to defeat him. In the first place, therefore, excuse me if I do not call upon you again. A little coldness between us will clear you of all suspicion of influencing my conduct. When I want to consult you, I will pass along the square at 9:30, just as you are coming out after breakfast. If you see me carry my cane on my shoulder, that will mean that we must meet accidentally in some open space which you will point out to me." "I see you are a prudent man bent on success," said old Auchan. "I shall succeed, monsieur. First of all, give me the names of the officers of the old army now living in Issoudun who have not taken sides with Maxence Gilet. I wish to make their acquaintance." "Well, there's a captain of the artillery of the Guards, Monsieur Mignonnet, a man about 40 years of age, who was brought up at the École Polytechnique and lives in a quiet way. He is a very honorable man, and openly disapproves of Max, whose conduct he considers unworthy of a true soldier." "Good," remarked the lieutenant-colonel. "There are not many soldiers here of that stripe," resumed Monsieur Auchan. "The only other that I know is an old cavalry captain." "That is my arm," said Philippe. "Was he in the Guard?" "Yes," replied Monsieur Auchan. "Carpentier was, in 1810, sergeant major in the dragoons. Then he rose to be sub-lieutenant in the line, and subsequently captain of cavalry." "Giroudeau may know him," thought Philippe. "This Monsieur Carpentier took the place in the mayor's office which Gilet threw up. He is a friend of Monsieur Mignonnet. How can I earn my living here?" "They are going, I think, to establish a mutual insurance agency in Issoudun for the department of the Cher. You might get a place in it, but the pay won't be more than 50 francs a month at the outside." "That will be enough." At the end of a week, Philippe had a new suit of clothes, coat, waistcoat, and trousers, of good blue Elbeuf cloth, bought on credit, to be paid for at so much a month, also new boots, buckskin gloves, and a hat. Giroudeau sent him some linen, with his weapons, and a letter for Carpentier, who had formerly served under Giroudeau. The letter secured him Carpentier's goodwill, and the latter presented him to his friend Mignonnet as a man of great merit and the highest character. Philippe won the admiration of these worthy officers by confiding to them a few facts about the late conspiracy, which was, as everybody knows, the last attempt of the old army against the Bourbons. For the affair of the sergeants at La Rochelle belongs to another order of ideas. Warned by the fate of the conspiracy of the 19th of August, 1820, and of those of Berton and Caron, the soldiers of the old army resigned themselves, after their failure in 1822, to await events. This last conspiracy, which grew out of that of the 19th of August, was really a continuation of the latter, carried on by a better element. Like its predecessor, it was absolutely unknown to the royal government. Betrayed once more, the conspirators had the wit to reduce their vast enterprise to the puny proportions of a barrack plot. This conspiracy, in which several regiments of cavalry, infantry, and artillery were concerned, had its centre in the north of France. The strong places along the frontier were to be captured at a blow. If success had followed, the treaties of 1815 would have been broken by a federation with Belgium, which, by a military compact made among the soldiers, was to withdraw from the Holy Alliance. 2 thrones would have been plunged in a moment into the vortex of this sudden cyclone. Instead of this formidable scheme, concerted by strong minds and supported by personages of high rank, being carried out, one small part of it, and that only, was discovered and brought before the Court of Peers. Philippe Bridau consented to screen the leaders, who retired the moment the plot was discovered, either by treachery or accident, and from their seats in both chambers lent their cooperation to the inquiry, only to work for the ultimate success of their purpose at the heart of the government. To recount this scheme, which since 1830 the Liberals have openly confessed in all its ramifications, would trench upon the domain of history and involve too long a digression. This glimpse of it is enough to show the double part which Philippe Bridau undertook to play. The former staff officer of the Emperor was to lead a movement in Paris solely for the purpose of masking the real conspiracy and occupying the mind of the government at its center, while the great struggle should burst forth at the north. When the latter miscarried before discovery, Philippe was ordered to break all links connecting the 2 plots, and to allow the secrets of the secondary plot only to become known. For this purpose, his abject misery, to which his state of health and his clothing bore witness, was amply sufficient to undervalue the character of the conspiracy and reduce its proportions in the eyes of the authorities. The role was well suited to the precarious position of the unprincipled gambler. Feeling himself astride of both parties, the crafty Philippe played the saint to the royal government, all the while retaining the good opinion of the men in high places who were of the other party, determined to cast in his lot at a later day with whichever side he might then find most to his advantage. These revelations as to the vast bearings of the real conspiracy made Philippe a man of great distinction in the eyes of Carpentier and Mignonnet, to whom his self-devotion seemed a statecraft worthy of the Palme-Des of the Convention. In a short time the tricky Bonapartist was seen to be on friendly terms with the two officers, and the consideration they enjoyed in the town was of course shared by him. He soon obtained, through their recommendation, the situation in the insurance office that old Auchamp had suggested, which required only 3 hours of his day. Mignonnet and Carpentier put him up at their club, where his good manners and bearing, in keeping with the high opinion which the two officers expressed about him, won him a respect often given to external appearances that are only deceitful. Philippe, whose conduct was carefully considered and planned, had indeed made many reflections while in prison as to the inconveniences of leading a debauched life. He did not need Desroches' lecture to understand the necessity of conciliating the people at Issoudun by decent, sober, and respectable conduct. Delighted to attract Max's ridicule by behaving with the propriety of a Mignonnet, he went further and endeavored to lull Gillet's suspicions by deceiving him as to his real character. He was bent on being taken for a fool by appearing generous and disinterested, all the while drawing a net around his adversary and keeping his eye on his uncle's property. His mother and brother, on the contrary, who were really disinterested, generous, and lofty, had been accused of greed because they had acted with straightforward simplicity. Philippe's covetousness was fully roused by Monsieur Auchamp, who gave him all the details of his uncle's property. In the first secret conversation which he held with the octogenarian, they agreed that Philippe must not awaken Max's suspicions, for the game would be lost if Flore and Max were to carry off their victim, though no further than Bourges. Once a week the colonel dined with Mignonnet, another day with Carpentier, and every Thursday with Monsieur Auchamp. At the end of 3 weeks he received other invitations for the remaining days, so that he had little more than his breakfast to provide. He never spoke of his uncle, nor of the Rabouilleuse, nor of Gillet, unless it were in connection with his mother and his brother's stay in Issoudun. The 3 officers, the only soldiers in town who were decorated, and among whom Philippe had the advantage of the rosette, which in the eyes of all provincials gave him a marked superiority, took a habit of walking together every day before dinner, keeping, as the saying is, to themselves. This reserve and tranquillity of demeanor had an excellent effect on Issoudun. All Max's adherents thought Philippe a sabreur, an expression applied by soldiers to the commonest sort of courage in their superior officers, while denying that they possess the requisite qualities of a commander. "He is a very honorable man," said Godet the surgeon to Max. "Bah!" replied Gillet. "His behavior before the court of peers proves him to have been either a dupe or a spy. He is, as you say, ninny enough to have been duped by the great players." After obtaining his situation, Philippe, who was well informed as to the gossip of the town, wished to conceal certain circumstances of his present life as much as possible from the knowledge of the inhabitants. He therefore went to live in a house at the farther end of the Faubourg Saint-Paterne, to which was attached a large garden. Here he was able, in the utmost secrecy, to fence with Carpentier, who had been a fencing master in the infantry before entering the cavalry. Philippe soon recovered his early dexterity and learned other and new secrets from Carpentier, which convinced him that he need not fear the prowess of any adversary. This done, he began openly to practice with pistols with Mignonnet and Carpentier, declaring it was for amusement, but really intending to make Max believe that, in case of a duel, he should rely on that weapon. Whenever Philippe met Gillet, he waited for him to bow first, and answered the salutation by touching the brim of his hat cavalierly, as an officer acknowledges the salute of a private. Maxence Gillet gave no sign of impatience or displeasure. He never uttered a single word about Bridau at the Cognettes, where he still gave suppers, although since Fariot's attack, the pranks of the Order of Idleness were temporarily suspended. After a while, however, the contempt shown by Lieutenant Colonel Bridau for the former cavalry captain Gillet was a settled fact, which certain knights of idleness, who were less bound to Max than François, Baruch, and 3 or 4 others, discussed among themselves. They were much surprised to see the violent and fiery Max behave with such discretion. No one in Issoudun, not even Potel or Renard, dared broach so delicate a subject with him. Potel, somewhat disturbed by this open misunderstanding between 2 heroes of the Imperial Guard, suggested that Max might be laying a net for the colonel. He asserted that some new scheme might be looked for from the man who had got rid of the mother and 1 brother by making use of Fariot's attack upon him, the particulars of which were now no longer a mystery. Monsieur Auchamp had taken care to reveal the truth of Max's atrocious accusation to the best people of the town. Thus it happened that in talking over the situation of the lieutenant colonel in relation to Max, and in trying to guess what might spring from their antagonism, the whole town regarded the 2 men from the start as adversaries. Philippe, who had carefully investigated all the circumstances of his brother's arrest, and the antecedents of Gillet and the Rabouilleuse, was finally brought into rather close relations with Fariot, who lived near him. After studying the Spaniard, Philippe thought he might trust a man of that quality. The 2 found their hatred so firm a bond of union that Fariot put himself at Philippe's disposal, and related all that he knew about the Knights of Idleness. Philippe promised, in case he succeeded in obtaining over his uncle the power now exercised by Gillet, to indemnify Fariot for his losses. This bait made the Spaniard his henchman. Maxence was now face to face with a dangerous foe. He had, as they say in those parts, someone to handle. Roused by much gossip and various rumors, the town of Issoudun expected a mortal combat between the 2 men, who, we must remark, mutually despised each other. One morning toward the end of November, Philippe met Monsieur Auchamp about 12 o'clock in the long avenue of Frapesle, and said to him, "I have discovered that your grandsons, Baruch and François, are the intimate friends of Maxence Gillet. The rascals are mixed up in all the pranks that are played about this town at night. It was through them that Maxence knew what was said in your house when my mother and brother were staying there." "How did you get proof of such a monstrous thing?" "I overheard their conversation one night as they were leaving a drinking shop. Your grandsons both owe Max more than 3,000 francs. The scoundrel told the lads to try and find out our intentions. He reminded them that you had once thought of getting round my uncle by priestcraft, and declared that nobody but you could guide me, for he thinks, fortunately, that I am nothing more than a sabreur. My grandsons! Is it possible? Watch them, said Philippe. You will see them coming home along the Place Saint-Jean at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, as tipsy as champagne corks, and in company with Gillet. That's why the scamps keep so sober at home, cried Monsieur Auchan. Fario has told me all about their nocturnal proceedings, resumed Philippe. Without him, I should never have suspected them. My uncle is held down under an absolute thraldom, if I may judge by certain things which the Spaniard has heard Max say to your boys. I suspect Max and the Rabouilleuse of a scheme to make sure of the 50,000 francs income from the funds, and then, after pulling that feather from their pigeon's wing, to run away, I don't know where, and get married. It is high time to know what is going on under my uncle's roof, but I don't see how to set about it. I will think of it, said the old man. They separated, for several persons were now approaching. Never, at any time in his life, did Jean-Jacques suffer as he had done since the first visit of his nephew Philippe. Flore was terrified by the presentiment of some evil that threatened Max. Weary of her master, and fearing that he might live to be very old, since he was able to bear up under their criminal practices, she formed the very simple plan of leaving Issoudun and being married to Maxence in Paris, after obtaining from Jean-Jacques the transfer of the income in the funds. The old bachelor, guided not by any justice to his family, nor by personal avarice, but solely by his passion, steadily refused to make the transfer, on the ground that Flore was to be his sole heir. The unhappy creature knew to what extent Flore loved Max, and he believed he would be abandoned the moment she was made rich enough to marry. When Flore, after employing the tenderest cajoleries, was unable to succeed, she tried rigor. She no longer spoke to her master. Védy was sent to wait upon him, and found him in the morning with his eyes swollen and red with weeping. For a week or more, poor Rouget had breakfasted alone, and heaven knows on what food. The day after Philippe's conversation with Monsieur Auchan, he determined to pay a second visit to his uncle, whom he found much changed. Flore stayed beside the old man, speaking tenderly and looking at him with much affection. She played the comedy so well that Philippe guessed some immediate danger merely from the solicitude thus displayed in his presence. Gillet, whose policy it was to avoid all collision with Philippe, did not appear. After watching his uncle and Flore for a time with a discerning eye, the colonel judged that the time had come to strike his grand blow. "Adieu, my dear uncle," he said, rising as if to leave the house. "Oh, don't go yet," cried the old man, who was comforted by Flore's false tenderness. "Dine with us, Philippe." "Yes, if you will come and take a walk with me." "Monsieur is very feeble," interposed Mademoiselle Brazier. "Just now he was unwilling even to go out in the carriage," she added, turning upon the old man the fixed look with which keepers quell a maniac. Philippe took Flore by the arm, compelling her to look at him, and looking at her in return as fixedly as she had just looked at her victim. "Tell me, mademoiselle," he said, "is it a fact that my uncle is not free to take a walk with me?" "Why, yes, he is, monsieur," replied Flore, who was unable to make any other answer. "Very well. Come, uncle. Mademoiselle, give him his hat and cane." "But he never goes out without me, do you, monsieur?" "Yes, Philippe, yes, I always want her." "It would be better to take the carriage," said Flore. "Yes, let us take the carriage," cried the old man, in his anxiety to make his two tyrants agree. "Uncle, you will come with me alone and on foot, or I shall never return here. I shall know that the town of Issoudun tells the truth when it declares you are under the dominion of Mademoiselle Flore Brazier. That my uncle should love you is all very well," he resumed, holding Flore with a fixed eye. "That you should not love my uncle is also on the cards. But when it comes to your making him unhappy, halt! If people want to get hold of an inheritance, they must earn it. Are you coming, uncle?" Philippe saw the eyes of the poor imbecile roving from himself to Flore in painful hesitation. "Ah, that's how it is it?" resumed the lieutenant-colonel. "Well, adieu, uncle. Mademoiselle, I kiss your hands." He turned quickly when he reached the door, and caught Flore in the act of making a menacing gesture at his uncle. "Uncle," he said, "if you wish to go with me, I will meet you at your door in 10 minutes. I am now going to see Monsieur Auchan. If you and I do not take that walk, I shall take upon myself to make some others walk." So saying, he went away and crossed the Place Saint-Jean to the Auchans. Everyone can imagine the scenes which the revelations made by Philippe to Monsieur Auchan had brought about within that family. At 9 o'clock old Monsieur Héon, the notary, presented himself with a bundle of papers and found a fire in the hall, which the old miser, contrary to all his habits, had ordered to be lighted. Madame Auchan, already dressed at this unusual hour, was sitting in her armchair at the corner of the fireplace. The two grandsons, warned the night before by Adolphine that a storm was gathering about their heads, had been ordered to stay in the house. Summoned now by Gritte, they were alarmed at the formal preparations of their grandparents, whose coldness and anger they had been made to feel in the air for the last 24 hours. "Don't rise for them," said their grandfather to Monsieur Héon. "You see before you two miscreants, unworthy of pardon." "Oh, grandpapa," said Francois. "Be silent," said the old man sternly. "I know of your nocturnal life and your intimacy with Monsieur Maxence Gilet. But you will meet him no more at Mère Cognette's at 1 in the morning, for you will not leave this house, either of you, until you go to your respective destinations. Ha! It was you who ruined Fario, was it? You who have narrowly escaped the police courts. Hold your tongue," he said, seeing that Baruch was about to speak. "You both owe money to Monsieur Maxence Gilet, who for 6 years has paid for your debauchery. Listen, both of you, to my guardianship accounts. After that I shall have more to say. You will see, after these papers are read, whether you can still trifle with me, still trifle with family laws, by betraying the secrets of this house and reporting to a Monsieur Maxence Gilet what is said and what is done here. For 3,000 francs you became spies. For 10,000 you would no doubt become assassins. You did almost kill Madame Bridau, for Monsieur Gillet knew very well it was Fario who stabbed him when he threw the crime upon my guest, Monsieur Joseph Bridau. If that jailbird did so wicked an act, it was because you told him what Madame Bridau meant to do. You, my grandsons, the spies of such a man. You, housebreakers and marauders. Don't you know that your worthy leader killed a poor young woman in 1806? I will not have assassins and thieves in my family. Pack your things. You shall go hang elsewhere. The two young men turned white and stiff as plaster casts. Read on, Monsieur Ayon, said Auchan. The old notary read the guardianship accounts, from which it appeared that the net fortune of the two Borniche children amounted to 70,000 francs, a sum derived from the dowry of their mother. But Monsieur Auchan had lent his daughter various large sums, and was now, as creditor, the owner of a part of the property of his Borniche grandchildren. The portion coming to Baruch amounted to only 20,000 francs. Now you are rich, said the old man. Take your money and go. I remain master of my own property and that of Madame Auchan, who in this matter shares all my intentions, and I shall give it to whom I choose, namely our dear Adolphine. Yes, we can marry her if we please to the son of a peer of France, for she will be an heiress. A noble fortune, said Monsieur Ayon. Monsieur Maxence Gillet will make up this loss to you, said Madame Auchan. Let my hard-saved money go to a scapegrace like you? No, indeed, cried Monsieur Auchan. Forgive me, stammered Baruch. Forgive, and I won't do it again, sneered the old man, imitating a child's voice. If I were to forgive you and let you out of this house, you would go and tell Monsieur Maxence what has happened, and warn him to be on his guard. No, no, my little men, I shall keep my eye on you, and I have means of knowing what you do. As you behave, so shall I behave to you. It will be by a long course of good conduct, not that of a day or a month, but of years, that I shall judge you. I am strong on my legs, my eyes are good, my health is sound. I hope to live long enough to see what road you take. Your first move will be to Paris, where you will study banking under Messieurs Mongenod and Sons. Ill luck to you if you don't walk straight. You will be watched. Your property is in the hand of Messieurs Mongenod. Here is a check for the amount. Now then, release me as guardian and sign the accounts, and also this receipt, he added, taking the papers from Monsieur Ayon and handing them to Baruch. As for you, Francois Auchan, you owe me money instead of having any to receive, said the old man, looking at his other grandson. Monsieur Ayon, read his account. It is all clear, perfectly clear. The reading was done in the midst of perfect stillness. You will have 600 francs a year, and with that you will go to Poitiers and study law, said the grandfather when the notary had finished. I had a fine life in prospect for you, but now you must earn your living as a lawyer. Ah, my young rascals, you have deceived me for 6 years. You now know it has taken me but 1 hour to get even with you. I have 7-leagued boots." Just as old Monsieur Rayon was preparing to leave with the signed papers, Gritte announced Colonel Brideau. Madame Auchamp left the room, taking her grandsons with her, that she might, as old Auchamp said, confess them privately and find out what effect this scene had produced upon them. Philippe and the old man stood in the embrasure of a window and spoke in low tones. "I have been reflecting on the state of your affairs over there," said Monsieur Auchamp, pointing to the Rouget house. "I have just had a talk with Monsieur Ayon. The security for the 50,000 francs a year from the property in the funds cannot be sold unless by the owner himself or someone with a power of attorney from him. Now, since your arrival here, your uncle has not signed any such power before any notary, and as he has not left Issoudun, he can't have signed one elsewhere. If he attempts to give a power of attorney here, we shall know it instantly. If he goes away to give one, we shall also know it, for it will have to be registered, and that excellent Ayon has means of finding it out. Therefore, if Rouget leaves Issoudun, have him followed, learn where he goes, and we will find a way to discover what he does." "The power of attorney has not been given," said Philippe. "They are trying to get it, but they will not succeed," added the vagabond, whose eye just then caught sight of his uncle on the steps of the opposite house. He pointed him out to Monsieur Auchamp, and related succinctly the particulars, at once so petty and so important, of his visit. "Maxence is afraid of me, but he can't evade me. Mignonnet says that all the officers of the old army who are in Issoudun give a yearly banquet on the anniversary of the Emperor's coronation. So Maxence, Gillet, and I are sure to meet in a few days." "If he gets a power of attorney by the morning of the 1st of December," said Auchamp, "he might take the mail post for Paris and give up the banquet." "Very good. The first thing, then, is to get possession of my uncle. I've an eye that cows a fool," said Philippe, giving Monsieur Auchamp an atrocious glance that made the old man tremble. "If they let him walk with you, Maxence must believe he has found some means to win the game," remarked the old miser. "Oh, Fario is on the watch," said Philippe, "and he is not alone. That Spaniard has discovered one of my old soldiers in the neighborhood of Vatan, a man I once did some service to. Without anyone's suspecting it, Benjamin Bourdet is under Fario's orders, who has lent him a horse to get about with. If you kill that monster who has corrupted my grandsons, I will say you have done a good deed. Thanks to me, the town of Issoudun now knows what Monsieur Maxence Gillet has been doing at night for the last 6 years," replied Philippe. "And the cackle, as you call it here, is now started on him. Morally, his day is over." The moment Philippe left his uncle's house, Flore went to Max's room to tell him every particular of the nephew's bold visit. "What's to be done?" she asked. "Before trying the last means, which will be to fight that big reprobate," replied Maxence, "we must play double or quits, and try our grand stroke. Let the old idiot go with his nephew." "But that big brute won't mince matters," remonstrated Flore. "He'll call things by their right names." "Listen to me," said Maxence in a harsh voice. Do you think I've not kept my ears open and reflected about how we stand? Send to Père Cognette for a horse and a char à banc, and say we want them instantly. They must be here in 5 minutes. Pack all your belongings, take Védy, and go to Vatan. Settle yourself there, as if you mean to stay. Carry off the 20,000 francs in gold which the old fellow has got in his drawer. If I bring him to you in Vatan, you are to refuse to come back here unless he signs the power of attorney. As soon as we get it, I'll slip off to Paris while you're returning to Issoudun. When Jean-Jacques gets back from his walk and finds you gone, he'll go beside himself and want to follow you. Well, when he does, I'll give him a talking to. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Two Brothers by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Catherine Prescott Wormley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. While the foregoing plot was progressing, Philippe was walking arm in arm with his uncle along the Boulevard Baron. "The two great tacticians are coming to close quarters at last," thought Monsieur Auchan as he watched the colonel marching off with his uncle. "I am curious to see the end of the game, and what becomes of the stake of 90,000 francs a year." "My dear uncle," said Philippe, whose phraseology had a flavor of his affinities in Paris, "you love this girl, and you are devilishly right. She is damnably handsome. Instead of billing and cooing, she makes you trot like a valet. Well, that's all simple enough, but she wants to see you 6 feet underground, so that she may marry Max, whom she adores." "I know that, Philippe, but I love her all the same." "Well, I have sworn by the soul of my mother, who is your own sister," continued Philippe, "to make your Rabouilleuse as supple as my glove, and the same as she was before that scoundrel, who is unworthy to have served in the Imperial Guard, ever came to quarter himself in your house." "Ah, if you could do that," said the old man. "It is very easy," answered Philippe, cutting his uncle short. "I'll kill Max as I would a dog, but on one condition," added the old campaigner. "What is that?" said Rouget, looking at his nephew in a stupid way. "Don't sign that power of attorney which they want of you before the 3rd of December. Put them off till then. Your torturers only want it to enable them to sell the 50,000 a year you have in the funds, so that they may run off to Paris and pay for their wedding festivities out of your millions." "I am afraid so," replied Rouget. "Well, whatever they may say or do to you, put off giving that power of attorney until next week." "Yes, but when Flore talks to me, she stirs my very soul till I don't know what I do. I give you my word, when she looks at me in a certain way, her blue eyes seem like paradise, and I am no longer master of myself, especially when for some days she had been harsh to me." "Well, whether she is sweet or sour, don't do more than promise to sign the paper, and let me know the night before you are going to do it. That will answer. Maxence shall not be your proxy unless he first kills me. If I kill him, you must agree to take me in his place, and I'll undertake to break in that handsome girl and keep her at your beck and call. Yes, Flore shall love you, and if she doesn't satisfy you, thunder, I'll thrash her." "Oh, I never could allow that. A blow struck at Flore would break my heart." "But it is the only way to govern women and horses. a man makes himself feared or loved or respected. Now that is what I wanted to whisper in your ear. Good morning, gentlemen, he said to Mignonnet and Carpentier, who came up at the moment. I am taking my uncle for a walk, as you see, and trying to improve him, for we are in an age when children are obliged to educate their grandparents. They all bowed to each other. You behold in my dear uncle the effects of an unhappy passion. Those two want to strip him of his fortune and leave him in the lurch. You know to whom I refer. He sees the plot, but he hasn't the courage to give up his sugar plum for a few days so as to baffle it. Philippe briefly explained his uncle's position. Gentlemen, he remarked in conclusion, you see there are no two ways of saving him. Either Colonel Brideau must kill Captain Gillet, or Captain Gillet must kill Colonel Brideau. We celebrate the Emperor's coronation on the day after tomorrow. I rely upon you to arrange the seats at the banquet so that I shall sit opposite to Gillet. You will do me the honor, I hope, of being my seconds. We will appoint you to preside and sit ourselves on either side of you. Max, as vice-president, will, of course, sit opposite, said Mignonnet. Oh, the scoundrel will have Potel and Romard with him, said Carpentier. In spite of all that Issoudun now knows and says of his midnight maraudings, those two worthy officers, who have already been his seconds, remain faithful to him. You see how it all maps out, uncle, said Philippe. Therefore, sign no paper before the 3rd of December. The next day you shall be free, happy, and beloved by Flore, without having to coax for it. You don't know him, Philippe, said the terrified old man. Maxence has killed 9 men in duels. Yes, but 90,000 francs a year didn't depend on it, answered Philippe. A bad conscience shakes the hand, remarked Mignonnet sententiously. In a few days from now, resumed Philippe, you and the Rabouilleuse will be living together as sweet as honey. That is, after she gets through mourning. At first she'll twist like a worm and yelp and weep, but never mind, let the water run. The 2 soldiers approved of Philippe's arguments and tried to hearten up old Rouget, with whom they walked about for nearly 2 hours. At last Philippe took his uncle home, saying as they parted, Don't take any steps without me. I know women. I have paid for one who cost me far more than Flore can ever cost you. But she taught me how to behave to the fair sex for the rest of my days. Women are bad children. They are inferior animals to men. We must make them fear us. The worst condition in the world is to be governed by such brutes. It was about 2:30 in the afternoon when the old man got home. Kowski opened the door in tears. That is, by Max's orders, he gave signs of weeping. Oh, monsieur, madame has gone away and taken Védie with her. Gone away, said the old man in a strangled voice. The blow was so violent that Rouget sat down on the stairs, unable to stand. A moment after, he rose, looked about the hall, into the kitchen, went up to his own room, searched all the chambers, and returned to the salon, where he threw himself into a chair and burst into tears. "Where is she?" he sobbed. "Oh, where is she? Where is Max?" "I don't know," answered Kowski. "The captain went out without telling me." Gillet thought it politic to be seen sauntering about the town. By leaving the old man alone with his despair, he knew he should make him feel his desertion the more keenly, and reduce him to docility. To keep Philippe from assisting his uncle at this crisis, he had given Kowski strict orders not to open the door to anyone. Floor away, the miserable old man grew frantic, and the situation of things approached a crisis. During his walk through the town, Maxence Gilet was avoided by many persons who a day or two earlier would have hastened to shake hands with him. A general reaction had set in against him. The deeds of the Knights of Idleness were ringing on every tongue. The tale of Joseph Bridaux's arrest, now cleared up, disgraced Max in the eyes of all, and his life and conduct received in one day their just award. Gilet met Captain Potel, who was looking for him, and seemed almost beside himself. "What's the matter with you, Potel?" "My dear fellow, the Imperial Guard is being blackguarded all over the town. These civilians are crying you down, and it goes to the bottom of my heart." "What are they complaining of?" asked Max. "Of what you do at night." "As if we couldn't amuse ourselves a little?" "But that isn't all," said Potel. Potel belonged to the same class as the officer who replied to the burgomaster's, "Your town will be paid for if we do burn it." So he was very little troubled about the deeds of the Order of Idleness. "What more?" inquired Gilet. "The Guard is against the Guard. It is that breaks my heart. Bridau has set all these bourgeois on you. The Guard against the Guard. No, it ought not to be. You can't back down, Max. You must meet Bridau. I had a great mind to pick a quarrel with the low scoundrel myself and send him to the shades. I wish I had, and then the bourgeois wouldn't have seen the spectacle of the Guard against the Guard. In war times I don't say anything against it. Two heroes of the Guard may quarrel and fight, but at least there are no civilians to look on and sneer. No, I say, that big villain never served in the Guard. A guardsman would never behave as he does to another guardsman, under the very eyes of the bourgeois. Impossible. Ah, it's all wrong. The Guard is disgraced. And here, at Issoudun, where it was once so honored." "Come, Potel, don't worry yourself," answered Max. "Even if you do not see me at the banquet—" "What? Do you mean that you won't be there the day after tomorrow?" cried Potel, interrupting his friend. "Do you wish to be called a coward, and have it said you are running away from Bridau? No, no. The unmounted grenadiers of the Guard cannot draw back before the dragoons of the Guard. Arrange your business in some other way, and be there." "One more to send to the shades," said Max. "Well, I think I can manage my business so as to get there. For," he thought to himself, "that power of attorney ought not to be in my name. As old Aon says, it would look too much like theft." This lion, tangled in the meshes Philippe Bridau was weaving for him, muttered between his teeth as he went along. He avoided the looks of those he met, and returned home by the Boulevard Villatte, still talking to himself. "I will have that money before I fight," he said. "If I die, it shall not go to Philippe. I must put it in Flore's name. She will follow my instructions and go straight to Paris. Once there, she can marry, if she chooses, the son of some marshal of France who has been sent to the right about. I'll have that power of attorney made in Baruch's name, and he'll transfer the property by my order." Max, to do him justice, was never more cool and calm in appearance than when his blood and his ideas were boiling. No man ever united in a higher degree the qualities which make a great general. If his career had not been cut short by his captivity at Cabrera, the emperor would certainly have found him one of those men who are necessary to the success of vast enterprises. When he entered the room where the hapless victim of all these comic and tragic scenes was still weeping, Max asked the meaning of such distress, seemed surprised, pretended that he knew nothing, and heard with well-acted amazement of Flore's departure. He questioned Kowski to obtain some light on the object of this inexplicable journey. "Madame said like this," Kowski replied, "that I was to tell monsieur she had taken 20,000 francs in gold from his drawer, thinking that monsieur wouldn't refuse her that amount as wages for the last 22 years. "Wages!" exclaimed Rouget. "Yes," replied Kowski. "Ah, I shall never come back," she said to Védy as she drove away. Poor Védy, who is so attached to monsieur, remonstrated with madame. "No, no," she answered, "he has no affection for me. He lets his nephew treat me like the lowest of the low." And she wept, oh, bitterly. "Ah, what do I care for Philippe?" cried the old man, whom Max was watching. "Where is Flore? How can we find out where she is?" "Philippe, whose advice you follow, will help you," said Max coldly. "Philippe," said the old man, "what has he to do with the poor child? There is no one but you, my good Max, who can find Flore. She will follow you. You could bring her back to me." "I don't wish to oppose Monsieur Bridau," observed Max. "As for that," cried Rouget, "if that hinders you, he told me he meant to kill you." "Ah!" exclaimed Gillet, laughing, "we will see about it." "My friend," said the old man, "find Flore, and I will do all she wants of me." "Some one must have seen her as she passed through the town," said Maxence to Kowski. "Serve dinner, put everything on the table, and then go and make inquiries from place to place. Let us know by dessert which road Mademoiselle Brazier has taken." This order quieted for a time the poor creature, who was moaning like a child that has lost its nurse. At this moment, Rouget, who hated Max, thought his tormentor an angel. A passion like that of this miserable old man for Flore is astonishingly like the emotions of childhood. At 6 o'clock, the Pole, who had merely taken a walk, returned to announce that Flore had driven towards Vaton. "Madame is going back to her own people, that's plain," said Kowski. "Would you like to go to Vaton to-night?" said Max. "The road is bad, but Kowski knows how to drive, and you'll make your peace better to-night than to-morrow morning." "Let us go!" cried Rouget. "Put the horse in quietly," said Max to Kowski. "Manage, if you can, that the town shall not know of this nonsense, for Monsieur Rouget's sake. Saddle my horse," he added in a whisper. "I will ride on ahead of you." Monsieur Auchan had already notified Philippe of Flore's departure, and the Colonel rose from Monsieur Mignonet's dinner table to rush to the Place Saint-Jean, for he at once guessed the meaning of this clever strategy. When Philippe presented himself at his uncle's house, Kowski answered through a window that Monsieur Rouget was unable to see any one. "Fario," said Philippe to the Spaniard, who was stationed in the Grande Narette, Go and tell Benjamin to mount his horse. It is all important that I shall know what Gillet does with my uncle." "They are now putting the horse into the calèche," said Fario, who had been watching the Rouget stable. "If they go towards Vatan," answered Philippe, "get me another horse, and come yourself with Benjamin to Monsieur Mignonnet's." "What do you mean to do?" asked Monsieur Auchan, who had come out of his own house when he saw Philippe and Fario standing together. "The genius of a general, my dear Monsieur Auchan," said Philippe, "consists not only in carefully observing the enemy's movements, but also in guessing his intentions from those movements, and in modifying his own plan whenever the enemy interferes with it by some unexpected action. Now, if my uncle and Max drive out together, they are going to Vatan. Maxence will have promised to reconcile him with Flore, who fugit ad salices. The maneuver is General Virgil's. If that's the line they take, I don't know yet what I shall do. I shall have some hours to think it over, for my uncle can't sign a power of attorney at 10 o'clock at night. The notaries will all be in bed. If, as I rather fancy, Max goes on in advance of my uncle to teach Flore her lesson, which seems necessary and probable, the rogue is lost. You will see the sort of revenge we old soldiers take in a game of this kind. Now, as I need a helper for this last stroke, I must go back to Mignonnet's and make an arrangement with my friend Carpentier." Shaking hands with Monsieur Auchan, Philippe went off down the Petite Narette to Mignonnet's house. 10 minutes later, Monsieur Auchan saw Max ride off at a quick trot, and the old miser's curiosity was so powerfully excited that he remained standing at his window, eagerly expecting to hear the wheels of the old demi-fortune, which was not long in coming. Jean-Jacques' impatience made him follow Max within 20 minutes. Kowski, no doubt under orders from his master, walked the horse through the town. "If they get to Paris, all is lost," thought Monsieur Auchan. At this moment, a lad from the Faubourg de Rome came to the Auchan house with a letter for Baruch. The two grandsons, much subdued by the events of the morning, had kept their rooms of their own accord during the day. Thinking over their prospects, they saw plainly that they had better be cautious with their grandparents. Baruch knew very well the influence which his grandfather Auchan exerted over his grandfather and grandmother Borniche. Monsieur Auchan would not hesitate to get their property for Adolphine if his conduct were such as to make them pin their hopes on the grand marriage with which his grandfather had threatened him that morning. Being richer than Francois, Baruch had the most to lose. He therefore counseled an absolute surrender, with no other condition than the payment of their debt to Max. As for Francois, his future was entirely in the hands of his grandfather. He had no expectations except from him, and by the guardianship account he was now his debtor. The two young men accordingly gave solemn promises of amendment, prompted by their imperiled interests, and by the hope Madame Auchan held out that the debt to Max should be paid. "You have done very wrong," she said to them. "Repair it by future good conduct, and Monsieur Auchan will forget it." So, when Francois had read the letter which had been brought for Baruch over the latter's shoulder, he whispered in his ear, "Ask grandpapa's advice." "Read this," said Baruch, taking the letter to old Auchan. "Read it to me yourself. I haven't my spectacles." "My dear friend, I hope you will not hesitate under the serious circumstances in which I find myself to do me the service of receiving a power of attorney from Monsieur Rouget. Be at Vatan tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. I shall probably send you to Paris, but don't be uneasy. I will furnish you with money for the journey, and join you there immediately. I am almost sure I shall be obliged to leave Issoudun December 3rd. Adieu. I count on your friendship. Rely on that of your friend, Maxence. God be praised, exclaimed Monsieur Auchan. The property of that old idiot is saved from the claws of the devil. It will be if you say so, said Madame Auchan, and I thank God, who has no doubt heard my prayers. The prosperity of the wicked is always fleeting. You must go to Vatan and accept the power of attorney from Monsieur Rouget, said the old man to Baruch. Their object is to get 50,000 francs a year transferred to Mademoiselle Brazier. They will send you to Paris, and you must seem to go. But you are to stop at Orléans and wait there till you hear from me. Let no one, not a soul, know where you lodge. Go to the first inn you come to in the Faubourg Bagné, no matter if it is only a post-house. Look here, cried Francois, who had rushed to the window at the sudden noise of wheels in the Grande Narette. Here's something new. Père Rouget and Colonel Bridau coming back together in the calèche. Benjamin and Captain Carpentier following on horseback. I'll go over, cried Monsieur Auchan, whose curiosity carried the day over every other feeling. Monsieur Auchan found old Rouget in his bedroom, writing the following letter at his nephew's dictation. Mademoiselle, if you do not start to return here the moment you receive this letter, your conduct will show such ingratitude for all my goodness that I shall revoke the will I have made in your favor and give my property to my nephew, Philippe. You will understand that Monsieur Gillet can no longer be my guest after staying with you at Vatan. I send this letter by Captain Carpentier, who will put it into your own hands. I hope you will listen to his advice. He will speak to you with authority from me. Your affectionate J. Rouget. Captain Carpentier and I met my uncle, who was so foolish as to follow Mademoiselle Brazier and Monsieur Gillet to Vatan, said Philippe with sarcastic emphasis to Monsieur Auchan. I have made my uncle see that he was running his head into a noose, for that girl will abandon him the moment she gets him to sign a power of attorney, by which they mean to obtain the income of his money in the funds. That letter will bring her back under his roof, the handsome runaway, this very night, or I'm mistaken. I promise to make her as pliable as a bit of whalebone for the rest of her days, if my uncle allows me to take Maxence Gillet's place, which in my opinion he ought never to have had in the first place. Am I not right? And yet here's my uncle bemoaning himself. Neighbor, said Monsieur Auchan, you have taken the best means to get peace in your household. Destroy your will, and Flore will be once more what she used to be in the early days. No, she will never forgive me for what I have made her suffer, whimpered the old man. She will no longer love me. She shall love you, and closely too. I'll take care of that, said Philippe. Come, open your eyes, exclaimed Monsieur Auchan. They mean to rob you and abandon you. Oh, I was sure of it, cried the poor imbecile. See, here is a letter Maxence has written to my grandson Borniche, said old Auchan. Read it. What infamy! Exclaimed Carpentier as he listened to the letter which Rouget read aloud, weeping. Is that plain enough, uncle? Demanded Philippe. Hold that hussy by her interests, and she'll adore you as you deserve. She loves Maxence too well. She will leave me, cried the frightened old man. But, uncle, Maxence or I, one or the other of us, won't leave our footsteps in the dust of Issoudun 3 days hence. Well, then, go, Monsieur Carpentier, said Rouget. If you promise me to bring her back, go. You are a good man. Say to her in my name all you think you ought to say. Captain Carpentier will whisper in her ear that I have sent to Paris for a woman whose youth and beauty are captivating. That will bring the jade back in a hurry. The captain departed, driving himself in the old calèche. Benjamin accompanied him on horseback, for Kowski was nowhere to be found. Though threatened by the officers with arrest and the loss of his situation, the Pole had gone to Vatan on a hired horse to warn Max and Flore of the adversary's move. After fulfilling his mission, Carpentier, who did not wish to drive back with Flore, was to change places with Benjamin and take the latter's horse. When Philippe was told of Kowski's flight, he said to Benjamin, "You will take the Pole's place from this time on." "It is all mapping out, Papa Auchan," cried the lieutenant-colonel. "That banquet will be jovial." "You will come and live here, of course," said the old miser. "I have told Fario to send me all my things," answered Philippe. "I shall sleep in the room adjoining Gillet's apartment, if my uncle consents." "What will come of all this?" cried the terrified old man. "Mademoiselle Flore Brazier is coming, gentle as a Paschal lamb," replied Monsieur Auchan. "God grant it!" exclaimed Rouget, wiping his eyes. "It is now 7 o'clock," said Philippe. "The sovereign of your heart will be here at 11:30. You'll never see Gillet again, and you will be as happy ever after as a pope. If you want me to succeed," he whispered to Monsieur Auchan, "stay here till the hussy comes. You can help me in keeping the old man up to his resolution, and together we'll make that crab girl see on which side her bread is buttered." Monsieur Auchan felt the reasonableness of the request and stayed. But they had their hands full, for old Rouget gave way to childish lamentations, which were only quieted by Philippe's repeating over and over a dozen times, "Uncle, you will see that I am right when Flore returns to you as tender as ever. You shall be petted, you will save your property. Be guided by my advice, and you'll live in paradise for the rest of your days." When, about 11:30, wheels were heard in the Grande Narette, the question was whether the carriage were returning full or empty. Rouget's face wore an expression of agony which changed to the prostration of excessive joy when he saw the two women as the carriage turned to enter the courtyard. "Kowski," said Philippe, giving a hand to Flore to help her down, "you are no longer in Monsieur Rouget's service. You will not sleep here tonight. Get your things together and go. Benjamin takes your place." "Are you the master here?" said Flore sarcastically. "With your permission," replied Philippe, squeezing her hand as if in a vice. "Come, we must have an understanding, you and I." And he led the bewildered woman out into the Place Saint-Jean. "My fine lady," began the old campaigner, stretching out his right hand. 3 days hence, Maxence Gillet will be sent to the shades by that arm, or his will have taken me off guard. If I die, you will be the mistress of my poor imbecile uncle, Benecit. If I remain on my pins, you'll have to walk straight and keep him supplied with first-class happiness. If you don't, I know girls in Paris who are, with all due respect, much prettier than you, for they are only 17 years old. They would make my uncle excessively happy, and they are in my interests. Begin your attentions this very evening. If the old man is not as gay as a lark tomorrow morning, I have only a word to say to you. It is this, pay attention to it. There is but one way to kill a man without the interference of the law, and that is to fight a duel with him. But I know 3 ways to get rid of a woman. Mind that, my beauty." During this address, Flore shook like a person with the ague. "Kill Max?" she said, gazing at Philippe in the moonlight. "Come. Here's my uncle." Old Rouget, turning a deaf ear to Monsieur Auchan's remonstrances, now came out into the street and took Flore by the hand, as a miser might have grasped his treasure. He drew her back to the house and into his own room, and shut the door. "This is Saint Lambert's day, and he who deserts his place loses it," remarked Benjamin to the Pole. "My master will shut your mouth for you," answered Kowski, departing to join Max, who established himself at the Hôtel de la Poste. On the morrow, between 9 and 11 o'clock, all the women talked to each other from door to door throughout the town. The story of the wonderful change in the Rouget household spread everywhere. The upshot of the conversations was the same on all sides. What will happen at the banquet between Max and Colonel Bridau? Philippe said but few words to the lady. 600 francs annuity or dismissal. They were enough, however, to keep her neutral, for a time, between the 2 great powers, Philippe and Flore. Knowing Max's life to be in danger, Flore became more affectionate to Rouget than in the first days of their alliance. Alas, in love, a self-interested devotion is sometimes more agreeable than a truthful one, and that is why many men pay so much for clever deceivers. The Rabouilleuse did not appear till the next morning, when she came down to breakfast with Rouget on her arm. Tears filled her eyes as she beheld, sitting in Max's place, the terrible adversary, with his sombre blue eyes and the cold, sinister expression on his face. "What is the matter, mademoiselle?" he said, after wishing his uncle good morning. "She can't endure the idea of your fighting Maxence," said old Rouget. "I have not the slightest desire to kill Gillet," answered Philippe. "He need only take himself off from Issoudun and go to America on a venture. I should be the first to advise you to give him an outfit and to wish him a safe voyage. He would soon make a fortune there, and that is far more honourable than turning Issoudun topsy-turvy at night and playing the devil in your household." "Well, that's fair enough," said Rouget, glancing at Flore. "America!" she ejaculated, sobbing. "It is better to kick his legs about in a free country than to have them rot in a pine box in France. However, perhaps you think he is a good shot and can kill me. It's on the cards," observed the Colonel. "Will you let me speak to him?" said Flore, imploring Philippe in a humble and submissive tone. "Certainly. He can come here and pack up his things. I will stay with my uncle during that time, for I shall not leave the old man again," replied Philippe. "Vedi," cried Flore, "run to the hotel and tell Monsieur Gillet that I beg him—" "To come and get his belongings," said Philippe, interrupting Flore's message. "Yes, yes, Vedi, that will be a good pretext to see me. I must speak to him." Terror controlled her hatred, and the shock which her whole being experienced when she first encountered this strong and pitiless nature was now so overwhelming that she bowed before Philippe, just as Rouget had been in the habit of bending before her. She anxiously awaited Vedi's return. The woman brought a formal refusal from Max, who requested Mademoiselle Brazier to send his things to the Hôtel de la Poste. "Will you allow me to take them to him?" she said to Jean-Jacques Rouget. "Yes, but will you come back?" said the old man. "If mademoiselle is not back by midday, you will give me a power of attorney to attend to your property," said Philippe, looking at Flore. "Take Vedi with you to save appearances, mademoiselle. In future you are to think of my uncle's honor." Flore could get nothing out of Max. Desperate at having allowed himself before the eyes of the whole town to be routed out of his shameless position, Gillet was too proud to run away from Philippe. The Rabouilleuse combated this objection and proposed that they should fly together to America. But Max, who did not want Flore without her money, and yet did not wish the girl to see the bottom of his heart, insisted on his intention of killing Philippe. "We have committed a monstrous folly," he said. "We ought all three to have gone to Paris and spent the winter there. But how could one guess, from the mere sight of that fellow's big carcass, that things would turn out as they have? The turn of events is enough to make one giddy. I took the Colonel for one of those fire-eaters who haven't two ideas in their head. That was the blunder I made. As I didn't have the sense to double like a hare in the beginning, I'll not be such a coward as to back down before him. He has lowered me in the estimation of this town, and I cannot get back what I have lost unless I kill him." "Go to America with 40,000 francs. I'll find a way to get rid of that scoundrel and join you. It would be much wiser." "What would people say of me?" he exclaimed. "No, I have buried 9 already. The fellow doesn't seem as if he knew much. He went from school to the army, and there he was always fighting till 1815. Then he went to America, and I doubt if the brute ever set foot in a fencing alley, while I have no match with the sabre. The sabre is his arm. I shall seem very generous in offering it to him, for I mean, if possible, to let him insult me, and I can easily run him through. Unquestionably, it is my wisest course. Don't be uneasy. We shall be masters of the field in a couple of days." Thus it was that a stupid point of honor had more influence over Max than sound policy. When Flore got home, she shut herself up to cry at ease. During the whole of that day gossip ran wild in Issoudun, and the duel between Philippe and Maxence was considered inevitable. "Ah, Monsieur Rochon," said Mignonnet, who, accompanied by Carpentier, met the old man on the Boulevard Baron. "We are very uneasy, for Gillet is clever with all weapons." "Never mind," said the old provincial diplomatist. "Philippe has managed this thing well from the beginning. I should never have thought that big easy-going fellow would have succeeded as he has. The two have rolled together like a couple of thunder-clouds." "Oh," said Carpentier, "Philippe is a remarkable man. His conduct before the Court of Peers was a masterpiece of diplomacy." "Well, Captain Renard," said one of the townsfolk to Max's friend, "they say wolves don't devour each other, but it seems that Max is going to set his teeth in Colonel Bridau. That's pretty serious among you gentlemen of the old guard." "You make fun of it, do you? Because the poor fellow amused himself a little at night, you were all against him," said Potel. "But Gillet is a man who couldn't stay in a hole like Issoudun without finding something to do." "Well, gentlemen," remarked another, "Max and the Colonel must play out their game. Bridau had to avenge his brother. Don't you remember Max's treachery to the poor lad?" "Bah! Nothing but an artist," said Renard. "But the real question is about the old man's property," said a third. "They say Monsieur Gillet was laying hands on 50,000 francs a year when the Colonel turned him out of his uncle's house." "Gillet rob a man? Come, don't say that to anyone but me, Monsieur Canivet," cried Potel. "If you do, I'll make you swallow your tongue, and without any sauce." Every household in town offered prayers for the Honorable Colonel Bridau. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Two Brothers by Honoré de Balzac. Translated by Catherine Prescott Wormley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Towards 4 o'clock the following day, the officers of the old army who were at Issoudun or its environs were sauntering about the Place du Marché in front of an eating-house kept by a man named Lacroix, and waiting the arrival of Colonel Philippe Bridau. The banquet in honor of the coronation was to take place with military punctuality at 5 o'clock. Various groups of persons were talking of Max's discomfiture and his dismissal from old Rouget's house, for not only were the officers to dine at Lacroix's, but the common soldiers had determined on a meeting at a neighboring wine-shop. Among the officers, Potel and Renard were the only ones who attempted to defend Max. "Is it any of our business what takes place among the old man's heirs?" said Renard. "Max is weak with women," remarked the cynical Potel. "There'll be sabres unsheathed before long," said an old sub-lieutenant, who cultivated a kitchen garden in the upper Baltin. "If Monsieur Maxence Gillet committed the folly of going to live under old Rouget's roof, he would be a coward if he allowed himself to be turned off like a valet without asking why." "Of course," said Mignonnet dryly, "a folly that doesn't succeed becomes a crime." At this moment Max joined the old soldiers of Napoleon and was received in significant silence. Potel and Renard each took an arm of their friend and walked about with him, conversing. Presently Philippe was seen approaching, in full dress. He trailed his cane after him with an imperturbable air, which contrasted with the forced attention Max was paying to the remarks of his two supporters. Bridau's hand was grasped by Mignonnet, Carpentier, and several others. This welcome, so different from that accorded to Max, dispelled the last feeling of cowardice, or, if you prefer it, wisdom, which Flora's entreaties, and above all her tendernesses, had awakened in the latter's mind. "We shall fight," he said to Renard, "and to the death. Therefore don't talk to me any more. Let me play my part well." After these words, spoken in a feverish tone, the three Bonapartists returned to the group of officers and mixed among them. Max bowed first to Bridau, who returned his bow, and the two exchanged a frigid glance. "Come, gentlemen, let us take our seats," said Potal. "And drink to the health of the little corporal, who is now in the paradise of heroes," cried Renard. The company poured into the long, low dining hall of the Restaurant La Croix, the windows of which opened on the marketplace. Each guest took his seat at the table, where, in compliance with Philippe's request, the two adversaries were placed directly opposite to each other. Some young men of the town, among them several knights of idleness, anxious to know what might happen at the banquet, were walking about the street and discussing the critical position into which Philippe had contrived to force Max. They all deplored the crisis, though each considered the duel to be inevitable. Everything went off well until the dessert, though the two antagonists displayed, in spite of the apparent joviality of the dinner, a certain vigilance that resembled disquietude. While waiting for the quarrel that both were planning, Philippe showed admirable coolness, and Max a distracting gaiety, but to an observer each was playing a part. When the dessert was served, Philippe rose and said, "Fill your glasses, my friends. I ask permission to propose the first toast." "He said, 'My friends, don't fill your glass,'" whispered Renard to Max. Max poured out some wine. "To the Grand Army," cried Philippe with genuine enthusiasm. "To the Grand Army," was repeated with acclamation by every voice. At this moment 11 private soldiers, among whom were Benjamin and Kowski, appeared at the door of the room and repeated the toast. "To the Grand Army." "Come in, my sons, we are going to drink his health." The old soldiers came in and stood behind the officers. "You see, he is not dead," said Kowski to an old sergeant who had perhaps been grieving that the emperor's agony was over. "I claim the second toast," said Mignonnet as he rose. "Let us drink to those who attempted to restore his son." Everyone present, except Maxence Gillet, bowed to Philippe Bridau and stretched their glasses towards him. "One word," said Max, rising. "It is Max! It is Max!" cried voices outside. And then a deep silence reigned in the room and in the street, for Gillet's known character made everyone expect a taunt. "May we all meet again at this time next year," said Max, bowing ironically to Philippe. "It's coming," whispered Kowski to his neighbor. "The Paris police would never allow a banquet of this kind," said Potal to Philippe. "Why the devil do you mention the police to Colonel Bridau?" said Maxence insolently. "Captain Potal, he meant no insult," said Philippe, smiling coldly. The stillness was so profound that the buzzing of a fly could have been heard if there had been one. "The police were sufficiently afraid of me," resumed Philippe, "to send me to Issoudun, a place where I have had the pleasure of meeting old comrades, but where, it must be owned, there is a dearth of amusement. For a man who doesn't despise folly, I'm rather restricted. However, it is certainly economical, for I am not one of those to whom feather beds give incomes. Mariette of the Grand Opera cost me fabulous sums." "Is that remark meant for me, my dear Colonel?" asked Max, sending a glance at Philippe which was like a current of electricity. "Take it as you please," answered Bridau. "Colonel, My two friends here, Renard and Potel, will call tomorrow on Mignonnet and Carpentier, answered Philippe, cutting short Max's sentence and motioning towards his two neighbors. Now, said Max, let us go on with the toasts. The two adversaries had not raised their voices above the tone of ordinary conversation. There was nothing solemn in the affair except the dead silence in which it took place. Look here, you others, cried Philippe, addressing the soldiers who stood behind the officers. Remember that our affairs don't concern the bourgeoisie. Not a word, therefore, on what goes on here. It is for the old guard only. They'll obey orders, Colonel, said Renard. I'll answer for them. Long live his little one. May he reign over France, cried Potel. Death to Englishmen, cried Carpentier. That toast was received with prodigious applause. Shame on Hudson Lowe, said Captain Renard. The dessert passed off well. The libations were plentiful. The antagonists and their 4 seconds made it a point of honor that a duel involving so large a fortune and the reputation of 2 men noted for their courage should not appear the result of an ordinary squabble. No 2 gentlemen could have behaved better than Philippe and Max. In this respect, the anxious waiting of the young men and townspeople grouped about the marketplace was balked. All the guests, like true soldiers, kept silence as to the episode which took place at dessert. At 10 o'clock that night, the 2 adversaries were informed that the sabre was the weapon agreed upon by the seconds. The place chosen for the rendezvous was behind the chancel of the Church of the Capuchins at 8 o'clock the next morning. Godet, who was at the banquet in his quality of former army surgeon, was requested to be present at the meeting. The seconds agreed that, no matter what might happen, the combat should last only 10 minutes. At 11 o'clock that night, to Colonel Bridaux's amazement, Monsieur Auchan appeared at his rooms just as he was going to bed, escorting Madame Auchan. "We know what has happened," said the old lady with her eyes full of tears, "and I have come to entreat you not to leave the house tomorrow morning without saying your prayers. Lift your soul to God." "Yes, madame," said Philippe, to whom old Auchan made a sign from behind his wife's back. "That is not all," said Agathe's godmother. "I stand in the place of your poor mother, and I divest myself for you of a thing which I hold most precious. Here," she went on, holding towards Philippe a tooth fastened upon a piece of black velvet embroidered in gold, to which she had sewn a pair of green strings. Having shown it to him, she replaced it in a little bag. "It is a relic of Sainte Solange, the patron saint of Berry," she said. "I saved it during the Revolution. Wear it on your breast tomorrow." "Will it protect me from a sabre thrust?" asked Philippe. "Yes," replied the old lady. "Then I have no right to wear that accoutrement any more than if it were a cuirass," cried Agathe's son. "What does he mean?" said Madame Auchan. "He says it is not playing fair," answered Auchan. "Then we will say no more about it," said the old lady. "I shall pray for you." "Well, madame, prayer and a good point can do no harm," said Philippe, making a thrust as if to pierce Monsieur Auchan's heart. The old lady kissed the colonel on his forehead. As she left the house, she gave 30 francs, all the money she possessed, to Benjamin, requesting him to sew the relic into the pocket of his master's trousers. Benjamin did so, not that he believed in the virtue of the tooth, for he said his master had a much better talisman than that against Gilet, but because his conscience constrained him to fulfill a commission for which he had been so liberally paid. Madame Auchan went home full of confidence in Sainte Solange. At 8 o'clock the next morning, December 3rd, the weather being cloudy, Max, accompanied by his seconds and the Pole, arrived on the little meadow which then surrounded the apse of the church of the Capuchins. There he found Philippe and his seconds, with Benjamin, waiting for him. Potel and Mignonnet paced off 24 feet. At each extremity the two attendants drew a line on the earth with a spade. The combatants were not allowed to retreat beyond that line, on pain of being thought cowardly. Each was to stand at his own line and advance as he pleased when the seconds gave the word. "Do we take off our coats?" said Philippe to his adversary coldly. "Of course," answered Maxence, with the assumption of a bully. They did so, the rosy tints of their skin appearing through the cambric of their shirts. Each, armed with a cavalry sabre selected of equal weight, about 3 pounds, and equal length, 3 feet, placed himself at his own line, the point of his weapon on the ground, awaiting the signal. Both were so calm that, in spite of the cold, their muscles quivered no more than if they had been made of iron. Godet, the 4 seconds, and the 2 soldiers felt an involuntary admiration. "They are a proud pair," the exclamation came from Potel. Just as the signal was given, Max caught sight of Fariot's sinister face looking at them through the hole which the Knights of Idleness had made for the pigeons in the roof of the church. Those eyes, which sent forth streams of fire, hatred, and revenge, dazzled Max for a moment. The colonel went straight to his adversary and put himself on guard in a way that gained him an advantage. Experts in the art of killing know that of 2 antagonists, the ablest takes the inside of the pavement, to use an expression which gives the reader a tangible idea of the effect of a good guard. That pose, which is in some degree observant, marks so plainly a duellist of the first rank that a feeling of inferiority came into Max's soul and produced the same disarray of powers which demoralizes a gambler when, in presence of a master or a lucky hand, he loses his self-possession and plays less well than usual. "Ah, the Lascar," thought Max. "He's an expert. I'm lost." He attempted a moulinet and twirled his sabre with the dexterity of a single stick. He wanted to bewilder Philippe and strike his weapon so as to disarm him, but at the first encounter he felt that the colonel's wrist was iron, with the flexibility of a steel spring. Maxence was then forced, unfortunate fellow, to think of another move, while Philippe, whose eyes were darting gleams that were sharper than the flash of their blades, parried every attack with the coolness of a fencing master wearing his plastron in an armory. Between 2 men of the caliber of these combatants there occurs a phenomenon very like that which takes place among the lower classes during the terrible tussle called the savate, which is fought with the feet, as the name implies. Victory depends on a false movement, on some error of the calculation, rapid as lightning, which must be made and followed almost instinctively. During a period of time as short to the spectators as it seems long to the combatants, the contest lies in observation, so keen as to absorb the powers of mind and body, and yet concealed by preparatory feints, whose slowness and apparent prudence seem to show that the antagonists are not intending to fight. This moment, which is followed by a rapid and decisive struggle, is terrible to a connoisseur. At a bad parry from Max, the colonel sent the sabre spinning from his hand. "Pick it up," he said, pausing. "I am not the man to kill a disarmed enemy." There was something atrocious in the grandeur of these words. They seemed to show such consciousness of superiority that the onlookers took them for a shrewd calculation. In fact, when Max replaced himself in position, he had lost his coolness, and was once more confronted with his adversary's raised guard, which defended the colonel's whole person while it menaced his. He resolved to redeem his shameful defeat by a bold stroke. He no longer guarded himself, but took his sabre in both hands and rushed furiously on his antagonist, resolved to kill him if he had to lose his own life. Philippe received a sabre cut which slashed open his forehead and a part of his face, but he cleft Max's head obliquely by the terrible sweep of a moulinet, made to break the force of the annihilating stroke Max aimed at him. These two savage blows ended the combat at the 9th minute. Fario came down to gloat over the sight of his enemy in the convulsions of death, for the muscles of a man of Maxence Gillet's vigor quiver horribly. Philippe was carried back to his uncle's house. Thus perished a man destined to do great deeds had he lived his life amid environments which were suited to him. A man treated by nature as a favorite child, for she gave him courage, self-possession, and the political sagacity of a Cesar Borgia. But education had not bestowed upon him that nobility of conduct and ideas without which nothing great is possible in any walk of life. He was not regretted because of the perfidy with which his adversary, who was a worse man than he, had contrived to bring him into disrepute. His death put an end to the exploits of the Order of Idleness, to the great satisfaction of the town of Issoudun. Philippe, therefore, had nothing to fear in consequence of the duel, which seemed almost the result of divine vengeance. Its circumstances were related throughout that whole region of country, with unanimous praise for the bravery of the two combatants. "But they had better both have been killed," remarked Monsieur Mouilleron. "It would have been a good riddance for the government." The situation of Flore Brazier would have been very embarrassing were it not for the condition into which she was thrown by Max's death. A brain fever set in, combined with a dangerous inflammation resulting from her escapade to Vatan. If she had had her usual health, she might have fled the house, where, in the room above her, Max's room, and in Max's bed, lay and suffered Max's murderer. She hovered between life and death for 3 months, attended by Monsieur Godet, who was also attending Philippe. As soon as Philippe was able to hold a pen, he wrote the following letters. To Monsieur Desroches. I have already killed the most venomous of the two reptiles, not, however, without getting my own head split open by a sabre, but the rascal struck with a dying hand. The other viper is here, and I must come to an understanding with her, for my uncle clings to her like the apple of his eye. I have been half afraid the girl, who is devilishly handsome, might run away, and then my uncle would have followed her. But an illness which seized her suddenly has kept her in bed. If God desired to protect me, he would call her soul to himself, now, while she is repenting of her sins. Meantime, on my side, I have, thanks to that old trump au champ, the doctor of Issoudun, one named Godet, a worthy soul, who conceives that the property of uncles ought to go to nephews rather than to sluts. Monsieur Auchamp has some influence on a certain Papa Fichet, who is rich, and whose daughter Godet wants as a wife for his son. So the 1,000 francs they have promised him if he mends up my pate is not the chief cause of his devotion. Moreover, this Godet, who was formerly head surgeon to the 3rd Regiment of the line, has been privately advised by my staunch friends Mignonnet and Carpentier, so he is now playing the hypocrite with his other patient. He says to Mademoiselle Brazier, as he feels her pulse, "You see, my child, that there's a God after all. You have been the cause of a great misfortune, and you must now repair it. The finger of God is in all this." It is inconceivable what they don't say the finger of God is in. Religion is religion. Submit, resign yourself, and that will quiet you better than my drugs. Above all, resolve to stay here and take care of your master. Forget and forgive. That's Christianity. Godet has promised to keep the Rabouilleuse 3 months in her bed. By degrees, the girl will get accustomed to living under the same roof with me. I have bought over the cook. That abominable old woman tells her mistress Max would have led her a hard life, and declares she overheard him say that if, after the old man's death, he was obliged to marry Flore, he didn't mean to have his prospects ruined by it, and he should find a way to get rid of her. Thus, all goes well so far. My uncle, by old Auchamp's advice, has destroyed his will. To Monsieur Giroudeau, care of Mademoiselle Florentine, Rue de Vendôme, Marais. My dear old fellow, find out if the little rat Césarine has any engagement, and if not, try to arrange that she can come to Issoudun in case I send for her. If I do, she must come at once. It is a matter this time of decent behavior, no theatre morals. She must present herself as the daughter of a brave soldier killed on the battlefield. Therefore, mind, sober manners, schoolgirl's clothes, virtue of the best quality, that's the watchword. If I need Césarine, and if she answers my purpose, I will give her 50,000 francs on my uncle's death. If Césarine has other engagements, explain what I want to Florentine, and between you find me some ballet girl capable of playing the part. I have had my skull cracked in a duel with the fellow who was filching my inheritance and is now feeding the worms. I'll tell you all about it some day. Old fellow, the good times are coming back for you and me. We'll amuse ourselves once more, or we are not the pair we really are. If you can send me 500 more cartridges, I'll bite them. Adieu, my old fire-eater. Light your pipe with this letter. Mind, the daughter of the officer is to come from Châteauroux, and must seem to be in need of assistance. I hope, however, that I shall not be driven to such dangerous expedients. Remember me to Mariette and all our friends. Agathe, informed by Madame Auchamp of what had happened, rushed to Issoudun, and was received by her brother, who gave her Philippe's former room. The poor mother's tenderness for the worthless son revived in all its maternal strength, A few happy days were hers at last, as she listened to the praises which the whole town bestowed upon her hero. "After all, my child," said Madame Auchamp on the day of her arrival, "youth must have its fling. The dissipations of a soldier under the Empire must of course be greater than those of young men who are looked after by their fathers. Oh, if you only knew what went on here at night under that wretched Max! Thanks to your son, Issoudun now breathes and sleeps in peace. Philippe has come to his senses rather late. He told us frankly that those 3 months in the Luxembourg sobered him. Monsieur Auchamp is delighted with his conduct here. Every one thinks highly of it. If he can be kept away from the temptations of Paris, he will end by being a comfort to you." Hearing these consolatory words, Agathe's eyes filled with tears. Philippe played the saint to his mother, for he had need of her. That wily politician did not wish to have recourse to Césarine unless he continued to be an object of horror to Mademoiselle Brazier. He saw that Flore had been thoroughly broken to harness by Max. He knew she was an essential part of his uncle's life, and he greatly preferred to use her rather than send for the ballet girl, who might take it into her head to marry the old man. Fouché advised Louis XVIII to sleep in Napoleon's sheets instead of granting the charter, and Philippe would have liked to remain in Gilet's sheets, but he was reluctant to risk the good reputation he had made for himself in Berry. To take Max's place with the Rabouilleuse would be as odious on his part as on hers. He could, without discredit and by the laws of nepotism, live in his uncle's house and at his uncle's expense, but he could not have Flore unless her character were whitewashed. Hampered by this difficulty, and stimulated by the hope of finally getting hold of the property, the idea came into his head of making his uncle marry the Rabouilleuse. With this in view, he requested his mother to go and see the girl and treat her in a sisterly manner. "I must confess, my dear mother," he said in a canting tone, looking at Monsieur and Madame Auchamp, who accompanied her, "that my uncle's way of life is not becoming. He could, however, make Mademoiselle Brazier respected by the community if he chose. Wouldn't it be far better for her to be Madame Rouget than the servant mistress of an old bachelor? She had better obtain a definite right to his property by a marriage contract than threaten a whole family with disinheritance. If you or Monsieur Auchamp or some good priest would speak of the matter to both parties, you might put a stop to the scandal which offends decent people. Mademoiselle Brazier would be only too happy if you were to welcome her as a sister, and I as an aunt." On the morrow, Agathe and Madame Auchamp appeared at Flore's bedside, and repeated to the sick girl, and to Rouget, the excellent sentiments expressed by Philippe. Throughout Issoudun, the colonel was talked of as a man of noble character, especially because of his conduct towards Flore. For a month the Rabouilleuse heard Godet, her doctor, the individual who has paramount influence over a sick person, the respectable Madame Auchamp, moved by religious principle, and Agathe, so gentle and pious, all representing to her the advantages of a marriage with Rouget. And when, attracted by the idea of becoming Madame Rouget, a dignified and virtuous bourgeoise, she grew eager to recover, so that the marriage might speedily be celebrated, it was not difficult to make her understand that she would not be allowed to enter the family of the Rougets if she intended to turn Philippe from its doors. "Besides," remarked the doctor, "you really owe him this good fortune. Max would never have allowed you to marry old Rouget. And," he added in her ear, "if you have children, you can revenge Max, for that will disinherit the Bridots." 2 months after the fatal duel in February 1823, the sick woman, urged by those about her and implored by Rouget, consented to receive Philippe, the sight of whose scars made her weep, but whose softened and affectionate manner calmed her. By Philippe's wish, they were left alone together. "My dear child," said the soldier, "it is I who from the start have advised your marriage with my uncle. If you consent, it will take place as soon as you are quite recovered." "So they tell me," she replied. "Circumstances have compelled me to give you pain. It is natural, therefore, that I should wish to do you all the good I can. Wealth, respect, and a family position are worth more than what you have lost. You wouldn't have been that fellow's wife long after my uncle's death, for I happen to know, through friends of his, that he intended to get rid of you. Come, my dear, let us understand each other and live happily. You shall be my aunt, and nothing more than my aunt. You will take care that my uncle does not forget me in his will. On my side, you shall see how well I will have you treated in the marriage contract. Keep calm, think it over, and we will talk of it later. All sensible people, indeed the whole town, urge you to put an end to your illegal position. No one will blame you for receiving me. It is well understood in the world that interests go before feelings. By the day of your marriage you will be handsomer than ever. The pallor of illness has given you an air of distinction, and on my honor, if my uncle did not love you so madly, you should be the wife of Colonel Bridot." Philippe left the room, having dropped this hint into Flora's mind to waken a vague idea of vengeance which might please the girl, who did, in fact, feel a sort of happiness as she saw this dreadful being at her feet. In this scene, Philippe repeated, in miniature, that of Richard III with the queen he had widowed. The meaning of it is that personal calculation, hidden under sentiment, has a powerful influence on the heart, and is able to dissipate even genuine grief. This is how, in individual life, nature does that which in works of genius is thought to be consummate art. She works by self-interest, the genius of money. At the beginning of April 1823, the hall of Jean-Jacques Rouget's house was the scene of a splendid dinner given to celebrate the signing of the marriage contract between Mademoiselle Flore Brazier and the old bachelor. The guests were Monsieur Héon, the 4 witnesses, Messieurs Mignonnet, Carpentier, Auchan, and Godet, the mayor and the curate, Agathe Bridot, Madame Auchan and her friend Madame Borniche, the 2 old ladies who laid down the law to the society of Issoudun. The bride was much impressed by this concession obtained by Philippe, and intended by the 2 ladies as a mark of protection to a repentant woman. Flore was in dazzling beauty. The curate, who for the last fortnight had been instructing the ignorant crab girl, was to allow her, on the following day, to make her first communion. The marriage was the text of the following pious article in the Journal du Cher, published at Bourges, and in the Journal de l'Indre, published at Châteauroux. Issoudun. The revival of religion is progressing in Berry. Friends of the church and all respectable persons in this town were yesterday witnesses of a marriage ceremony by which a leading man of property put an end to a scandalous connection which began at the time when the authority of religion was overthrown in this region. This event, due to the enlightened zeal of the clergy of Issoudun, will, we trust, have imitators, and put a stop to marriages, so-called, which have never been solemnized, and were only contracted during the disastrous epoch of revolutionary rule. One remarkable feature of the event to which we allude is the fact that it was brought about at the entreaty of a colonel belonging to the old army, sent to our town by a sentence of the Court of Peers, who may, in consequence, lose the inheritance of his uncle's property. Such disinterestedness is so rare in these days that it deserves public mention. By the marriage contract, Bruget secured to Flore a dower of 100,000 francs and a life annuity of 30,000 more. After the wedding, which was sumptuous, Agathe returned to Paris, the happiest of mothers, and told Joseph and Desroches what she called the good news. "Your son Philippe is too wily a man not to keep his paw on that inheritance," said the lawyer, when he had heard Madame Bridau to the end. "You and your poor Joseph will never get 1 penny of your brother's property." "You and Joseph, too, will always be unjust to that poor boy," said the mother. "His conduct before the Court of Peers was worthy of a statesman. He succeeded in saving many heads. Philippe's errors came from his great faculties being unemployed. He now sees how faults of conduct injure the prospects of a man who has his way to make. He is ambitious, that I am sure of, and I am not the only one to predict his future. Monsieur Auchan firmly believes that Philippe has a noble destiny before him." "Oh, if he chooses to apply his perverted powers to making his fortune, I have no doubt he will succeed. He is capable of everything, and such fellows go fast and far," said Desroches. "Why do you suppose that he will not succeed by honest means?" demanded Madame Bridau. "You will see," exclaimed Desroches. "Fortunate or unfortunate, Philippe will remain the man of the Rue Mazarin, the murderer of Madame Descoings, the domestic thief. But don't worry yourself. He will manage to appear honest to the world." After breakfast, on the morning succeeding the marriage, Philippe took Madame Rouget by the arm when his uncle rose from table and went upstairs to dress, for the pair had come down, the one in her morning robe and the other in his dressing gown. "My dear aunt," said the colonel, leading her into the recess of a window, "you now belong to the family. Thanks to me, the law has tied the knot. Now, no nonsense. I intend that you and I should play above board. I know the tricks you will try against me, and I shall watch you like a duenna. You will never go out of this house except on my arm, and you will never leave me. As to what passes within the house, damn it, you'll find me like a spider in the middle of his web. Here is something," he continued, showing the bewildered woman a letter, "which will prove to you that I could, while you were lying ill upstairs, unable to move hand or foot, have turned you out of doors without a penny. Read it." He gave her the letter. "My dear fellow, Florentine, who has just made her debut at the new opera house in a pas de trois with Mariette and Tulia, is thinking steadily about your affair, and so is Florine, who has finally given up Lousteau and taken Nathan. That shrewd pair have found you a most delicious little creature, only 17, beautiful as an Englishwoman, demure as a lady, up to all mischief, sly as Desroches, faithful as Godeschal. Mariette is forming her so as to give you a fair chance. No woman could hold her own against this little angel, who is a devil under her skin. She can play any part you please. Get complete possession of your uncle, or drive him crazy with love. She has that celestial look poor Coralie used to have. She can weep. The tones of her voice will draw 1,000-franc note from a granite heart, and the young mischief soaks up champagne better than any of us. It is a precious discovery. She is under obligations to Mariette, and wants to pay them off. After squandering the fortunes of 2 Englishmen, a Russian and an Italian prince, Mademoiselle Esther is now in poverty. Give her 10,000 francs, that will satisfy her. She has just remarked, laughing, that she has never yet fricasseed a bourgeois, and it will get her hand in. Esther is well known to Finot, Bixiou, and Deslupeaulx, in fact, to all our set. Aha, if there were any real fortunes left in France, she would be the greatest courtesan of modern times. All the editorial staff, Nathan, Finot, Bixiou, etc., are now joking the aforesaid Esther in a magnificent apartment just arranged for Florine by old Lord Dudley, the real father of de Marsay. The lively actress captured him by the dress of her new role. Tulia is with the Duc de Rhétoré, Mariette is still with the Duc de Maufrigneuse. Between them, they will get your sentence remitted in time for the king's fête. Bury your uncle under the roses before the Saint Louis, bring away the property, and spend a little of it with Esther and your old friends, who sign this epistle in a body to remind you of them. Nathan, Florine, Bixiou, Finot, Mariette, Florentine, Giroudot, Tulia. The letter shook in the trembling hands of Madame Rouget, and betrayed the terror of her mind and body. The aunt dared not look at the nephew, who fixed his eyes upon her with terrible meaning. "I trust you," he said, "as you see, but I expect some return. I have made you my aunt, intending to marry you some day. You are worth more to me than Esther in managing my uncle. In a year from now, we must be in Paris, the only place where beauty really lives. You will amuse yourself much better there than here. It is a perpetual carnival. I shall return to the army and become a general, and you will be a great lady. There's our future. Now work for it. But I must have a pledge to bind this agreement. You are to give me, within a month from now, a power of attorney from my uncle, which you must obtain under pretence of relieving him of the fatigues of business. Also, a month later, I must have a special power of attorney to transfer the income in the funds. When that stands in my name, you and I have an equal interest in marrying each other. There it all is, my beautiful aunt, as plain as day. Between you and me there must be no ambiguity. I can marry my aunt at the end of a year's widowhood, but I could not marry a disgraced girl." He left the room without waiting for an answer. When Védie came in 15 minutes later to clear the table, she found her mistress pale and moist with perspiration, in spite of the season. Flore felt like a woman who had fallen to the bottom of a precipice. The future loomed black before her, and on its blackness, in the far distance, were shapes of monstrous things, indistinctly perceptible and terrifying. She felt the damp chill of vaults. Instinctive fear of the man crushed her, and yet a voice cried in her ear that she deserved to have him for her master. She was helpless against her fate. Flore Brassier had had a room of her own in Rouget's house, but Madame Rouget belonged to her husband, and was now deprived of the free will of a servant mistress. In the horrible situation in which she now found herself, the hope of having a child came into her mind, but she soon recognized its impossibility. The marriage was to Jean-Jacques what the second marriage of Louis XII was to that king. The incessant watchfulness of a man like Philippe, who had nothing to do and never quitted his post of observation, made any form of vengeance impossible. Benjamin was his innocent and devoted spy. The Védie trembled before him. Flore felt herself deserted and utterly helpless. She began to fear death. Without knowing how Philippe might manage to kill her, she felt certain that whenever he suspected her of pregnancy, her doom would be sealed. The sound of that voice, the veiled glitter of that gambler's eye, the slightest movement of the soldier, who treated her with a brutality that was still polite, made her shudder. As to the power of attorney demanded by the ferocious colonel, who in the eyes of all Issoudun was a hero, he had it as soon as he wanted it, for Flore fell under the man's dominion, as France had fallen under that of Napoleon. Like a butterfly whose feet are caught in the incandescent wax of a taper, Rouget rapidly dissipated his remaining strength. In presence of that decay, the nephew remained as cold and impassible as the diplomatists of 1814 during the convulsions of imperial France. Philippe, who did not believe in Napoleon II, now wrote the following letter to the Minister of War, which Mariette made the Duc de Maufrigneuse convey to that functionary. Monseigneur, Napoleon is no more. I desired to remain faithful to him according to my oath. Now I am free to offer my services to His Majesty. If your Excellency deigns to explain my conduct to His Majesty, the king will see that it is in keeping with the laws of honor, if not with those of his government. The king, who thought it proper that his aide-de-camp, General Rapp, should mourn his former master, will no doubt feel indulgently for me. Napoleon was my benefactor. I therefore entreat your Excellency to take into consideration the request I make for employment in my proper rank, and I beg to assure you of my entire submission. The king will find in me a faithful subject. Deign to accept the assurance of respect with which I have the honor to be your Excellency's very submissive and very humble servant, Philippe Bridau, formerly Chief of Squadron in the Dragoons of the Guard, Officer of the Legion of Honor, now under police surveillance at Issoudun. To this letter was joined a request for permission to go to Paris on urgent family business, and Monsieur Mouilleron annexed letters from the mayor, the sub-prefect, and the commissary of police at Issoudun, all bestowing many praises on Philippe's conduct, and dwelling upon the newspaper article relating to his uncle's marriage. 2 weeks later, Philippe received the desired permission and a letter in which the Minister of War informed him that by order of the king he was, as a preliminary favor, reinstated lieutenant colonel in the Royal Army. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Two Brothers by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Catherine Prescott Wormley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bruce Pirie. Lieutenant Colonel Bridau returned to Paris, taking with him his aunt and the helpless Rouget, whom he escorted 3 days after their arrival to the Treasury, where Jean-Jacques signed the transfer of the income, which henceforth became Philippe's. The exhausted old man and the Rabouilleuse were now plunged by their nephew into the excessive dissipations of the dangerous and restless society of actresses, journalists, artists, and the equivocal women among whom Philippe had already wasted his youth, where old Rouget found excitements that soon after killed him. Instigated by Giraudot, Lolotte, one of the handsomest of the opera ballet girls, was the amiable assassin of the old man. Rouget died after a splendid supper at Florentine's, and Lolotte threw the blame of his death upon a slice of pâté de foie gras. As the Strasbourg masterpiece could make no defense, it was considered settled that the old man died of indigestion. Madame Rouget was in her element in the midst of this excessively décolleté society, but Philippe gave her in charge of Mariette, and that monitress did not allow the widow, whose mourning was diversified with a few amusements, to commit any actual follies. In October 1823, Philippe returned to Issoudun, furnished with a power of attorney from his aunt to liquidate the estate of his uncle, a business that was soon over, for he returned to Paris in March 1824 with 1,600,000 francs, the net proceeds of old Rouget's property, not counting the precious pictures which had never left Monsieur Auchan's hands. Philippe put the whole property into the hands of Mongenod and Sons, where young Baruch Borniche was employed, and on whose solvency and business probity old Auchan had given him satisfactory assurances. This house took his 1,600,000 francs at 6% per annum on condition of 3 months' notice in case of the withdrawal of the money. One fine day, Philippe went to see his mother, and invited her to be present at his marriage, which was witnessed by Giraudot, Finot, Nathan, and Bixiou. By the terms of the marriage contract, the widow Rouget, whose portion of her late husband's property amounted to 1,000,000 of francs, secured to her future husband her whole fortune, in case she died without children. No invitations to the wedding were sent out, nor any billets de faire part. Philippe had his designs. He lodged his wife in an apartment in the Rue Saint-Georges, which he bought ready furnished from Lolotte. Madame Bridau the younger thought it delightful, and her husband rarely set foot in it. Without her knowledge, Philippe purchased in the Rue de Clichy, at a time when no one suspected the value which property in that quarter would one day acquire, a magnificent hotel for 250,000 francs, of which he paid 150,000 down, taking 2 years to pay the remainder. He spent large sums in altering the interior and furnishing it. In fact, he put his income for 2 years into this outlay. The pictures, now restored and estimated at 300,000 francs, appeared in such surroundings in all their beauty. The accession of Charles X had brought into still greater court favor the family of the Duc de Chaulieu, whose eldest son, the Duc de Rhétoré, was in the habit of seeing Philippe at Tullius. Under Charles X, the elder branch of the Bourbons, believing itself permanently seated on the throne, followed the advice previously given by Marshal Gouvion Saint-Cyr to encourage the adherence of the soldiers of the empire. Philippe, who had no doubt made invaluable revelations as to the conspiracies of 1820 and 1822, was appointed lieutenant colonel in the regiment of the Duc de Maufrigneuse. That fascinating nobleman thought himself bound to protect the man from whom he had taken Mariette. The corps de ballet went for something, therefore, in the appointment. Moreover, it was decided in the private councils of Charles X to give a faint tinge of liberalism to the surroundings of Monseigneur the Dauphin. Philippe, now a sort of equerry to the Duc de Maufrigneuse, was presented not only to the Dauphin, but also to the Dauphine, who was not averse to brusque and soldierly characters who had become noted for a past fidelity. Philippe thoroughly understood the part the Dauphin had to play, and he turned the first exhibition of that spurious liberalism to his own profit by getting himself appointed aide-de-camp to a marshal who stood well at court. In January 1827, Philippe, who was now promoted to the Royal Guard as lieutenant colonel in a regiment then commanded by the Duc de Maufrigneuse, solicited the honor of being ennobled. Under the Restoration, nobility became a sort of perquisite to the roturiers who served in the Guard. Colonel Brideau had lately bought the estate of Brambourg, and he now asked to be allowed to entail it under the title of Count. This favor was accorded through the influence of his many intimacies in the highest rank of society, where he now appeared in all the luxury of horses, carriages, and liveries, in short, with the surroundings of a great lord. As soon as he saw himself gazetted in the almanac under the title of Comte de Brambourg, he began to frequent the house of a lieutenant general of artillery, the Comte de Soulanges. Insatiable in his wants, and backed by the mistresses of influential men, Philippe now solicited the honor of being one of the Dauphin's aides-de-camp. He had the audacity to say to the Dauphin that an old soldier wounded on many a battlefield, and who knew real warfare, might on occasion be serviceable to Monseigneur. Philippe, who could take the tone of all varieties of sycophancy, became, in the regions of the highest social life, exactly what the position required him to be, just as, at Issoudun, he had copied the respectability of Mignonnet. He had, moreover, a fine establishment, and gave fêtes and dinners, admitting none of his old friends to his house if he thought their position in life likely to compromise his future. He was pitiless to the companions of his former debauches, and curtly refused Bixiou when that lively satirist asked him to say a word in favor of Giroudot, who wanted to re-enter the army after the desertion of Florentine. "The man has neither manners nor morals," said Philippe. "Ah, did he say that of me?" cried Giroudeau. "Of me, who helped him to get rid of his uncle." "We'll pay him off yet," said Bixiou. Philippe intended to marry Mademoiselle Amélie de Soulanges and become a general in command of a regiment of the Royal Guard. He asked so many favors that, to keep him quiet, they made him a commander of the Legion of Honor and also commander of the Order of Saint Louis. One rainy evening, as Agathe and Joseph were returning home along the muddy streets, they met Philippe in full uniform, bedizened with orders, leaning back in a corner of a handsome coupé lined with yellow silk, whose armorial bearings were surmounted with a count's coronet. He was on his way to a fête at the Élysée Bourbon. The wheels splashed his mother and brother as he waved them a patronizing greeting. "He's going it, that fellow," said Joseph to his mother. "Nevertheless, he might send us something better than mud in our faces." "He has such a fine position in such high society that we ought not to blame him for forgetting us," said Madame Bridau. "When a man rises to so great a height, he has many obligations to repay, many sacrifices to make. It is natural he should not come to see us, though he may think of us all the same." "My dear fellow," said the Duc de Maufrigneuse one evening to the new Comte de Brambourg, "I am sure that your addresses will be favorably received, but in order to marry Amélie de Soulanges, you must be free to do so. What have you done with your wife?" "My wife," said Philippe, with a gesture, look, and accent which Frédéric Lemaitre was inspired to use in one of his most terrible parts. "Alas, I have the melancholy certainty of losing her. She has not a week to live. My dear Duke, you don't know what it is to marry beneath you. A woman who was a cook, and has the tastes of a cook, who dishonors me. I am much to be pitied. I have had the honor to explain my position to Madame la Dauphine. At the time of the marriage, it was a question of saving to the family 1,000,000 of francs which my uncle had left by will to that person. Happily, my wife took to drinking. At her death, I come into possession of that 1,000,000, which is now in the hands of Mongenod and Sons. I have 30,000 francs a year in the 5%, and my landed property, which is entailed, brings me in 40,000 more. If, as I am led to suppose, Monsieur de Soulanges gets a marshal's baton, I am on the high road, with my title of Comte de Brambourg, to becoming General and Peer of France. That will be the proper end of an aide-de-camp to the Dauphin." After the Salon of 1823, one of the leading painters of the day, a most excellent man, obtained the management of a lottery office near the markets for the mother of Joseph Bridau. Agathe was fortunately able, soon after, to exchange it on equal terms with the incumbent of another office, situated in the Rue de Seine, in a house where Joseph was able to have his atelier. The widow now hired an agent herself, and was no longer an expense to her son. And yet, as late as 1828, though she was the directress of an excellent office which she owed entirely to Joseph's fame, Madame Bridau still had no belief in that fame, which was hotly contested, as all true glory ever will be. The great painter, struggling with his genius, had enormous wants. He did not earn enough to pay for the luxuries which his relations to society and his distinguished position in the young school of art demanded. Though powerfully sustained by his friends of the Cénacle and by Mademoiselle Destouches, he did not please the bourgeois, that being, from whom comes the money of these days, never unties its purse strings for genius that is called in question. Unfortunately, Joseph had the classics and the Institute and the critics who cry up those two powers against him. The brave artist, though backed by Gros and Gérard, by whose influence he was decorated after the Salon of 1827, obtained few orders. If the Ministry of the Interior and the King's household were with difficulty induced to buy some of his greatest pictures, the shopkeepers and the rich foreigners noticed them still less. Moreover, Joseph gave way rather too much, as we must all acknowledge, to imaginative fancies, and that produced a certain inequality in his work, which his enemies made use of to deny his talent. High art is at a low ebb, said his friend Pierre Grassou, who made daubs to suit the taste of the bourgeoisie, in whose apartments fine paintings were at a discount. You ought to have a whole cathedral to decorate, that's what you want, declared Chénier. Then you would silence criticism with a master stroke. Such speeches, which alarmed the good Agathe, only corroborated the judgment she had long since formed upon Philippe and Joseph. Facts sustained that judgment in the mind of a woman who had never ceased to be a provincial. Philippe, her favorite child, was he not the great man of the family at last? In his early errors, she saw only the ebullitions of youth. Joseph, to the merit of whose productions she was insensible, for she saw them too long in process of gestation to admire them when finished, seemed to her no more advanced in 1828 than he was in 1816. Poor Joseph owed money and was bowed down by the burden of debt. He had chosen, she felt, a worthless career that made him no return. She could not conceive why they had given him the cross of the Legion of Honor. Philippe, on the other hand, rich enough to cease gambling, a guest at the fêtes of Madame, the brilliant colonel who at all reviews and in all processions appeared before her eyes in splendid uniforms, with his 2 crosses on his breast, realized all her maternal dreams. One such day of public ceremony effaced from Agathe's mind the horrible sight of Philippe's misery on the Quai d'École. On that day he passed his mother at the self-same spot, in attendance on the Dauphin, with plumes in his shako, and his pelisse gorgeous with gold and fur. Agathe, who to her artist son was now a sort of devoted grey sister, felt herself the mother of none but the dashing aide-de-camp to His Royal Highness the Dauphin of France. Proud of Philippe, she felt he made the ease and happiness of her life, forgetting that the lottery office by which she was enabled to live at all came through Joseph. One day Agathe noticed that her poor artist was more worried than usual by the bill of his colour man, and she determined, though cursing his profession in her heart, to free him from his debts. The poor woman kept the house with the proceeds of her office, and took care never to ask Joseph for a farthing. Consequently, she had no money of her own, but she relied on Philippe's good heart and well-filled purse. For 3 years she had waited in expectation of his coming to see her. She now imagined that if she made an appeal to him, he would bring some enormous sum, and her thoughts dwelt on the happiness she should feel in giving it to Joseph, whose judgment of his brother, like that of Madame Descoings, was so unfair. Saying nothing to Joseph, she wrote the following letter to Philippe. To Monsieur le Comte de Brambourg. My dear Philippe, you have not given the least little word of remembrance to your mother for 5 years. That is not right. You should remember the past, if only for the sake of your excellent brother. Joseph is now in need of money, and you are floating in wealth. He works while you are flying from fete to fete. You now possess all to yourself the property of my brother. Little Borniche tells me you cannot have less than 200,000 francs a year. Well then, come and see Joseph. During your visit, slip into the skull a few 1,000-franc notes. Philippe, you owe them to us. Nevertheless, your brother will feel grateful to you, not to speak of the happiness you will give your mother, Agathe Bridau, née Rouget. 2 days later, the concierge brought to the atelier, where poor Agathe was breakfasting with Joseph, the following terrible letter. My dear mother, a man does not marry a Mademoiselle Amélie de Soulanges without the purse of Fortunatus, if under the name of Comte de Brambourg he hides that of your son Philippe Bridau. As Agathe fell, half fainting, on the sofa, the letter dropped to the floor. The slight noise made by the paper and the smothered but dreadful exclamation which escaped Agathe startled Joseph, who had forgotten his mother for a moment and was vehemently rubbing in a sketch. He leaned his head round the edge of his canvas to see what had happened. The sight of his mother stretched out there made him drop palette and brushes and rush to lift what seemed a lifeless body. He took Agathe in his arms and carried her to her own bed, and sent the servant for his friend Horace Bianchon. As soon as he could question his mother, she told him of her letter to Philippe and of the answer she had received from him. The artist went to his atelier and picked up the letter, whose concise brutality had broken the tender heart of the poor mother, and shattered the edifice of trust her maternal preference had erected. When Joseph returned to her bedside, he had the good feeling to be silent. He did not speak of his brother in the 3 weeks during which, we will not say the illness, but the death agony of the poor woman lasted. Bianchon, who came every day and watched his patient with the devotion of a true friend, told Joseph the truth on the first day of her seizure. At her age, he said, and with the circumstances which have happened to her, all we can hope to do is to make her death as little painful as possible. She herself felt so surely called of God that she asked the next day for the religious help of old Abbé Laureau, who had been her confessor for more than 22 years. As soon as she was alone with him, and had poured her griefs into his heart, she said, as she had said to Madame Auchamp, and had repeated to herself again and again throughout her life, "What have I done to displease God? Have I not loved him with all my soul? Have I wandered from the path of grace? What is my sin? Can I be guilty of wrong when I know not what it is? Have I the time to repair it?" "No," said the old man in a gentle voice. "Alas, your life seems to have been pure, and your soul spotless. But the eye of God, poor afflicted creature, is keener than that of his ministers. I see the truth too late, for you have misled even me." Hearing these words from lips that had never spoken other than peaceful and pleasant words to her, Agathe rose suddenly in her bed and opened her eyes wide with terror and distress. Tell me," she cried. "Be comforted," said the priest. "Your punishment is a proof that you will receive pardon. God chastens his elect. Woe to those whose misdeeds meet with fortunate success. They will be needed again in humanity until they, in their turn, are sorely punished for simple errors and are brought to the maturity of celestial fruits. Your life, my daughter, has been one long error. You have fallen into the pit which you dug for yourself. We fail ever on the side we have ourselves weakened. You gave your heart to an unnatural son, in whom you made your glory, and you have misunderstood the child who is your true glory. You have been so deeply unjust that you never even saw the striking contrast between the brothers. You owe the comfort of your life to Joseph, while your other son has pillaged you repeatedly. The poor son, who loves you with no return of equal tenderness, gives you all the comfort that your life has had. The rich son, who never thinks of you, despises you and desires your death." "Oh, no!" she cried. "Yes," resumed the priest, "your humble position stands in the way of his proud hopes. Mother, these are your sins. Woman, your sorrows and your anguish foretell that you shall know the peace of God. Your son Joseph is so noble that his tenderness has never been lessened by the injustice your maternal preferences have done him. Love him now. Give him all your heart during your remaining days. Pray for him, as I shall pray for you." The eyes of the mother, opened by so firm a hand, took in, with one retrospective glance, the whole course of her life. Illumined by this flash of light, she saw her involuntary wrongdoing and burst into tears. The old priest was so deeply moved at the repentance of a being who had sinned solely through ignorance that he left the room hastily, lest she should see his pity. Joseph returned to his mother's room about 2 hours after her confessor had left it. He had been to a friend to borrow the necessary money to pay his most pressing debts, and he came in on tiptoe, thinking that his mother was asleep. He sat down in an armchair without her seeing him, but he sprang up with a cold chill running through him as he heard her say, in a voice broken with sobs, "Will he forgive me?" "What is it, mother?" he exclaimed, shocked at the stricken face of the poor woman, and thinking the words must mean the delirium that precedes death. "Ah, Joseph, can you pardon me, my child?" she cried. "For what?" he said. "I have never loved you as you deserved to be loved." "Oh, what an accusation!" he cried. "Not loved me? For 7 years have we not lived alone together? All these 7 years have you not taken care of me and done everything for me? Do I not see you every day, hear your voice? Are you not the gentle and indulgent companion of my miserable life? You don't understand painting. Ah, but that's a gift not always given. I was saying to Grassou only yesterday, what comforts me in the midst of my trials is that I have such a good mother. She is all that an artist's wife should be. She sees to everything. She takes care of my material wants without ever troubling or worrying me. No, Joseph, no. You have loved me, but I have not returned you love for love. Ah, would that I could live a little longer. Give me your hand. Agathe took her son's hand, kissed it, held it on her heart, and looked in his face a long time, letting him see the azure of her eyes resplendent with a tenderness she had hitherto bestowed on Philippe only. The painter, well fitted to judge of expression, was so struck by the change, and saw so plainly how the heart of his mother had opened to him, that he took her in his arms and held her for some moments to his heart, crying out like one beside himself, "My mother, oh, my mother!" "Ah, I feel that I am forgiven," she said. "God will confirm the child's pardon of its mother." "You must be calm. Don't torment yourself. Hear me. I feel myself loved enough in this one moment for all the past," he said as he laid her back upon the pillows. During the 2 weeks' struggle between life and death, there glowed such love in every look and gesture and impulse of the soul of the pious creature, that each effusion of her feelings seemed like the expression of a lifetime. The mother thought only of her son. She herself counted for nothing. Sustained by love, she was unaware of her sufferings. D'Arthez, Michel Chrestien, Fulgence Ridal, Pierre Grassou, and Bianchon often kept Joseph company, and she heard them talking art in a low voice in a corner of her room. "Oh, how I wish I knew what color is!" she exclaimed one evening as she heard them discussing one of Joseph's pictures. Joseph, on his side, was sublimely devoted to his mother. He never left her chamber, answered tenderness by tenderness, cherishing her upon his heart. The spectacle was never afterwards forgotten by his friends, and they themselves, a band of brothers in talent and nobility of nature, were to Joseph and his mother all that they should have been. Friends who prayed and truly wept, not saying prayers and shedding tears, but one with their friend in thought and action. Joseph, inspired as much by feeling as by genius, divined in the occasional expression of his mother's face a desire that was deep hidden in her heart, and he said one day to D'Arthez, "She has loved that brigand Philippe too well not to want to see him before she dies." Joseph begged Bixiou, who frequented the Bohemian regions where Philippe was still occasionally to be found, to persuade the shameless son to play, if only out of pity, a little comedy of tenderness, which might wrap the mother's heart in a winding sheet of elusive happiness. Bixiou, in his capacity as an observing and misanthropical scoffer, desired nothing better than to undertake such a mission. When he had made known Madame Bridaux's condition to the Comte de Brambourg, who received him in a bedroom hung with yellow damask, the colonel laughed. "What the devil do you want me to do there?" he cried. "The only service the poor woman can render me is to die as soon as she can. She would be rather a sorry figure at my marriage with Mademoiselle de Soulanges. The less my family is seen, the better my position. You can easily understand that I should like to bury the name of Brideau under all the monuments in Père-Lachaise. My brother irritates me by bringing the name into publicity. You are too knowing not to see the situation as I do. Look at it as if it were your own. If you were a deputy with a tongue like yours, you would be as much feared as Chauvelin. You would be made Comte Bixiou and a director of the Beaux-Arts. Once there, how should you like it if your grandmother Descoings were to turn up? Would you want that worthy woman, who looked like a Madame Saint-Léon, to be hanging on to you? Would you give her an arm in the Tuileries and present her to the noble family you were trying to enter? Damn it, you'd wish her 6 feet underground, in a leaden nightgown. Come, breakfast with me, and let us talk of something else. I am a parvenu, my dear fellow, and I know it. I don't choose that my swaddling clothes shall be seen. My son will be more fortunate than I. He will be a great lord. The scamp will wish me dead. I expect it, or he won't be my son. He rang the bell and ordered the servant to serve breakfast. The fashionable world wouldn't see you in your mother's bedroom, said Bixiou. What would it cost you to seem to love that poor woman for a few hours? Cried Philippe, winking. So, you come from them, do you? I'm an old camel who knows all about genuflections. My mother makes the excuse of her last illness to get something out of me for Joseph. No, thank you. When Bixiou related this scene to Joseph, the poor painter was chilled to the very soul. "Does Philippe know I am ill?" asked Agathe in a piteous tone, the day after Bixiou had rendered an account of his fruitless errand. Joseph left the room, suffocating with emotion. The Abbé Loraux, who was sitting by the bedside of his penitent, took her hand and pressed it, and then he answered, "Alas, my child, you have never had but one son." The words, which Agathe understood but too well, conveyed a shock, which was the beginning of the end. She died 20 hours later. In the delirium which preceded death, the words, "Whom does Philippe take after?" escaped her. Joseph followed his mother to the grave alone. Philippe had gone on business, it was said, to Orléans. In reality, he was driven from Paris by the following letter, which Joseph wrote to him a moment after their mother had breathed her last sigh. "Monster! My poor mother has died of the shock your letter caused her. Wear mourning, but pretend illness. I will not suffer her assassin to stand at my side before her coffin. Joseph B." The painter, who no longer had the heart to paint, though his bitter grief sorely needed the mechanical distraction which labor is wont to give, was surrounded by friends who agreed with one another never to leave him entirely alone. Thus it happened that Bixiou, who loved Joseph as much as a satirist can love anyone, was sitting in the atelier with a group of other friends about 2 weeks after Agathe's funeral. The servant entered with a letter brought by an old woman, she said, who was waiting below for the answer. "Monsieur, to you, whom I scarcely dare to call my brother, I am forced to address myself, if only on account of the name I bear." Joseph turned the page and read the signature. The name Comtesse Fleur de Brambourg made him shudder. He foresaw some new atrocity on the part of his brother. "That brigand," he cried, "is the devil's own, and he calls himself a man of honor, and he wears a lot of crosses on his breast, and he struts about at court instead of being bastinadoed, and the scoundrel is called Monsieur le Comte." "There are many like him," said Bixiou. "After all," said Joseph, "the Rabouilleuse deserves her fate, whatever it is. She is not worth pitying. She'd have had my neck wrung like a chicken's without so much as saying he's innocent." Joseph flung away the letter, but Bixiou caught it in the air and read it aloud, as follows: "Is it decent that the Comtesse Bridau de Brambourg should die in a hospital, no matter what may have been her faults? If such is to be my fate, if such is your determination and that of Monsieur le Comte, so be it. But if so, will you, who are the friend of Dr. Bianchon, ask him for a permit to let me enter a hospital? The person who carries this letter has been 11 consecutive days to the Hôtel de Brambourg, Rue de Clichy, without getting any help from my husband. The poverty in which I now am prevents my employing a lawyer to make a legal demand for what is due to me, that I may die with decency. Nothing can save me, I know that. In case you are unwilling to see your unhappy sister-in-law, send me, at least, the money to end my days. Your brother desires my death. He has always desired it. He warned me that he knew 3 ways of killing a woman, but I had not the sense to foresee the one he has employed. In case you will consent to relieve me and judge for yourself the misery in which I now am, I live in the Rue du Houssaye, at the corner of the Rue Chantraine, on the 5th floor. If I cannot pay my rent tomorrow, I shall be put out, and then where can I go? May I call myself your sister-in-law, Comtesse Flore de Brambourg?" "What a pit of infamy!" cried Joseph. "There is something under it all." "Let us send for the woman who brought the letter. We may get the preface of the story," said Bixiou. The woman presently appeared, looking, as Bixiou observed, like perambulating rags. She was, in fact, a mass of old gowns, one on top of another, fringed with mud on account of the weather, the whole mounted on 2 thick legs with heavy feet which were ill covered by ragged stockings and shoes from whose cracks the water oozed upon the floor. Above the mound of rags rose a head like those that Charlet has given to his scavenger women, caparisoned with a filthy bandana handkerchief slit in the folds. "What is your name?" said Joseph, while Bixiou sketched her, leaning on an umbrella belonging to the year 2 of the Republic. "Madame Goujet, at your service. I've seen better days, my young gentleman," she said to Bixiou, whose laugh affronted her. "If my poor girl hadn't had the ill luck to love someone too much, you wouldn't see me what I am. She drowned herself in the river, my poor Ida, saving your presence. I've had the folly to nurse up a quaterne, and that's why at 77 years of age I'm obliged to take care of sick folks for 10 sous a day, and go—" "Without clothes," said Bixiou. "My grandmother nursed up a tray, but she dressed herself properly." "Out of my 10 sous I have to pay for a lodging." "What's the matter with the lady you are nursing?" "In the first place, she hasn't got any money. And then she has a disease that scares the doctors. She owes me for 60 days nursing. That's why I keep on nursing her. Her husband, who is a count, she is really a countess, will no doubt pay me when she is dead. And so I've lent her all I had. And now I haven't anything. All I did have has gone to the pawnbrokers. She owes me 47 francs and 12 sous, besides 30 francs for the nursing. She wants to kill herself with charcoal. I tell her it ain't right, and indeed I've had to get the concierge to look after her while I'm gone, or she's likely to jump out of the window." "But what's the matter with her?" said Joseph. "Ah, monsieur, the doctor from the Sisters' Hospital came. But as to the disease," said Madame Gruget, assuming a modest air, "he told me she must go to the hospital. The case is hopeless." "Let us go and see her," said Bixiou. "Here," said Joseph to the woman, "take these 10 francs." Plunging his hand into the skull and taking out all his remaining money, the painter called a coach from the Rue Mazarin and went to find Bianchon, who was fortunately at home. Meantime, Bixiou went off at full speed to the Rue de Bussy after Desroches. The 4 friends reached Flore's retreat in the Rue du Houssaye an hour later. "That Mephistopheles on horseback, named Philippe Bridau," said Bixiou as they mounted the staircase, "has sailed his boat cleverly to get rid of his wife. You know our old friend Lousteau? Well, Philippe paid him 1,000 francs a month to keep Madame Bridau in the society of Florine, Mariette, Tulia, and the Val Noble. When Philippe saw his crab girl so used to pleasure and dress that she couldn't do without them, he stopped paying the money and left her to get it as she could. It is easy to know how. By the end of 18 months, the brute had forced his wife, stage by stage, lower and lower, till at last, by the help of a young officer, he gave her a taste for drinking. As he went up in the world, his wife went down, and the Countess is now in the mud. The girl, bred in the country, has a strong constitution. I don't know what means Philippe has lately taken to get rid of her. I am anxious to study this precious little drama, for I am determined to avenge Joseph here. Alas, friends," he added, in a tone which left his 3 companions in doubt whether he was jesting or speaking seriously, "give a man over to a vice, and you'll get rid of him. Didn't Hugo say, 'She loved a ball and died of it'? So it is. My grandmother loved the lottery. Old Rouget loved a loose life, and Lolotte killed him. Madame Bridau, poor woman, loved Philippe and perished of it. Vice, vice, my dear friends. Do you want to know what vice is? It is the bonneau of death." "Then you'll die of a joke," said Desroches, laughing. Above the 4th floor, the young men were forced to climb one of the steep, straight stairways that are almost ladders, by which the attics of Parisian houses are often reached. Though Joseph, who remembered Flore in all her beauty, expected to see some frightful change, he was not prepared for the hideous spectacle which now smote his artist's eye. In a room with bare unpapered walls, under the sharp pitch of an attic roof, on a cot whose scanty mattress was filled perhaps with refuse cotton, a woman lay, green as a body that has been drowned 2 days, thin as a consumptive an hour before death. This putrid skeleton had a miserable checked handkerchief bound about her head, which had lost its hair. The circle round the hollow eyes was red, and the eyelids were like the pellicle of an egg. Nothing remained of the body, once so captivating, but an ignoble, bony structure. As Flore caught sight of the visitors, she drew across her breast a bit of muslin which might have been a fragment of a window curtain, for it was edged with rust as from a rod. The young men saw 2 chairs, a broken bureau on which was a tallow candle stuck into a potato, a few dishes on the floor, and an earthen fire-pot in a corner of the chimney in which there was no fire. This was all the furniture of the room. Bixiou noticed the remaining sheets of writing paper brought from some neighboring grocery for the letter which the 2 women had doubtless concocted together. The word disgusting is a positive to which no superlative exists, and we must therefore use it to convey the impression caused by this sight. When the dying woman saw Joseph approaching her, 2 great tears rolled down her cheeks. "She can still weep," whispered Bixiou. "A strange sight. Tears from dominoes. It is like the miracle of Moses." "How burnt up!" cried Joseph. "In the fires of repentance," said Flore. "I cannot get a priest. I have nothing, not even a crucifix, to help me see God. Ah, monsieur," she cried, raising her arms that were like 2 pieces of carved wood, "I am a guilty woman, but God never punished anyone as he has punished me. Philippe killed Max, who advised me to do dreadful things, and now he has killed me. God uses him as a scourge." "Leave me alone with her," said Bianchon, "and let me find out if the disease is curable." "If you cure her, Philippe Bridau will die of rage," said Desroches. "I am going to draw up a statement of the condition in which we have found his wife. He has not brought her before the courts as an adulteress, and therefore her rights as a wife are intact. He shall have the shame of a suit. But first we must remove the Comtesse de Brambourg to the private hospital of Dr. Dubois in the Rue du Faubourg Saint-Denis. She will be well cared for there. Then I will summon the Count for the restoration of the conjugal home." "Bravo, Desroches!" cried Bixiou. "What a pleasure to do so much good that will make some people feel so badly." 10 minutes later Bianchon came down and joined them. "I am going straight to Desplein," he said. "He can save the woman by an operation. He will take good care of the case, for her abuse of liquor has developed a magnificent disease which was thought to be lost." "Wag of a mangler, isn't there but one disease in life?" cried Bixiou. But Bianchon was already out of sight, so great was his haste to tell Desplein the wonderful news. 2 hours later, Joseph's miserable sister-in-law was removed to the decent hospital established by Dr. Dubois, which was afterward bought of him by the city of Paris. 3 weeks later, the Hospital Gazette published an account of one of the boldest operations of modern surgery on a case designated by the initials F.B. The patient died, more from the exhaustion produced by misery and starvation than from the effects of the treatment. No sooner did this occur than the Comte de Brambourg went, in deep mourning, to call on the Comte de Soulanges, and inform him of the sad loss he had just sustained. Soon after, it was whispered about in the fashionable world that the Comte de Soulanges would shortly marry his daughter to a parvenu of great merit, who was about to be appointed brigadier general and receive the command of a regiment in the royal guard. de Marsay told this news to Eugène de Rastignac as they were supping together at the Rocher de Cancale, where Bixiou happened to be. "It shall not take place," said the witty artist to himself. Among the many old friends whom Philippe now refused to recognize, there were some, like Giroudot, who were unable to revenge themselves. But it happened that he had wounded Bixiou, who, thanks to his brilliant qualities, was everywhere received, and who never forgave an insult. One day, at the Rocher de Cancale, before a number of well-bred persons who were supping there, Philippe had replied to Bixiou, who spoke of visiting him at the Hôtel de Brambourg, "You can come and see me when you are made a minister." "Am I to turn Protestant before I can visit you?" said Bixiou, pretending to misunderstand the speech. But he said to himself, "You may be Goliath, but I have got my sling and plenty of stones." The next day he went to an actor, who was one of his friends, and metamorphosed himself by the all-powerful aid of dress into a secularized priest with green spectacles. Then he took a carriage and drove to the Hôtel de Soulanges. Received by the Count, on sending in a message that he wanted to speak with him on a matter of serious importance, he related, in a feigned voice, the whole story of the dead Countess, the secret particulars of whose horrible death had been confided to him by Bianchon, the history of Agathe's death, the history of old Rouget's death, of which the Comte de Brambourg had openly boasted, the history of Madame Descoings' death, the history of the theft from the newspaper, and the history of Philippe's private morals during his early days. "Monsieur le Comte, don't give him your daughter until you have made every inquiry. Interrogate his former comrades, Bixiou, Giroudot, and others." 3 months later, the Comte de Brambourg gave a supper to Duthier, Nucingen, Eugène de Rastignac, Maxime de Trailles, and Henri de Marsay. The amphitryon accepted with much nonchalance the half-consolatory condolences they made to him as to his rupture with the house of Soulanges. "You can do better," said Maxime de Trailles. "How much money must a man have to marry a demoiselle de Grandlieu?" asked Philippe of de Marsay. "You? They wouldn't give you the ugliest of the 6 for less than 10 millions," answered de Marsay insolently. "Bah!" said Rastignac. "With an income of 200,000 francs, you can have Mademoiselle de Langeais, the daughter of the Marquis. She is 30 years old and ugly, and she hasn't a sou. That ought to suit you." "I shall have 10 millions 2 years from now," said Philippe Bridau. "It is now the 16th of January, 1829," cried Duthier, laughing. "I have been hard at work for 10 years, and I have not made as much as that yet." "We'll take counsel of each other," said Bridau. "You shall see how well I understand finance." "How much do you really own?" asked Nucingen. 3 millions, excluding my house and my estate, which I shall not sell. In fact, I cannot, for the property is now entailed, and goes with the title." Nucingen and Duthier looked at each other. After that sly glance, Duthier said to Philippe, "My dear Count, I shall be delighted to do business with you." De Marsay intercepted the look Duthier had exchanged with Nucingen, and which meant, We will have those millions. The two bank magnates were at the center of political affairs and could, at a given time, manipulate matters at the Bourse so as to play a sure game against Philippe when the probabilities might all seem for him and yet be secretly against him. The occasion came. In July 1830, Du Tillet and Nucingen had helped the Comte de Brambourg to make 1,500,000 francs. He could therefore feel no distrust of those who had given him such good advice. Philippe, who owed his rise to the Restoration, was misled by his profound contempt for civilians. He believed in the triumph of the ordinances and was bent on playing for a rise. Du Tillet and Nucingen, who were sure of a revolution, played against him for a fall. The crafty pair confirmed the judgment of the Comte de Brambourg and seemed to share his convictions. They encouraged his hopes of doubling his millions and apparently took steps to help him. Philippe fought like a man who had 4 millions depending on the issue of the struggle. His devotion was so noticeable that he received orders to go to Saint-Cloud with the Duc de Maufrigneuse and attend a council. This mark of favor probably saved Philippe's life, for when the order came on the 25th of July, he was intending to make a charge and sweep the boulevards, when he would undoubtedly have been shot down by his friend Giroudot, who commanded a division of the assailants. A month later, nothing was left of Colonel Brideau's immense fortune but his house and furniture, his estates, and the pictures which had come from Issoudun. He committed the still further folly, as he said himself, of believing in the restoration of the elder branch, to which he remained faithful until 1834. The not incomprehensible jealousy Philippe felt on seeing Giroudot a colonel drove him to re-enter the service. Unluckily for himself, he obtained in 1835 the command of a regiment in Algiers, where he remained 3 years in a post of danger, always hoping for the epaulettes of a general. But some malignant influence, that in fact of General Giroudot, continually balked him. Grown hard and brutal, Philippe exceeded the ordinary severity of the service and was hated, in spite of his bravery à la Murat. At the beginning of the fatal year 1839, while making a sudden dash upon the Arabs during a retreat before superior forces, he flung himself against the enemy, followed by only a single company, and fell in, unfortunately, with the main body of the enemy. The battle was bloody and terrible, man to man, and only a few horsemen escaped alive. Seeing that their colonel was surrounded, these men, who were at some distance, were unwilling to perish uselessly in attempting to rescue him. They heard his cry, "Your colonel, to me, a colonel of the empire!" But they rejoined the regiment. Philippe met with a horrible death, for the Arabs, after hacking him to pieces with their scimitars, cut off his head. Joseph, who was married about this time through the good offices of the Comte de Sérisy to the daughter of a millionaire farmer, inherited his brother's house in Paris and the estate of Brambourg in consequence of the entail, which Philippe, had he foreseen this result, would certainly have broken. The chief pleasure the painter derived from his inheritance was in the fine collection of paintings from Issoudun. He now possesses an income of 60,000 francs, and his father-in-law, the farmer, continues to pile up the 5-franc pieces. Though Joseph Bridau paints magnificent pictures and renders important services to artists, he is not yet a member of the Institute. As the result of a clause in the deed of entail, he is now Comte de Brambourg, a fact which often makes him roar with laughter among his friends in the atelier. End of chapter 17. End of The Two Brothers by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Catherine Prescott Wormley.